Chapter 1, Bibi Dong wants to elope with Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 1, Bibi Dong wants to elope with Yu Xiaogang. Please recommend and collect. Wuhan City, the Pope's Palace. In a magnificent side hall. On a low-key and luxurious bed covered with golden velvet bedding. The room was covered with snow-white gauze, and next to the large and soft bed, Kyung Sunji stood in front of a mirror. Looking at the tall and slender figure, the handsome face with golden hair, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. I'm still a little dazed. In fact, no matter who it was, he would become what he is now. Neither of them could accept the current situation immediately and remain calm at the same time. You know, just a few minutes ago, he was in another world. Surfing the internet at home. Unexpectedly, good luck suddenly came to my home. In the blink of an eye, I'm here. But he remembered that his house was not on the first floor. But once it comes, let's make peace with it. After receiving the original body's memory, he discovered that this was Douluo continent. A world from the novels and anime he had read. As a young man of the new era, Qian Sunji has naturally read the novel. Also know the concept of time travel. I have also fantasized and longed for being able to travel through time one day. Live a wonderful life in another world and change the fate of cattle and horses. But Kyung Sunji never expected this. He actually traveled to Douluo continent. And he also became the famous secret room Douluo Kyung Sunji. What the hell, Kyung Sunji just felt a little bit of pain in his balls. But then I thought about it. Although Kyung Sunji had a bad reputation on the internet in his previous life. But the time point when I traveled through now seems to be before the secret room Douluo incident happened. As long as I don't do what the original owner did. Wouldn't it be better to avoid so many troubles in the future? But in fact, if you think about it carefully, your current identity. Born into the most prestigious family, the Spirit Hall, he is rich enough to rival a country. He also possesses the most advanced martial spirit and is extremely powerful, and is a titled Douluo. And he's a pretty handsome guy. Apart from being a little older, he has no other shortcomings. With my identity, I am even taller, richer, and more handsome than the tall, rich and handsome men, and even richer than the second generation of rich people. This was the identity I had always dreamed of in my previous life. Now that I have traveled through time, I have obtained it. This can be said to be the smoke emitting from the ancestral graves of the previous life. As long as I am not as stupid as the original owner and don't do so many fancy things. With your perspective as a time traveler and your understanding of the world of Douluo continent, you can manage the Spirit Hall well. The future is full of promise and is bright. Thinking of this, Kyung Sunji felt full of confidence. But now, the first thing to do is to deal with the matter of the ungrateful disciple Bibi Dong. Thinking of Bibi Dong, Kyung Sunji couldn't help but frown. Because according to the original owner's memory, now, Bibi Dong has already met Yu Xiaogang. She even mobilized the power of the Spirit Hall in the capacity of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. With the reputation and prestige of the Spirit Hall, we support Yu Xiaogang's ridiculous theory of the top 10 core competitive strengths of spirits and the limit of spirit ring absorption. Yu Xiaogang was praised as a master of martial spirit theory. After knowing the news, the original owner was extremely angry. Had a big fight with Bibi Dong. Afterwards, he felt extremely depressed and drank alone until he was drunk. Finally, he fell drunk on the bed. I didn't expect that when I woke up, I found myself traveling through time with Kyung Sunji. It's still a little late. Kyung Sunji couldn't help but rub his eyebrows, feeling a little headache. If he traveled through time to the time when Bibi Dong joined the Spirit Hall and before she became his disciple, he would definitely choose to send Bibi Dong away immediately. No way, he felt that Bibi Dong's brain was really evil. As the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, she had seen all kinds of young talents around her. But she was actually fascinated by Yu Xiaogang, a loser who had no strength, no looks, and no talent. In the end, she would rather give up her identity as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and betray the Spirit Hall. I also want to elope with you, Xiaogang. It's outrageous, although Bibi Dong is a twin martial soul with innate full soul power. But in Kyungsunji's opinion, even without Bibi Dong, he even sent Bibi Dong to other forces, such as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. With his knowledge and perspective, as well as his understanding of Douluo continent, he can also lead the Spirit Hall to the peak. It even realized the dream that the Spirit Hall had never realized in the original novel. Unify the continent and create a new era. On the contrary, if it is for Bibi Dong's talent, she should be kept in the Spirit Hall. He had no confidence that he could train Bibi Dong well. What if there is a big bomb buried? That would be really terrible. And if you travel back to the time before Bibi Dong met Yu Xiaogang, Kyungsunji could also reluctantly give it a try. Train Bibi Dong well. Even if he is trained to become a traitor to his master, it doesn't matter. But a pity. At this point in time, Bibi Dong has already joined the Spirit Hall and become his disciple. And he also knows Yu Xiaogang. He even used the power of the Spirit Hall to promote Yu Xiaogang to be a master of spirit theory. It is estimated that it is almost time to fight in the secret room. I'm afraid it's too late. Reporting to His Holiness the Pope, Her Highness the Saint requests an audience. At this time, outside the hall, a report suddenly sounded. Bibi Dong asked to see me. Kyungsunji couldn't help but frown. Why does she want to see me? Did you make me angry yesterday and come to apologize to me today? I understand. Let her come to the Pope's palace to see me. After saying this, the Holy Emperor warrior who came to report left. Kyungsunji left the room and went to the main hall of the Pope in the Pope's palace. This is where the Pope receives his subordinates and visiting soul masters. And then we arrived at the main hall of the Pope's palace. Kyungsunji sat in the Pope's main hall, on a throne, waiting quietly. Soon, Bibi Dong came over. Bibi Dong, meet the teacher. When she was young, Bibi Dong looked only 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a light pink and purple dress. She was tall and slender, with long orange hair and amber eyes. She has a delicate oval face, fair skin, a straight nose and rosy lips. She looks delicate and beautiful, with a youthful and lively temperament. It can be said that she is completely different from the future Bibi Dong. Dong, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Looking at Bibi Dong in front of him, Kyungsunji sat upright on the throne and spoke in a light tone. Bibi Dong also noticed that the teacher's attitude was a little cold. But she just thought that she had a fight with the teacher yesterday. The teacher is still angry. Therefore, I didn't care. Instead, he mustered up his courage and said, "Teacher, I came to you for something and I hope to get your consent." "What's up?" Kyungsunji continued to ask calmly. "Teacher, I thought about it for a long time last night, and I found that I still want to be with Xiaogang. This time, I've really made up my mind. If you don't agree, I will elope with Xiaogang." Bibi Dong took a deep breath, a look of determination appeared on her delicate and beautiful face, she clenched her fists and spoke loudly. "Hey!" Hearing Bibi Dong's words, Kyungsunji's face immediately turned dark and he couldn't help but curse out loud. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, The System is Late but it arrives. Chapter 2, The System is Late but it arrives. Please recommend and collect it. Kyungsunji. Kyungsunji. You have really failed in educating your disciples. In the main hall, Kyungsunji sat upright on the throne, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and was full of self-mockery in his heart. Although he is not the original Kyungsunji. But after hearing what Bibi Dong said, I still felt pity for the original Kyungsunji. Although regarding Bibi Dong's behavior, based on his understanding of Bibi Dong, he didn't find it surprising at all. But in his heart, Kyungsunji still felt extremely disgusted. This is his soul's disgust and disdain for Bibi Dong, and this body instinctively produces a feeling of grief and sorrow. Although Kyungsunji knew that Bibi Dong had thought about eloping with Yu Xiaogang, But he just thought that Bibi Dong had mentioned this to Yu Xiaogang. But I never expected it. Bibi Dong actually went directly to Kyung Sunji. She said that Kyung Sunji must agree to let her be with Yu Xiaogang, otherwise she would elope with Yu Xiaogang. In this regard, Kyung Sunji can only say, "Awesome, this is really awesome. It's just NTR in front of my face, a slap in the face, as an outsider." When Kyung Sunji heard Bibi Dong say this, he felt extremely sick. Not to mention, if the person sitting here was the original owner. Now, Kyung Sunji finally understood. Why did the original owner choose to transform into a secret room Douluo? This is entirely due to the original owner himself taking a wrong step. Bibi Dong's threat is probably of great significance, but Kyung Sunji really didn't understand. According to the memory of the original owner, Bibi Dong joined the Spirit Hall. Because of his innate talents of full soul power and twin martial souls, he was accepted as a disciple by Kyung Sunji. After that, Kyung Sunji treated Bibi Dong like his own daughter. It can be said that Bibi Dong wants something. Even if it's just the stars or the moon. Whatever Kyung Sunji can pick, he will pick it for Bibi Dong. Compared with Bibi Dong, Kyung Sunji can be said to be caring and loving to the extreme. Douluo also treated Bibi Dong as his granddaughter. In the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong can be said to enjoy the treatment of a princess. He has a noble status, no worries about food and clothing, he has everything he wants and is highly pampered. But I didn't expect that it would be for a mere piece of trash. Bibi Dong actually threatened her loving teacher and betrayed the Spirit Hall's training. He wanted to betray the Spirit Hall and chose to elope with Yu Xiaogang. Kyung Sunji just found this ridiculous. If it is the original owner, maybe even if you are deeply hurt, your heart is filled with grief and sorrow. I will still suppress my inner emotions. I give Bibi Dong some good advice and hope she will turn back. However, as a time traveler, Kyung Sunji did not have such an idea. He felt only disgust and nausea towards Bibi Dong. For such an ungrateful person, he just wanted to execute Bibi Dong for the crime of betraying the Spirit Hall as a warning to others, but if I deal with it directly like this, I will definitely not be able to explain to Lao Deng Qiandao. His old father is a well-known gentleman and good man in Douluo continent. If he did not give any advice, he would directly choose to execute Bibi Dong. Qiandao will definitely jump out to stop it. Of course, he could also carry out the execution himself without notifying anyone. But after that, Qiandao would definitely have a conflict with him because of it. And Bibi Dong has created a gentle and kind personality over the years in Wuhan City. His image in Wuhan City would definitely be affected. No need. So, after closing my eyes for a while, Kyung Sunji took a deep breath, suppressed the disgust and nausea in his heart, and spoke slowly. You know what you're doing now. Seeing the disappointment in the teacher's eyes, Bibi Dong couldn't help feeling guilty and ashamed for a moment. Because she also knew that by doing this, she would undoubtedly be betraying her teacher and the Spirit Hall. It must have hurt the teacher's heart. But she did this for love, she really likes Xiaogang. If I can't be with Xiaogang, she felt that her life had no meaning. Anyway, I will get married sooner or later. Marry someone else and marry Xiaogang. Isn't it the same? Even if he left the Spirit Hall. In her heart, the Spirit Hall is always her home. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong suddenly felt that it was natural. Teacher, I've made up my mind. I just want to be with Xiaogang. Bibi Dong said firmly. I know, teacher, you are prejudiced against Xiaogang. Because Xiaogang's innate soul power is only half level, and his martial soul is almost useless. But Xiaogang is really talented in martial arts theory. Bibi Dong's pretty face was full of excitement. If you promise me to be with Xiaogang, and Xiaogang becomes a true master of martial arts theory in the future, he will definitely train many powerful people for our Spirit Hall. Kyung Sun sneered and couldn't help but mock. Talented? When you say talented, Do you mean that Yu Xiaogang combined the soul ring absorption data of our spirit hall and the common sense from the soul master books he saw in our spirit city library to form his theory? It's so ridiculous. The size of the innate soul power is proportional to the strength of the martial soul. The martial soul is divided into two categories, namely beast martial soul and weapon martial soul. Every soul master has a development direction. This is all common sense and nonsense. Does he have the nerve to regard this common sense as his theory? How come this isn't the case? Bibi Dong was still very unconvinced and argued for Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang said that this is a recreation and is also part of the creation of martial arts theory. This is normal. Which soul master's theory is completely his own idea, not the absorption of other people's views on this subject. It's just a matter of how much. After listening to Bibi Dong's words, Kyungsunji was too lazy to say anything more. Bibi Dong has been completely brainwashed by Yu Xiaogang. Or maybe there is something wrong with your brain, let's just follow his idea. Let someone detain Bibi Dong first. During this period, just bring Lao Deng Qiandaoliu and others over. Let all the senior executives see Bibi Dong's true face. There would be no problem if Bibi Dong was executed for betraying the spirit hall. Anyway, I won't agree with you being with Xiaogang. If you insist and refuse to change, don't blame the teacher. Kyungsunji's eyes were cold and he spoke in a calm tone. An ultimatum was issued. Unexpectedly, the teacher still disagreed and let me be with Xiaogang. Bibi Dong only felt filled with sorrow and despair. At the same time, hatred and anger also surged from my heart. This made Bibi Dong clench her jade hands, and she couldn't help but look at Kyungsunji with her red eyes, gritting her teeth. Teacher, this is the last time I call you teacher. Thank you. Now I finally understand that Xiaogang is right. It is because of my innate full soul power and the talent of twin martial souls that you allowed me to join the spirit hall and accept me as your disciple. So you don't care about my happiness at all. After saying that, Bibi Dong immediately took out a sharp sword from the storage soul guide and placed it across her neck. She opened her beautiful red eyes angrily and shouted in a sad and angry voice. But Kyungsunji, you must agree that Xiaogang and I can be together, otherwise I will die in front of you. Kyungsunji was really angry and laughed. Threatening me with death? Do you think I am still the same Kyungsunji as before? Okay. Since you threaten me with death. That actually saved me a lot of trouble, but just as Kyungsunji was about to sneer. He meant that he disagreed and told Bibi Dong to die in front of him if she had the guts. Ding! The system has been loaded. Host, welcome to use the subversion system. Suddenly, a cold mechanical sound rang out in my mind. It is detected that the host is using this system for the first time. The novice gift package has been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level sealing technique. In an instant, a stream of information suddenly flooded into Kyungsunji's mind. System? I still have a golden finger. Chien Sunji didn't expect that he actually had a system. He was stunned for a moment, very surprised and unexpected. Although with his current identity, even without a system, he also has the confidence to become a god in the future and lead the spirit hall to the peak, but it is obviously better if there is a system, and after asking about the system and its functions, Kyungsunji couldn't help but frown. Because the functions of his system are not things like signing in, picking up attributes, automatic training, and millionfold critical hit return. Instead, it only subverts the plot of Douluo continent. The system will then draw rewards and distribute them based on the evaluation. However, if you want to subvert the plot. When I saw Bibi Dong in front of me, Kyungsunji couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, and a bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 that end number 039, S fair, ISN end number 039, T it. Chapter 3 that's fair, isn't it? Please recommend and collect. Originally, I felt sorry for Bibi Dong, an ungrateful person. Kyungsunji felt extremely disgusted and nauseated. They wanted to execute him directly on the charge of betraying the spirit hall as a warning to others. But after getting the subversion system, I discovered that the god-level sealing technique given in the novice gift package can actually seal anything, including memory. Another thought arose in Kyungsunji's mind. His eyes narrowed slightly and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although killing Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang can be regarded as a subversion of the plot of Douluo continent, and the degree of subversion is extremely great, you should be able to get a considerable reward. But Kyungsunji felt even more. If Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang were together, they could be together. The impact of the two survivors on Douluo continent, it's definitely bigger than the two people who died. Of course, Kyungsunji didn't mean to just let Bibi Dong leave and be with Yu Xiaogang. This is too easy for Bibi Dong, the ungrateful person. It's too cheap for Yu Xiaogang. It is even more impossible to meet his subsequent requirements. He was planning to let Bibi Dong leave the spirit hall and be with Yu Xiaogang. But Bibi Dong must pay the price. Okay. Sitting on the throne, seeing Bibi Dong holding a sharp sword across her neck and threatening to commit suicide, Kyungsunji suddenly burst into cold laughter. I never thought that I, Kyungsunji, with all my care and love, and careful nurturing and training, would actually raise a white-eyed wolf. You actually threatened me with suicide for that piece of shit. It seems that in your heart there is only that loser, the teacher, and the spirit hall are nothing. Teacher. It's you. You don't understand love at all. You don't understand how important Xiaogang is to me. Bibi Dong tightly clenched the sword in her jade hands, and her eyes were red on her delicate and beautiful face. His eyes were filled with resentment and grief, and he accused loudly and angrily. That's right. It was you and the spirit hall who raised me and made me who I am today. But do you think I don't know that? You chose to accept me into the spirit hall and take me in as your disciple just because of my innate full spirit power and twin spirit talents. Now, I just don't want to obey the interests of your spirit hall and want to leave with Xiaogang. You actually won't agree no matter what. You don't care about my happiness at all. You only care about whether I can be used by your spirit hall. Listening to Bibi Dong's words, Kyungsunji just felt it was ridiculous. We in the spirit hall chose to accept you into the hall only because of your talent. That's why I chose to take you in as my apprentice. This sentence seems to make sense at first glance. But upon closer analysis, it's bullshit. Just to know, don't say anything else. In this world, who does things without intention? Of course, their spirit hall chose to accept Bibi Dong into the spirit hall because of her talent. It was for this reason that he chose to accept Bibi Dong as his disciple. But does Yu Xiaogang have no other thoughts when he gets close to Bibi Dong? Isn't it because Bibi Dong's identity as the holy maiden of the spirit hall is useful to her? Can he use Bibi Dong to read the books that he is not qualified to read and find a way to evolve his martial soul? With Bibi Dong's innate full soul power, her martial soul is the talent of Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor martial soul. It is obvious that Bibi Dong could not have come from an ordinary civilian family. Instead, they were rescued by their spirit hall from the lair of an evil spirit master force. Originally, Bibi Dong was in the hands of the evil soul master, and her future fate was unknown. It was their spirit hall that gave Bibi Dong a stable life and a home. And he has always treated Bibi Dong as his own daughter. It can be said that if you hold it in your mouth, you are afraid it will melt, and if you hold it in your hand, you are afraid it will fall. Whatever Bibi Dong wants, he will do his best to find it for her. He would never force Bibi Dong to do anything. And not just him. Father Qian Daoliu, and the many priests of Douluo Palace. Because we all grew up watching Bibi Dong. Who doesn't regard Bibi Dong as his own descendant, but I didn't expect their love and care. I actually raised such an ungrateful and conscienceless person. Since you, Bibi Dong, think this way about me in our spirit hall, then I think no matter what I say, it will be meaningless. Qian Sunji felt sorry for his original body and Qian Daoliu and other spirit hall worshippers, and said lightly, "Since you would rather die than leave with Yu Xiaogang. Okay then. I'll help you." Teacher. Really? Hearing this, Bibi Dong couldn't help but be overjoyed. She quickly put down the sword in her hand and asked, "Don't call me teacher." But Kyungsunji interrupted directly. "Since you think this way about me, and our spirit hall. Since you want to leave the spirit hall with Yu Xiaogang so much, then I will give you freedom." Kyungsunji's eyes were full of sarcasm and he sneered. "From now on, you have nothing to do with me, Kyungsunji, or our spirit hall. This is your own choice." Bibi Dong was shocked as if struck by lightning when she didn't expect Kyungsunji to say that. Her delicate and beautiful face turned pale, her eyes were full of disbelief, and she spoke in a shrill voice. "No. Teacher, are you going to chase me away?" Kyungsunji found Bibi Dong's reaction ridiculous. "I feel that Bibi Dong is just like a little fairy. You just said that. Do you still think that everything can go back to the way it was before? Take other people's care and love for granted. If they are even slightly dissatisfied, they will think that others have ulterior motives. And say things like that. You still want others to love and cherish you as before. Please. Can you stop being so disgusting and hypocritical? I'm not driving you away, this is your own choice. Since you take our kindness to you for granted, and even think we have ulterior motives. If you think you can find happiness by being with your Yu Xiaogang, then go ahead." Kyungsunji said indifferently. Kyungsunji's words immediately aroused Bibi Dong's rebellious psychology. "I couldn't help but say it with dissatisfaction and anger. Humph. Go if you want to. Do you think I care about you and your spirit hall?" After saying that, Bibi Dong turned around and left. And many more. But Kyungsunji called Bibi Dong and said with a sneer, "I agree. I can let you and that loser leave the spirit hall. But you must return the cultivation resources and knowledge that our spirit hall has invested in you. You came to the spirit hall clean and now you must leave cleanly." Bibi Dong's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she felt extremely angry. It felt like Kyungsunji was deliberately making things difficult for her. "Still don't want her to leave. I have already used up all the training resources that your spirit hall invested in me. But since you want me to pay it back, I will find a way to pay it back in the future. But how can I return the knowledge you taught me? I can't just lose my memory again. These are actually very simple." Kyungsunji sneered. "You don't need to pay back these cultivation resources. All you need to do is abolish your cultivation. As for the knowledge I taught you, I will also seal it up and make sure it's the same as if you had lost your memory. At the same time, to ensure that the secrets of our spirit hall are not leaked, I will also seal up all the memories you know about the secrets of our spirit hall. And the soul bone in your body was also obtained through the power of our Wuhan hall. I will take it away too. As long as you do this, you can leave with that idiot and run towards your happiness." Well, that's fair, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Bibi Dong, feeling wronged, cries to Douluo Palace. Chapter 4, Bibi Dong, feeling wronged, cries to Douluo Palace. Please recommend and collect. Fair. Bibi Dong clenched her jade hands, bit her lips, and felt a chill in her heart. She simply didn't understand, she just wanted to run towards her own happiness. Why did teacher Kyungsunji react so strongly to this? Her previous teacher obviously cared and loved her so much. But now, the teacher has become so cold-blooded and heartless. She wanted to leave the spirit hall and be with Xiaogang. It was actually necessary to abolish his cultivation, seal his memory, and take out his soul bone. This is not about fulfilling her wish, but about wanting her to die. As a soul master, he has no cultivation. So is she still a soul master? As for sealing the memory, she didn't know what was going on. But take out the soul bone. Soul masters use soul bones by fusing them with the corresponding parts of their bodies. There are only two ways to take out the soul bone. One is to sever the body part that is fused with the soul bone, and the other is death. But even if she only fused a left leg bone and an external soul bone, she will not die if her soul bone is taken out. But it can also become a disability. For a moment, Bibi Dong only felt that Kyungsunji's familiar face became particularly terrifying. She was very angry and aggrieved. I just want to be with Xiaogang, but I won't forget the spirit hall. Even if Xiaogang and I are together, I will also treat the spirit hall as my home. Teacher, why are you so cruel to me? Kyungsunji's attitude changed drastically. This made Bibi Dong immediately think of Grandpa Chien Daoliu who loved her, and the other grandfathers who were offering sacrifices to her. Kyungsunji, you don't want me to be with Xiaogang, still treating me like this. I will tell Chien Daoliu and all the worshippers, they will definitely do justice for me. Bibi Dong thought angrily in her heart, and prepared to go to Douluo Palace to find Chien Daoliu. Anyway, she didn't want to abolish her cultivation. She didn't want to seal the memory. And she didn't want to hand over her soul bones. Fair? You're obviously trying to make things difficult for me. Bibi Dong clenched her jade hands tightly, glared at Kyungsunji with her almond-shaped eyes, and shouted angrily. Just wait. I will go find Grandpa Chien Daoliu and all the other grandpas who are offering sacrifices, and ask them to seek justice for me. After saying that, Bibi Dong turned around and ran out of the Pope's palace. After hearing what Bibi Dong said, Kyungsunji couldn't help but sneer more obviously on his face. Ask Lao Deng Chien Daoliu and the other priests to seek justice for you? That couldn't be better. This way I don't have to explain to them later and make them believe me. Seeing Bibi Dong turned around and ran out of the main hall of the Pope's palace angrily. Kyungsunji also stood up immediately, with a cold expression on his face, and followed slowly. Soon, Bibi Dong ran to the Douluo Palace. Just entered the Douluo Palace. Bibi Dong felt very aggrieved and cried out loudly. Grandpa Chien, Grandpa Jinyu, Grandpa Qingluan, you must seek justice for Dong-er. When I heard Bibi Dong's cry of grievance. Soon, many offerings from the offering hall appeared one after another. Dong-er, what's wrong? Chien Daoliu, who was wearing a golden robe, had a tall and straight figure, long golden hair, and looked like a handsome middle-aged uncle, but his temperament was a little vicissitudes of life. When he saw Bibi Dong, he showed a kind smile on his face and asked. Grandpa Chien, teacher actually wants to abolish my cultivation and take out the soul bone from my body. Looking at the Chien Daoliu in front of him, and the many offerings, Bibi Dong's beautiful amber eyes turned red, and she cried with sobs and grievance. Behind him, Kyungsunji followed slowly. Jeer. After hearing what Bibi Dong said, Chien Daoliu immediately raised his eyebrows in anger, glared at Chien Sunji, and started to yell at him. What's going on? Why do you want to abolish Dong-er's cultivation and take out her soul bone? Is it because you had a big fight with Dong-er yesterday? You are such a grown-up, are you still like a child, acting on impulse? Father. In response to Chien Daoliu's rebuke, Chien Sunji explained very calmly. I didn't act on impulse. I abolished her cultivation and took out her soul bone. This was a decision I made after careful consideration. Besides that, I have to seal her memory. As for why, you can find the answer if you ask her. Unexpectedly, this time, he was always afraid of his son Kyungsunji. Surprisingly, when faced with his rebuke, he did not show any fear at all, but instead looked extremely indifferent. Very abnormal. After hearing Chien Sunji's words, Chien Daoliu couldn't help but frown. I feel like, is there something wrong here? So, he turned his gaze to Bibi Dong. I want to hear Bibi Dong's explanation. Beside him, the other worshippers also looked over here. I just want to be with Xiaogang, what's wrong with that? I am indeed your disciple and a member of the Spirit Hall, but I, Bibi Dong, am also a free person. It's my freedom to be with whomever I want. Why don't you let me pursue the happiness I want? And you clearly agreed to let Xiaogang and I be together. They are actually going to abolish my cultivation and take out my soul bones. You are deliberately making things difficult for me. You are playing tricks on me. Because Qian Daoliu and many priests were right beside her, Bibi Dong felt as if she had found a backer and a savior. She couldn't help but feel extremely angry and spoke out all her inner thoughts directly. Grandpa Qian, you must make the decision for me. However, Bibi Dong's words made Qian Daoliu and the other priests stunned. It feels like a lot of information. For a moment, there was no reaction. Wait. Who is this Xiaogang? Qian Daoliu asked with a frown. Listen to Bibi Dong and you'll know the reason for everything. It seems that Bibi Dong fell in love with a man named Xiaogang and wanted to be with him. As a result, his son Kyungsunji disagreed. Although he is Bibi Dong's elder, Qian Daoliu is also an open-minded person. If this person named Xiaogang just doesn't have the talent and cultivation to be worthy of Bibi Dong. Therefore, the son disagreed. Because I know that my son treats Bibi Dong as his daughter. I definitely hope that Bibi Dong can be with the best young talents. But when I think about myself, I feel that I cannot get the love I want. Qian Daoliu couldn't help but sigh. If Bibi Dong really likes the guy named Xiaogang, he still agreed that Bibi Dong could be with him. Anyway, as long as they are from their spirit hall, it will be fine. This Xiaogang, whose full name is Yu Xiaogang, is the youngest son of Yu Yuanzhen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. But the martial soul that he awakened since childhood is not the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, but the extremely degraded and mutated martial soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus rex, named Luo Sanbao. His innate soul power is only half level, and his soul skills are bullshit. In the literal sense. Moreover, he also plagiarized the soul ring absorption data of our spirit hall and took the common sense in the soul master classics as his own, and proposed some inexplicable theory of the 10-core competitiveness of the spirit and the soul ring absorption limit. It's so shameless. Kyungsunji sneered and told everyone about Yu Xiaogang's situation. As they listened to Qian Sunji's words, Qian Daoliu and the other worshippers frowned deeper and deeper, and the expressions on their faces became more and more puzzled and incredible. It was simply unbelievable that they had always loved and cared so much for Bibi Dong, the darling of heaven. I actually fell in love with such a lowly talented, incompetent, hypocritical, and shameless loser. I don't know how many soul bones Bibi Dong has now, so I'll set it to 2. End of this chapter. Chapter 5, The Taoists and the worshippers are extremely disappointed. Chapter 5 Qian Daoliu and the other worshippers were extremely disappointed. Please recommend and collect it. No. That's not the case. I heard Kyungsunji say that Yu Xiaogang was worthless. Bibi Dong was very anxious and quickly explained loudly. Xiaogang is not like what you said. Although his innate soul power is a little low, his martial soul is a little weak. But he works very hard, and he is very talented in martial arts theory. He is also very kind and cares about the common people. The martial arts theories he proposed are all to help the civilian soul masters in the soul master world. Does it mean that only those with great talent and strength can be considered excellent? Very hard, Kyungsunji couldn't help but sneer out loud. These words made him think of his previous life. In the past life, the gaijai on the internet also worked very hard, although Kyungsunji doesn't like the gaijais on the internet. But he had to admit that these gaijai might have really tried. But he didn't see any of Yu Xiaogang's efforts. If only Yu Xiaogang had really tried. As for the theory of the 10-core competitive strengths of martial spirits and the limit of spirit ring absorption, this is a theory that is completely unsophisticated, full of loopholes, and can kill people. As for, after leaving Wuhan City, decades of nothing being done? As for talent, Kyungsunji just smiled and said nothing. After listening to Kyungsunji and Bibi Dong's words, compared to Bibi Dong, who is naive, love-brained, and easily fooled, Qian Daoliu and others are already quite old and have seen countless people and things. Just from what Kyungsunji said, Qian Daoliu and the other worshippers were similar in that they all saw through Yu Xiaogang's true face. As a good-for-nothing since childhood, he was discriminated against and ridiculed by the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and he has always been eager to find a way to evolve his martial soul. Coming to their spirit hall was also for this purpose. This Yu Xiaogang definitely has other intentions in getting to know Bibi Dong. In all likelihood, it was because of Bibi Dong's identity as the martial spirit saint. I hope to obtain the method of spirit evolution from their spirit hall through Bibi Dong. As for what Bibi Dong said, Yu Xiaogang is very talented and kind. After listening to Kyungsunji and a few words about the theory proposed by Yu Xiaogang, Qian Daoliu and a group of other worshippers in the worship hall could not help but frown and were completely speechless. No. What is this? The size of the innate soul power is proportional to the strength of the martial soul. The martial soul is divided into two categories, namely beast martial soul and weapon martial soul. Every soul master has a development direction. Isn't this pure common sense and nonsense? Can it be called a theory? As for the theory of soul ring absorption limit, this is not just the data on the age of the spirit rings absorbed by the spirit masters of the spirit hall when they break through each realm. Take the highest value of each realm and put them together. Just treat it as a theory. Aren't you just cheating people? Qian Daoliu and the other worshippers were all very clear about this. Soul masters of the same level may have vastly different physical qualities depending on the type of their martial souls and their development direction. How is it possible to use a spirit ring to absorb data and use it as a standard? If you are an auxiliary spirit master, you should absorb spirit rings according to the theoretical data of the spirit ring absorption limit. I'm afraid he would explode and die. As for Yu Xiaogang, he has the heart of a common soul master, so he put forward these common-sense martial soul theories. Qian Daoliu and his group of worshippers found it hypocritical and ridiculous. Because of this common sense, civilian soul masters will know almost everything as long as they attend the Soul Master Academy. These are not profound at all. If this Yu Xiaogang really has the heart of a civilian soul master, then they should contribute the soul meditation method and thunder body building technique inherited from their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. He uses these so-called 10 core competitive strengths of martial spirits and the theory of the limit of spirit ring absorption, two pure nonsense theories, to flaunt himself. It's totally hypocritical. Donger, you may have misunderstood Jir. Because we don't know Bibi Dong's current situation yet. Qian Daoliu couldn't help but speak earnestly, wanting to make Bibi Dong understand. Yu Xiaogang approached him with ulterior motives. The martial soul theory he proposed is just common sense and nonsense, and it cannot be considered a theory at all. As for Yu Xiaogang, he is a scheming, hypocritical and shameless villain and a waste. Not a good match at all. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But as soon as Qian Daoliu said that Yu Xiaogang approached her with ulterior motives, Bibi Dong became extremely excited. Xiaogang and I met while reading in the library. He has been reading in the library. How could he approach me on purpose? Qian Daoliu was speechless. So what if he has been reading in the library? There are so many people reading books in the library. Why doesn't he get to know someone else, but wants to get to know you and become friends with you? But unfortunately, no matter how Qian Daoliu analyzed and explained to Bibi Dong, Bibi Dong is very stubborn and doesn't believe Qian Daoliu's words at all. She just thought that her acquaintance with Yu Xiaogang was a marriage destined by heaven. It's a match made in heaven. On the side, Kyungsunji almost laughed. Lao Deng! Lao Deng, you have come to this day. Qian Daoliu is a good guy and a gentleman outside. But in front of his original self, he has always been a strict father. Now seeing Qian Daoliu's helpless look, Qian Sunji was extremely happy. Bibi Dong is a love-brained, paranoid person. Do you think she can be persuaded normally? Donger, let's not talk about why Yu Xiaogang is approaching you. But his martial spirit theory is not a theory at all. Instead, they plagiarized the knowledge in our Spirit Hall's collection of books, simply gathered it together, and claimed it as their own. But these theories all have big problems. Qian Daoliu earnestly pointed out the problems with Yu Xiaogang's martial spirit's 10 core competitive strengths one by one. He also raised the issue of the theory of soul ring absorption limit. Many devotees around him also chimed in and raised the issues they saw. But unfortunately, Bibi Dong is still stubborn and no one is willing to believe her. He even looked extremely disappointed. Grandpa Qian, fellow worshippers, it seems I have misjudged you. You guys are the kind of people who only look at the soul master's talent and strength. Because of Xiaogang's martial spirit and innate spirit power, you also look down on him and discriminate against him. Qian Daoliu and the many worshippers couldn't help but feel as disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. No. What are our identities? What is the identity of this Yu Xiaogang? A hypocritical, shameless, and extremely incompetent waste like him is not worthy of our attention. How could they deserve our contempt and discrimination? Father, uncles, do you understand now? It's not that I have to abolish her cultivation, seal her memory, and take out her soul bone. This is all her own fault. She was the one who insisted on leaving our spirit hall and being with that loser Yu Xiaogang. No matter what, I can't convince her. But Yu Xiaogang is from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. What she did is a complete betrayal of our spirit hall. Father, you should be very clear about the punishment for betrayers in all the major empires, kingdoms, principalities, and even soul master families and sects on the continent. I didn't choose to kill her. I was extremely merciful. After seeing Qian Daoliu and others, they were also extremely disappointed with Bibi Dong. At this time, Kyungsunji finally came over again, with a hint of sarcasm and sneer on his lips. Qian Daoliu did not answer, but asked with a disappointed look and a sigh. Donger, we've said so much, are you really unwilling to believe it at all? If we don't agree with you being with Yu Xiaogang, are you really planning to leave our spirit hall and elope with him? Believe? Bibi Dong was extremely indignant. She clenched her hands tightly, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice, and said excitedly. How can I believe it? Everything you said completely disparages Xiaogang and discriminates against him. But Xiaogang is not that kind of person at all. I think, Grandpa Qian, you are just like Qian Sunji. You chose to accept me into the spirit hall and treat me so well because you saw my talent. But in fact, you are only doing this because I am useful to the spirit hall. But the truth is, you don't care about my happiness at all. It's cold. My heart is cold. After hearing what Bibi Dong said, Qian Daoliu suddenly became disheartened and couldn't help but laugh at himself. I just feel that he is really blind. She actually treated an ungrateful, selfish, and ungrateful person as her own granddaughter all along. Ridiculous. How ridiculous. If this gets out, Qian Daoliu will lose all face. On the side, the faces of the worshippers were all very ugly, and their eyes were full of disappointment. But Bibi Dong doesn't know yet. Her ungrateful and selfish behavior has completely disappointed the only group of people who could help her. Because Qian Daoliu and the other priests had not changed their attitude towards her. Different from Kyungsunji. For a long time, Bibi Dong has been accustomed to the kindness of Kyungsunji, Qian Daoliu and many priests towards her. She's used to it, and without being forced, everyone obeys her. This time, she thought Kyungsunji was the only exception. But Kyungsunji is Qian Daoliu's son after all, and the younger generation of many worshippers. As long as Qian Daoliu and many priests chose to stand on her side, Qian Sunji had no choice but to let her leave and be with Yu Xiaogang. She thought that this time, she just had to throw a tantrum. Qian Daoliu and others could only agree with her idea. But alas, this time it's different. Jir, you did the right thing this time. Everything is left to you, just make your own decision. After being completely disappointed with Bibi Dong, Qian Daolio was silent for a moment and said to Qian Sunji. Then, due to the sadness in my heart, I didn't want to see Bibi Dong again. He turned around and floated towards the angel temple located in the offering hall area of the Douluo temple. The worshippers also remained silent and chose to leave. Only Kyung Sunji was left standing there. This time, Bibi Dong was really panicked. Grandpa Qian, fellow worshippers, why are you leaving? But in response to this, Kyung Sunji just sneered sarcastically and said indifferently. Bibi Dong, this Pope now declares that your position as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall has been abolished for apostasy. And this Pope will punish you by abolishing your cultivation, sealing your memory, and removing your soul bones. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Abandon your cultivation, dig out your soul bones, and expel you from Wuhan City. Chapter 6, Abandon your cultivation, dig out your soul bones, and expel you from Wuhan City. Please recommend and collect. In Douluo Hall, Kyung Sunji sneered and announced the verdict on Bibi Dong with an indifferent expression. Then, he immediately took action. The dazzling golden holy light filled the entire hall in an instant. No. Unexpectedly, Kyung Sunji actually did what he said. Bibi Dong's pretty face turned pale and she screamed in fear. He turned around and wanted to escape. Although, if she could be with Xiaogang, she would rather give up all her cultivation. But she doesn't want her soul bones to be taken away and become disabled. In that case, she would no longer be the perfect girl in Xiaogang's mind. But it's a pity. Bibi Dong is only in her early 20s now, and her cultivation level is only at the Soul King level. There was no way he could resist Kyung Sunji, who was already a titled Douluo. With just a flash of his body, Qian Sunji appeared behind Bibi Dong, slapped Bibi Dong on the back, and knocked her away. Bibi Dong fell heavily to the ground, her pretty face turned pale, and she vomited blood. Then, Kyung Sunji walked up slowly. He slapped Bibi Dong's abdomen with his palm. No. In a scream of pain, Bibi Dong's soul power was completely abolished. Then, Kyung Sunji took out a sharp sword and cut off Bibi Dong's left leg directly. For a moment, blood spurted out. A ball of silver-white light separated from Bibi Dong's broken leg. It took shape in the air and fell to the ground. It was a silver-white piece with a mirror-smooth surface, and it looked like the bone of the left calf. This leg bone is the left leg bone of the 10,000-year-old mirror shadow beast. Extremely precious. Although Kyung Sunji still wants to gain the recognition of the angel divine armor. Unable to absorb this precious 10,000-year mirror shadow beast soul bone. But this soul bone can greatly enhance the combat power of golden crocodile Douluo, blue Luan Douluo, or lion Douluo. But in the end, Qian Daoliu, Qian Sunji, and many other worshippers reached a consensus. Choosing to give this soul bone to Bibi Dong is a bet on the future of the Spirit Hall. But now it seems, this precious 10,000-year mirror shadow beast soul bone was obviously a wrong bet. An ungrateful, selfish, and ungrateful person like Bibi Dong is not worthy of absorbing such a precious soul bone. After cutting off Bibi Dong's left leg and taking away the left leg bone of the 10,000-year mirror shadow beast, Qian Sunji's face was extremely cold. After using the power of light to stop Bibi Dong's bleeding, he turned Bibi Dong over. This time, his goal is to take Bibi Dong's external soul bone, the six-winged purple wings. And after using a sharp sword to forcibly cut open the skin on Bibi Dong's back. Amid Bibi Dong's painful screams, Kyung Sunji forcibly pulled out the external soul bone, the six-winged purple wing. Bibi Dong obtained this external soul bone half a year ago. It has not yet completely merged with Bibi Dong. It can be pulled out forcefully. Finally, use the God-level sealing technique rewarded by the system. Sealed in Bibi Dong's mind. All the precious knowledge from the Spirit Hall, as well as the memories related to the secrets of the Spirit Hall. Looking at Bibi Dong lying on the ground, covered in blood, especially on her back, she was extremely weak and dying, with only a pair of bloodshot eyes filled with hatred and resentment. Kyung Sunji sneered. "All right. You have almost paid back what you owed us, Spirit Hall. From now on, you have nothing to do with us anymore. You can pursue your own happiness now. Someone is coming." Qian Sunji directly called over several Douluo warriors from the Douluo palace, pointed at Bibi Dong on the ground, and gave orders in a cold voice. "Take her out of here. Let someone treat her injuries first. Then kick her and that useless Yu Xiaogang out of Wuhan City immediately." "Yes. Because I saw with my own eyes that Bibi Dong was ungrateful and selfish. For a piece of trash from a hostile force, he actually wanted to betray the Spirit Hall. She looks like a little fairy." A group of Douluo warriors looked at Bibi Dong with disgust and loathing, lifted Bibi Dong up, and prepared to take her out of the Douluo palace. After treating Bibi Dong according to Kyung Sunji's instructions, drive Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang out of Wuhan City together, and then brought Bibi Dong out of the Douluo palace. After finding a healing auxiliary soul master to heal Bibi Dong's injuries, several Douluo warriors prepared to escort Bibi Dong to find Yu Xiaogang first, and then drive the two of them out of Wuhan City together. On the road, a Douluo warrior said sarcastically, "I really don't understand how there can be someone like you in this world who doesn't appreciate what he has. As the holy maiden of our Spirit Hall, you obviously have a promising future, are highly favored, and live the life that everyone dreams of. She was so ungrateful that she would rather betray our Spirit Hall and elope with him for a piece of trash. How ridiculous. Humph. You just take everything you enjoy for granted. And I was so well protected that I naively thought the outside world was the same." Another Douluo warrior snorted coldly. "But she will definitely regret it later." "Regret? I won't regret it." Although his injuries were healed, his cultivation was forcibly abolished and his soul bone was pulled out. Bibi Dong was still very weak. She walked with a limp, leaning on a cane. A hint of stubbornness and defiance flashed in her beautiful eyes. She doesn't think she will regret it at all. Her beloved Xiaogang is the most outstanding person in the world. She will definitely be happy with Xiaogang. And feeling the dull pain in her back and her limping left leg, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with hatred and resentment. And in the future, she will definitely ask Xiaogang to help her get revenge. Kyung Sunji, just wait. Under the escort of several Douluo warriors, finally, we arrived at the house that Yu Xiaogang rented. "Open the door quickly, open the door quickly." The Douluo warrior knocked on the door and shouted coldly. The door was opened quickly. A young man with ordinary looks, wearing a black coat with a white lining, not very tall, with short black hair, opened the door with a slightly tired look. After seeing the Douluo warriors and Bibi Dong outside the door, Yu Xiaogang was stunned. "Donger, what's wrong with you?" When Yu Xiaogang found out that Bibi Dong's left calf was missing, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart, and his face showed an expression of anxiety and concern. And after meeting Yu Xiaogang, it was discovered that Yu Xiaogang's aura seemed to be just that of a great soul master. The great soul master was in his 20s, had an ordinary appearance and a timid personality. All the Douluo warriors were speechless. Bibi Dong's choice is simply incomprehensible. You should worry about yourself. The Pope has ordered that you and Bibi Dong be expelled from the Spirit Hall immediately. Would you like to go on your own, or would you like us to invite you? A Douluo warrior on the side sneered. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Xiaogang, I have become a waste, will you still stay with me? Chapter 7 Xiaogang, I have become a waste, will you still be with me? Please recommend and collect. Hey guys, what's going on? Everything was fine, why did His Holiness the Pope suddenly want to kick me out? Upon learning that the Pope of the Spirit Hall was actually trying to drive him away, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but become a little anxious. The reason why he traveled thousands of miles from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan in Tiandu Imperial City to Wuhan City was to find a way to evolve his martial soul. And the reason why he got close to Bibi Dong. It is also to use Bibi Dong to achieve this goal. Now, his goal has not been achieved yet, how could he just leave like this for nothing? But I found that Yu Xiaogang didn't want to leave yet. A Douluo warrior sneered, stepped forward and knocked Yu Xiaogang to the ground with a slap. A slap left a red mark on Yu Xiaogang's face. This palm strike made Yu Xiaogang's head buzz. Xiaogang. It was seen that the Douluo warrior slapped Yu Xiaogang in the face without saying anything. Bibi Dong screamed anxiously, feeling heartbroken. He quickly limped over with his crutches. He helped Yu Xiaogang up and said angrily, "Don't hit anyone, let's just leave." After saying that, Bibi Dong pulled up Yu Xiaogang, who had been beaten to the point of being a little dazed. Under the escort of a group of Douluo warriors, they arrived at the gate of Wuhan City. Was kicked out. Go away. You are no longer welcome in the Spirit Hall. After driving Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang out, several Douluo warriors spoke with unfriendly and indifferent expressions, then turned and left. At this time, at the gate of Wuhan City, I saw Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang being driven out by the Douluo warriors. Be it the guards or the soul masters coming in and out of the city, they all couldn't help but talk and point fingers. For such a situation, neither Bibi Dong nor Yu Xiaogang could bear it. After they stood up, they quickly moved away from Wuhan City. Donger, what's going on? Why did His Holiness chase us away? What happened to your leg? After leaving Wuhan City, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but ask. He really doesn't understand. Everything was fine before. How did it suddenly become like this? He hasn't found a way to evolve his martial soul yet. Xiaogang. At this time, Bibi Dong suddenly stopped, looked at Yu Xiaogang with deep affection in her beautiful eyes, and said, "Xiaogang, do you remember what I told you? I will definitely stay with you. If the teacher doesn't agree, I will elope with you." Actually, I went to the teacher today and told him about this matter. What? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's face changed drastically and he was very frightened. Now, he finally understood why he was kicked out. It turned out to be Bibi Dong, who found the Spirit Hall Pope Jian Sunji and said she wanted to be with him. I guess the Pope of the Spirit Hall would not agree, and she even said she wanted to elope with him, but Yu Xiaogang just felt speechless. But before that, Bibi Dong went to him to talk about this matter. He said it very clearly. He is very considerate and caring about Bibi Dong. Now, he is not qualified enough and is not worthy of Bibi Dong. He hopes Bibi Dong will wait for a few more years. When he found a way to evolve his martial soul, he became a true master of martial soul theory. At that time, he would definitely go back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan in person and ask his father Yu Yuanzhen to come to the Spirit Hall to propose marriage for him. Of course, what Yu Xiaogang said was pure nonsense. It's just to buy time. Because he knew very well that he was a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. The Spirit Hall would never allow the most outstanding genius under its command, who was also the saint of the Spirit Hall, to be with people from other forces. He originally thought that with Bibi Dong's innocent and simple character, she could be easily fooled. I will definitely listen to him. And your heart will be deeply moved. But he never expected that Bibi Dong would be so bold. He went straight to the Spirit Hall Pope Jian Sunji and told him about this matter. But how could the Pope of the Spirit Hall agree to this? Yu Xiaogang just felt a little resentful. How could Bibi Dong, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, be so stupid as to do such a thing? It completely ruined my Yu Xiaogang's great plan. Xiaogang, I know you care about me. You said you're not worthy of me yet and you hope I'll wait for you for a few more years. But Xiaogang, I never think that it's a problem just because of lack of cultivation and talent. In my opinion, you are outstanding and completely worthy of me. so I don't want you to wait any longer. Bibi Dong looked like she didn't care about worldly opinions and just wanted to be with Yu Xiaogang, her pretty face full of excitement. But after listening to Bibi Dong's words, Yu Xiaogang seemed deeply moved, but in his heart he felt a little resentful and jealous. Yes. You, Bibi Dong, don't care about other people's talents and accomplishments. Who made you the owner of twin martial souls with full innate soul power and 2 top-level martial souls? If only I had your talent. I can be like you. I originally thought that as long as I find the teacher, oh no. It's that damned guy Kyung Sunji, tell him about this. As long as I show that I would rather die than be with you. Based on the love he has shown me before, he will definitely agree for us to be together in the end. As she spoke, Bibi Dong couldn't help but clench her jade hands, her pretty face full of anger and resentment. But I didn't expect that I finally got him to agree that we could be together. But he wants me to pay back everything I owe to the Spirit Hall. They abolished my cultivation, cut off my left leg, and forcibly took out my soul bone. At that time, I actually went to the worship hall. I thought that the worshippers in the worship hall who watched me grow up and loved me very much would speak up for me. I didn't expect that they are actually the same as Kyung Sunji. The more Bibi Dong spoke, the more resentful and angry she became. Xiaogang. Now I finally understand, what you said is indeed right. Whether it's this fellow Jian Sunji or the worshippers in the Hall of Worship, they accepted me into the Hall of Martial Spirits and treated me so well because I was born with a twin martial spirit with full spiritual power. They don't care about my happiness at all. Otherwise, why would they do this to me? Bibi Dong's punch wiped out the avenue. On the side, Yu Xiaogang was sweating profusely as he listened. No. Do you really believe it? At that time, he said this in order to win Bibi Dong's favor. He had ulterior motives in speaking about the Spirit Hall. In that case, wouldn't it seem that the love between them is even more pure and precious? But he really didn't expect that Bibi Dong actually believed it. Xiaogang. At this time, Bibi Dong's voice sounded again. This frightened Yu Xiaogang. There is no way. I feel uneasy. After all, Bibi Dong ended up like this because of his deception. If Bibi Dong found out about this, he would know that he was lying to her. Then he is dead. Xiaogang. You said before that no matter what the future holds, no matter what I become, you will love me and stay with me. Now that I have left the Spirit Hall, I no longer have the identity of the Spirit Hall's saintess, and I no longer have a powerful cultivation base. Even becoming disabled, will you still stay with me? Bibi Dong plucked up her courage and looked at Yu Xiaogang with her beautiful eyes. He asked with anxiety and anticipation in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. Affectionate Yu Xiaogang, I will take you to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Chapter 8. Affectionate Yu Xiaogang, I will take you back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, please recommend and collect. Yes. Of course I will. Yu Xiaogang replied without hesitation and decisively. The look he gave Bibi Dong was full of affection. Although she heard Bibi Dong say that she had lost her status as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and her cultivation had been abolished and became disabled. This has basically lost its value. But when I think about the time since I left the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan until now, none of them have found a way to make Wuhan Luo Sanbao evolve back into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yu Xiaogang was really unwilling to accept this. And despite that, Bibi Dong has now become a useless person. But after all, she was the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and her identity is there. He must know many secrets of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, his appearance is also extremely outstanding. In addition, he is also the owner of twin martial souls with innate full soul power. If Bibi Dong could be brought back, it will definitely make those people in the sect who discriminate against and look down on me look at me with new eyes. If his father saw it, he would be surprised that he could actually bring the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall back with him and make her his wife. It will definitely be shocking. and extremely happy. Because soul masters give birth to offspring. The martial spirit and talent of offspring are closely related to the martial spirit and talent of their parents. My martial soul and talent are a little lacking. But if I could have children with Bibi Dong, their children will definitely have outstanding martial arts spirits and talents. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang became very excited. Donger, I know it's all because of me that you've become what you are now. Yu Xiaogang continued to gaze at Bibi Dong affectionately and spoke sincerely. But don't worry, I will definitely be responsible for you to the end. Since the Spirit Hall has abandoned you, I will take you back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan and ask my father to grant us a marriage. A marriage granted. Bibi Dong's delicate and beautiful face was blushing, and her pair of snow-white hands were clenched tightly together. I was so excited that I almost fainted. Xiaogang, let's go back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan now. Bibi Dong said excitedly and eagerly. At the same time, Wuhan City. Pope's Palace. He personally destroyed Bibi Dong. After helping Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang, he had them driven out of Wuhan City. Ding! It was detected that after the host abolished Bibi Dong's cultivation, sealed her memory, and dug out her soul bone, it helped Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang to be together. This behavior subverts the plot and has a huge impact on the future destiny of Douluo continent. Congratulations to the host, you have received the following rewards: Soul Evolution Opportunity X1, Golden Dragon Bloodline, and Skill, Holy Sun Blazing Sun. In my mind, the cold mechanical sound of the subversion system sounded. The next moment, Kyungsunji's consciousness was suddenly pulled into a pitch-black space. In this dark space, I saw a statue wearing a gorgeous golden battle suit, with a tall figure, 3 pairs of white wings on his back, and his whole body was shrouded in dazzling golden holy light. The face of the stunning figure could not be seen, and he stood there like a statue of a god. This is none other than the 6-winged angel, the divine martial spirit passed down by the Qian family. The next moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from the 6-winged angel's martial spirit. Under the transformation of golden light, the shape of the 6-winged angel martial spirit began to change constantly. The originally tall, curvaceous female figure quickly transformed into an upright, broad-chested, and broad-shouldered masculine figure. The face that was unclear quickly became clear and turned into Kyungsunji's face. In addition, the clothes on his body also turned into a gorgeous golden armor. Behind it, 3 pairs of pure white wings began to change color gradually, starting from the roots, and gradually turned into a dazzling gold color. At the same time, 3 pairs of wings spread out from behind. In the end, the 6-winged angel martial spirit suddenly turned into a man wearing golden armor and having the same face as Kyungsunji. A 12-winged angel martial spirit with 6 pairs of golden wings spread out behind it. And after the opportunities for the ultimate evolution of martial souls have been released. Immediately afterwards, a burst of scorching warm current suddenly surged into Kyungsunji's body. It quickly flowed through his limbs and bones, and poured into every cell in his body. Kyungsunji suddenly felt a strong tingling and itching coming from deep inside every cell. It felt like countless needles were constantly pricking my body. I want to force something into every cell. Sudden onset of such pain. This made Kyungsunji sit up suddenly, his back leaning against the throne and his head tilted back. He grabbed the back of the throne with both hands, cold sweat broke out all over his body and his body twitched wildly. He clenched his teeth and tried not to scream. Fuck! Why does it hurt so much? But soon, it was all over. After integrating the Golden Dragon bloodline, the transformation was completed. Kyungsunji let out a long sigh and sat up again. He felt a terrifying force that seemed to be able to overturn mountains and seas, filling his entire body. Now, he probably doesn't even need soul power or soul skills. Just relying on his physical strength, he was able to punch a big hole in the wall of the Pope's palace with one punch, but this is obviously not worth trying. Otherwise, Lao Deng would probably kick his butt to pieces. And finally, a stream of information also poured into Kyungsunji's mind. This is the information about the skill Holy Sun rewarded by the system. Holy Sun Blazing Sun is not the martial soul meditation method of Douluo continent, but a martial art similar to that of the martial arts world. Capable of absorbing the sun's energy. Cultivate the power of the Holy Sun that possesses both the purification of holy light and the explosion of the sun. When Shengyang Liuri cultivates to the highest level, he does not need faith to condense into a god, nor does he need to abandon his physical body. He can cultivate to the level of a god with his mortal body. This made Kyungsunji stunned, and he couldn't help but feel excited and happy, and he said to himself, "These are really good things." Pope's Palace. Inside the Soul Skill Testing Hall. After the martial soul evolves, Qian Sunji was dressed in a gorgeous golden papal robe and summoned the 12-winged angel spirit to possess his body. His tall and handsome figure was shrouded in dazzling golden holy light. 6 pairs of dazzling golden wings spread out behind him. Prepare to test the changes in the power of the martial soul's soul skills after evolution. The first soul skill, Angel Assault. On Kyungsunji's handsome face, his sword-like brows slightly frowned, and with a low shout, he activated his first soul skill. The right fist suddenly burst into dazzling golden light, and a light shield condensed in front. He punched a humanoid statue made of steel in front of him. Boom! After the golden shield of light hit the humanoid statue, the ultimate sacred energy burst out and turned into dazzling golden light that filled the hall. Under the reflection of the golden light, the air seemed to be stirring up waves of distortion. I saw that under Kyungsunji's punch, the powerful force and burst of divine energy created a deep dent in the chest of the humanoid statue made of steel. At this moment, a burst of hurried and respectful shouts suddenly came from outside the door. "Greetings to Bishop Ling Yuan." Ling Yuan. Kyungsunji raised his eyebrows slightly, stopped his movements, released the 12-winged angel's martial spirit from possessing him, and turned around to look. A beautiful woman who looked to be in her early 20s, tall, with curvaceous figure, and wearing a black off-shoulder tight leather jacket with feather patterns walked in. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and her bangs slanted to the right, slightly covering the corners of her eyes, highlighting her beautiful light golden eyes under her curved eyebrows. On this beautiful face, the facial features are very delicate and three-dimensional, the nose is straight and the lips are bright and red. A pair of golden earrings hang under the crystal-like earlobes. It adds a touch of refinement and luxury. This is exactly the Ling Yuan Douluo of the Spirit Hall in the future. But now, the cultivation level of this Ling Yuan Douluo is only at the Soul Sage level. Because he is about the same age as Kyungsunji, he has been serving Kyungsunji since he was a child. It can be said that she is Kyungsunji's maid. Brother Ji. As soon as she entered the door, Ling Yuan's delicate and beautiful face was filled with anger and resentment. She walked towards me quickly with her long snow-white legs and lotus steps. The author thought about the system rewards for this chapter and felt that they were a bit too high and would not have much effect in the short term. I just modified it a bit, please forgive me. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Scar Brother belonging to Yu Xiaogang is here. Chapter 9, Scar Brother belonging to Yu Xiaogang is here, please recommend and collect. I heard that Bibi Dong actually fell for a loser named Yu Xiaogang. I would rather betray our spirit hall than elope with him. Is she blind? Brother Ji, Uncle Qian, and so many other uncles are so kind to her, can't she feel it? What kind of charm does that loser have that has mesmerized her to this extent? She's simply possessed. Ling Yuan's delicate and beautiful face was full of anger, and her fair hands were clenched into fists, full of resentment. Brother Chicken. The corner of Kyungsunji's mouth twitched. I'm really speechless about the original body's crappy name. I was also a little annoyed about Jiande Oliu's naming. This old deng, what good name should he give to his original body? Why did he choose the name Kyungsunji? How should others call him? Smoked chicken broth no one can say this. On the contrary, we were so good to her that she took everything for granted. In response to Ling Yuan's indignation, Qian Sunji took a deep breath, put his hands behind his back, and said lightly, "As for that loser, he doesn't have much charm. But it may be that this Bibi Dong has been living in our Wuhan city all along. As my disciple Qian Sunji and the saint of our spirit hall, she has been exposed to young men with outstanding talents and looks since she was a child. I've eaten so much of these delicacies that I'm a little sick of them. On the contrary, I think the brand has a different flavor." Qian Sunji was full of ridicule and sneer. "This is really true." Ling Yuan shook her head, feeling helpless and speechless. "By the way, Ling Yuan, don't call me Brother Ji from now on. Call me Brother Sun instead. Brother Ji's name sounds ugly to me." After talking about Bibi Dong, Qian Sunji pretended to downplay it and gave a reminder. "What's wrong, Brother Ji? I think it sounds pretty good." Ling Yuan blinked her beautiful light golden eyes, a little confused, and muttered to herself. But she didn't argue with Qian Sunji. After all, Qian Sunji is the honorable pope. And now, Ling Yuan is just a weak, pitiful, and helpless little maid serving the noble pope. "Oh, by the way, Brother Ji Sun, this is Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang. Are we just going to let them go?" As if he had thought of something, Ling Yuan waved his fist and said indignantly. "He he." Qian Sunji sneered, and a hint of coldness flashed in his golden eyes. "Don't worry, I certainly won't let them leave so easily. I have already arranged for Yu Xiaogang to receive a punishment that will definitely make him suffer beyond mortal endurance. As for Bibi Dong, she will also get the punishment she deserves." The other side. After leaving Wuhan City, because Bibi Dong had one leg cut off by Qian Sunji, she became disabled. So, in the nearest city, Yu Xiaogang hired a carriage to take the two of them to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect near Tiandu Imperial City. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The carriage crossed mountains and rivers and finally arrived at the border of the Tiandu Empire. Not far away, there is a road that leads to the Tiandu Empire. This is a canyon. There are high mountains on both sides, and only a narrow passage in the middle for passage. Soon, the carriage drove into the canyon. "Young ones, come on!" Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. I saw a group of masked men in black clothes jumping out from one side of the mountain, shouting and yelling, and rushing down the hillside. One in front and one behind, they blocked the carriage that Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong were riding in the canyon. Finding that his road was blocked by a group of bandits, the driver reined in his horse in panic. In the carriage, Bibi Dong grabbed Yu Xiaogang's arm, very panicked. "Xiaogang, there are robbers, what should we do?" If it were in the past, Bibi Dong would definitely not be afraid of anything. But now, without her powerful cultivation, Bibi Dong has become an ordinary girl. "Don't worry, Donger. They are just some ordinary bandits, leave them to me." Yu Xiaogang had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem and was still comforting Bibi Dong in a soft voice. Then, he got off the carriage with his hands behind his back and a calm face. Although as a soul master, he is a waste. But facing a group of ordinary bandits, he was not afraid at all. After getting off the carriage, Yu Xiaogang's mind moved, and he summoned his martial soul Luo Sanbao at the first opportunity. There was a flash of purple light. It looks like a piglet, with short and thick limbs, covered with purple and white hair, a small tail behind it, a pair of ears the size of a palm fan on both sides, and a pair of big round eyes. Moreover, the martial spirit with a physical form suddenly appeared in front of Yu Xiaogang. At the same time, two circles of yellow soul rings rose from under Yu Xiaogang's feet and surrounded his body. "I am a soul master, I advise you to get out of here right away. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." After summoning his martial soul Luo Sanbao, Yu Xiaogang put his hands behind his back, his face was cold and majestic, and he shouted sternly. "I thought that by showing my identity as a soul master, I could scare away these bandits. But Yu Xiaogang didn't expect this. This group of bandits burst into laughter as if they had seen a joke. Haha! What can a piggy-like spirit like yours do to us? Young ones, come on! At the bandit leader's disdainful shout, a group of bandits rushed up, shouting and holding steel knives. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang's face looked a little ugly, but there was nothing he could do. He could only command Luo Sanbao to rush out quickly, while at the same time activating his soul power to strengthen his body. He walked towards the group of bandits. If they were ordinary bandits, they would probably not be a match for Yu Xiaogang. But unfortunately, these bandits are not ordinary bandits. But it was a surprise that Kyung Sunji prepared for Yu Xiaogang. Only a scream was heard. Luo Sanbao, who was leading the charge, was unexpectedly chopped into two halves by a single knife, and exploded into a sky full of soul power spots. What? Yu Xiaogang's face changed drastically. He had never expected this to happen. There is something wrong with this group of bandits. But when Luo Sanbao was kicked to death, Yu Xiaogang was instantly hit back. His face suddenly turned pale, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body shook, and he fell to the ground. Xiaogang! In the carriage, Bibi Dong's eyes instantly turned red and she made a heart-wrenching sound. Humph! For a loser like you, I'm going to rob you. A group of bandits came up and kicked Yu Xiaogang with disdain. Wow! There's another little beauty. At this time, a bandit discovered Bibi Dong. His eyes suddenly lit up. He whistled, rubbed his hands, grinned lasciviously, and walked towards the carriage. He discovered that the soul master he was carrying couldn't even defeat ordinary bandits. The driver also cursed Yu Xiaogang in his heart as a waste. At this time, they had already run together, squatted down, and shivered. Don't come over here. I'm telling you, I'm the saint of the spirit hall. If you dare to touch me, you will definitely not have a good ending. When Bibi Dong found out that the bandit had set his eyes on her, her pretty face turned pale, filled with panic and fear. He quickly used his previous identity to scare off the bandits. You, the holy maiden of the spirit hall? You are kidding. One of the robbers was full of disdain and looked unconvinced. But the leading man in black walked over and frowned. Forget it. This woman is so beautiful, and her clothes and temperament are not ordinary. I'm afraid her background is not simple. Let's not make any more trouble, just grab the things and leave. Okay. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he found that Bibi Dong was fine, lying on the ground with a pale face, blood at the corners of her mouth, and very weak. If something is stolen, it is stolen. I'm glad Bibi Dong is okay. He doesn't want to be cuckolded. But at this moment, a rough voice was heard. Brother, we won't touch this woman. So, there's nothing wrong with this kid, right? Among a group of black-clad bandits, there was only one man who was tall and muscular, with a shiny bald head. A scar running diagonally downward like a centipede was particularly conspicuous on his face. The ferocious man rubbed his hands, laughed, and looked at Yu Xiaogang. What? Yu Xiaogang was suddenly struck by lightning and his whole body froze. No. No way. This kid looks ordinary, and his martial arts spirit is so useless. You can do whatever you want with him. The big brother in black glanced at Yu Xiaogang and said casually. Thank you, brother. Scar licked his lips, the scar on his face trembled, and he laughed. Boy! You are so delicate and gentle, Scar, like guys like you the most. Don't worry. Your brother Scar will definitely train you well and give you an experience you will never forget. As he said that, Scar rubbed his hands and walked towards Yu Xiaogang. No. No. Yu Xiaogang's face was filled with fear, and he kept struggling backwards. But he still couldn't outrun Scar. Soon, Scar rushed over with a grim smile and grabbed Yu Xiaogang's leg. Boy, Come back here. The next moment, Scar began to teach Yu Xiaogang a lesson. A series of shrill screams suddenly rang out. The surrounding birds were startled. Well, I still think this anime version of Luo Sanbao is a bit ugly. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Target, Ice and Fire 2 Yin Eyes. Chapter 10 Target, Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, please recommend and collect. Wuhan City, the Pope's Palace. The magnificent dome-shaped building rises from the hill. The exquisite glazed dome, under the sunlight, radiates colorful rays of light, which is magnificent. At this time, on the dome of the Pope's Palace, Kyungsunji was wearing a white dress that was mainly white with exquisite and gorgeous golden patterns and ornaments, similar to a suit. Her long golden hair was combed neatly and draped over her shoulders. He sat cross-legged on the dome with his eyes closed. Because of his practice of Holy Sun, his body glowed with a faint golden light, and his handsome and flawless face, illuminated by the colorful light, looked like a god on earth. At this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly flew over from a distance. That was Ling Yuan, who was wearing a black tight leather jacket, had a tall and hot figure, delicate looks, and a beautiful temperament. At this time, a pair of fiery red soul power wings spread out behind Ling Yuan. After coming to Kyungsunji, although it was not the first time I saw Kyungsunji, he had changed his clothes and had a completely new look. But a hint of surprise flashed across Ling Yuan's beautiful eyes, and she bowed respectfully to Kyungsun. Your Holiness, Bishop Yuegwan has been brought here. Hearing this, Kyungsunji slowly opened his eyes, exhaled lightly, and ended his training in the Holy Sunday. Stand up from the dome. When Ling Yuan bowed and lowered her head, revealing the surging peaks of her chest, a blush appeared on her fair face. Kyungsunji couldn't help but smile slightly and nodded with satisfaction. Good. Good, it seems that my change of clothes is effective. This little Ling Yuan's face is red. Qian Sunji spent a long time wandering around Wuhan City before deciding on this outfit. He was speechless about the original body's aesthetic taste. He was originally quite handsome, but he insisted on wearing a set of flashy golden armor and a bright red cloak every day. She also insisted on wearing a papal crown on her head that covered half of her face and did not highlight her appearance at all. It's so ugly. In his original form, he was dressed like this. As the Pope, he must wear the Pope suit to demonstrate his majesty. But Kyungsunji felt that it was not necessary, the Pope's majesty cannot be demonstrated by his attire. The key is to have unparalleled strength, which brings confidence and momentum. You must also have strong abilities and skills to lead the Spirit Hall to become bigger and stronger and to create greater glory. Let all the soul masters of the Spirit Hall respect and admire from the bottom of their hearts. Just do this. Even if he doesn't wear the papal mitre. But who dares not respect his status as Pope? However, in terms of strength, Kyungsunji has just broken through to the titled Douluo realm not long ago and is currently only level 92. There is no way to dominate the world. But strength is temporary, but handsomeness is lifelong. As a time traveler, I finally became a handsome guy. Kyungsunji felt that he should tidy himself up. Now it seems that the effect is not bad. And after Ling Yuan came to report, a big red figure also flew quickly across the roofs of the buildings and soon came in front of Kyungsunji. The man was wearing a bright red bishop's robe, with a tall and slender figure, long golden hair, a feminine and handsome face, and smoky makeup on his eyes. His looks were only slightly inferior to Kyungsunji's. It was the famous Jew Douluo Yuguan. Of course, this is in the future. Because it is only February 2615 in the Douluo calendar, and it is still 15 years since the original protagonist Tang San was born. The current Yuguan is still just a contra. In the Spirit Hall, he is just a red cardinal with decent strength. Your subordinate Yuguan greets His Holiness the Pope. I wonder if His Holiness the Pope asked Miss Ling Yuan to summon me. Is there anything he needs to tell me? I didn't expect to be summoned by His Holiness the Pope alone. Yu Guan seemed very nervous and excited when he arrived, and he quickly bowed respectfully to Kyungsuan. Bishop Yueguan, don't be nervous. I came to you because I want to ask you something. I heard that your Yu family has been studying flowers and plants for generations. Does your family have any books that record various rare medicinal herbs? Kyungsunji patted Yueguan's shoulder and asked with a smile as warm as the sun. As a traveler from Douluo continent, since he wanted to pursue strength, he must not miss the famous Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire Immortal Grass Dungeon. But Kyungsunji knew the approximate location of Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. In the Sunset Forest. But he was not very clear about the various medicinal herbs and magical herbs inside. I only know a few that appear in novels. But the magical herbs and rare elixirs growing around the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire are definitely more than just those that appeared in the original novel. This made Kyungsunji think of Yueguan. Because he remembered that Yu Guan recognized the acacia heartbroken red in the novel. I know this is magic grass. There are rumors online that the Yueguan family has a book that records various magical herbs and rare elixirs. Although I don't know whether it is true or not, Kyungsunji feels that I can try to ask. Yes, Your Holiness, our Yu family has inherited a book that records various rare spiritual medicines. Because the highest level spiritual medicines recorded in the classics are all immortal herbs of the same level as our Yu family's Qirong Tongdianju martial spirit. That's why it's also called the Immortal Herb Illustrated Record. Yu Guan didn't expect Kyungsunji to ask this. He was very surprised, but he still replied respectfully. Your Holiness, do you need this Immortal Herb Atlas now? If necessary, I can go home immediately and bring it to present to His Holiness the Pope. Although I am reluctant to part with the family heirloom picture album of magical herbs. But thinking that he had already memorized all the information about the elixir, he could just make another copy. For progress. Yu Guan gritted his teeth and said. I didn't expect that there really was a catalogue of magical herbs, and Kyungsunji was very happy. But he smiled. You don't have to offer it, but this Pope needs to borrow it for a while. Soon, Yu Guan returned home and brought back the catalogue of magical herbs. After receiving the catalogue of magical herbs, Kyungsunji prepared to go to Douluo Palace. Douluo Temple, Temple of Angels. The Angel Temple is extremely large and magnificent, and houses statues of angel gods. Qiandaolio was wearing a golden robe and a dark green cape. His long golden hair was neatly draped over his shoulders. His sword-like brows were slightly wrinkled on his face, which looked a bit vicissitudes of life. Said to Kyungsunji who was beside him. Jir, you suddenly asked me to call your uncle's golden crocodile, blue luan, and lion. What's the matter? Jir. Kyungsunji really couldn't hold it in any longer and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. I say, Father, can you please stop calling me Jir? Can't you ask me to find my son or my son? I think the name Jir is a bit indecent. What do you mean by indecent? Qiandaolio was very unhappy and acted like a father, starting to teach his son a lesson. Ji Tongji, I feel great. You know, because your mother's martial spirit is not very good and her cultivation is not very high, I was very worried that she would not be able to give birth to you. If I gave birth to you, your body and talents would also be defective, so I specifically named you Kyungsunji. Look for illness, look for good luck. This name has a good meaning. Father, call me whatever you like. Kyungsunji was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. But now I can't beat Lao Deng, so I can only hold it in for now. But when I become stronger than you, I will suppress you severely. That's right, Jir. You haven't told me yet. You asked me to call your uncle's golden crocodile, blue luan, and lion. What's the matter? Qiandaolio frowned again and asked. Don't worry, Father. I have something good to tell you uncles. Kyungsunji smiled confidently and said. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 My son Sunji has the potential to become a god. Chapter 11. My son Kyungsunji has the potential to become a god. Please recommend and collect. Brother, what's the matter with you suddenly coming to us? Douluo Palace, in the Temple of Angels. At Qiandaoliu's call, the other three great priests of the Temple of Worship, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Blue Luan Douluo and Lion Douluo, soon arrived together. Before the person arrived, the rough voice of the Lion Douluo was heard. Because now, it is still 15 years since Tang San was born in the original novel. So now it is the worship hall. Including Lao Deng Qiandaoliu, there are only 4 worshippers in total. Qiandaoliu is naturally already an extreme Douluo now. Golden Crocodile Douluo is older than Qiandaoliu and has already reached level 98. However, the 2 great priests, Qingluan Douluo and Xiangxi Douluo, have much lower cultivation levels than when they appeared in the original novel. Both of them are only level 96 now. As for the original novel, Guangling Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Jiangmo Douluo are the 5th, 6th and 7th priests. Now his cultivation is still below level 95, and he is serving as an elder in the Elder Hall. It's not me who wants to look for you, it's Jir who asked me to call you over. He said he had some good news for you. Qiandaoliu shook his head and spoke. He glanced at Kyungsunji, who still had a confident smile on his face but was pretending to be mysterious. Qiandaoliu was very skeptical about the so-called good news. No way, what kind of person is this son of his who was born in his old age? As a father, doesn't he know that this kid has had average abilities and talents since he was a child, and his talent for cultivation is also mediocre? Apart from the fact that she handled the Bibi Dong matter before, which made him look at her with new eyes, there was no other outstanding performance. Among their thousands of generations of descendants, they are the worst group. This time, he wanted to take a look. What good can come from this kid? It is worth specially calling the Golden Crocodile, Blue Phoenix, and Lion over. Uncles, I have something very important to ask and I need your help. After Golden Crocodile Douluo, Blue Luan Douluo and Lion Douluo came over, Kyungsunji adjusted his demeanor and showed a very solemn and serious expression. Your Majesty, the Pope has given an order, and we will certainly obey it. Golden Crocodile Douluo, Blue Luan Douluo, and Lion Douluo were confused, but they did not hesitate and spoke in unison. In response to this, Kyungsun smiled with satisfaction, as if he was lost in memories, with a look of longing in his eyes, and said with emotion, actually, it's not a big deal. Just a few days ago, I suddenly received divine revelation from a god with boundless power, who is extremely noble and majestic. He told me that in the Sunset Forest, there is a place of ice and fire, a divine place of supernatural beauty. There are many rare spiritual medicines growing there, some of which even have the effect of evolving martial spirits and improving cultivation, which can greatly enhance the strength of our Wuhan Hall. I hope the 3 uncles can go with me to find this place. For the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Although no matter whether the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire have been discovered and occupied by Douluo or not, with Kyungsunji's strength, he can easily defeat them, but it's been a while since I traveled through time. Kyungsunji discovered it. He is the Pope now. But in front of Lao Deng Qiandaoliu, he really had no dignity at all. Whenever Lao Deng disagreed with something, he would scold him like a good son. Well, although this body of his is indeed Lao Deng's son, but Kyungsunji still couldn't accept the way he got along with Lao Deng. He must change all this, therefore, he thought of using the system's rewards and the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to create the appearance of being chosen by a very powerful god. This also explains the various miracles and prophecies he will display in the future. You kid, you want divine revelation. But when he heard Qiansunji's words, Qiandaoliu snorted disdainfully, full of disbelief. I wonder if you found a treasure from some legendary biography and tried to flatter yourself. Kyungsunji was very unhappy. Is there anyone like you who is a boss? Your son is saying something so solemnly and seriously, and you, an old man, are the first one to ruin his speech. Fortunately, he had already prepared for the slap in the face. "Father, I know you may not believe it, but..." Kyungsunji smiled faintly, and at this moment it was as if the Dragon King was possessed. The corners of his mouth raised sharply, and his mind moved. In a burst of dazzling golden light, a figure wearing golden armor, with a slender and tall figure, and a face identical to Kyungsunji, with 6 pairs of golden wings spread out on his back, suddenly emerged. At the same time, 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black suddenly rose one after another from under his feet and surrounded his body. This. When he saw the 12-winged angel spirit emerging behind Kyungsunji, Qian Daoliu's originally disbelieving expression suddenly froze on his face, and his eyes instantly became extremely shocked and dull. 10. 12 wings. How come this kid's martial soul turned into a 12-winged angel? Moreover, the appearance of this martial soul is no longer that of the divine ancestor. Instead, he turned into this brat. Is it possible that there really is an extremely powerful god, even one that surpasses the ancestor god, who has taken a fancy to this brat? Although it is hard to believe. But the 12-winged angel spirit behind Qian Sunji actually proved everything, after his face was stunned for a while. Qian Daoliu's expression seemed to change, and he suddenly burst into laughter with excitement and joy. Okay. 12-winged angel martial spirit, I didn't expect that your martial spirit could evolve into the legendary 12-winged angel martial spirit. It seems that my son has really been chosen by a noble god. My son has the potential to become a god. My son has the potential to become a god. Qian Daoliu was filled with excitement and laughed uncontrollably while looking up to the sky. Kyungsunji, my old father. You shouldn't say that. The last person who said that to his son, the grass on both his and her graves must be several feet high. The corners of Kyungsunji's mouth twitched, he really couldn't hold it in any longer. And after Kyungsunji displayed the 12-winged angel martial spirit, the god behind Kyungsunji can definitely be real since he can evolve the divine martial spirit. And it is endorsed by a noble and great god. The existence of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire is absolutely certain. Your Holiness, is the treasure land where many rare spiritual medicines grow in the Sunset Forest. Let's go there now. The lion Douluo immediately said excitedly. Okay, then 3 uncles, let's set off now. Kyungsunji smiled with satisfaction. Because everything has been arranged already. Kyungsunji also immediately prepared to take Golden Crocodile Douluo, Blue Luan Douluo and Lion Douluo to Sunset Forest. Well, let's take Xiaoling Yuan with us as well. Away from home. As the Honorable Pope, he must be served by someone. And starting from Wuhan City, Qian Sunji took the Golden Crocodile Douluo, Blue Luan Douluo, Lion Douluo, and Ling Yuan, and headed straight for the Sunset Forest surrounding the Tiandu Imperial City. Because they can all fly. So it only took a little over a day. Kyungsunji brought people to the Sunset Forest. On the other side, deep in the forest at sunset. On top of a tall and steep peak with clouds and mist shrouded its top. In it, there was a small valley filled with white mist. Next to a pool of water with alternating ice blue and scarlet red, which looks like a Tai Chi diagram of ice and fire. A man wearing a green robe, with a tall and thin figure, long grey hair neatly combed behind his head, and a finger-long white beard around his mouth and chin. A middle-aged man with a cold and evil appearance and a gloomy temperament sat cross-legged, meditating and practicing. It's Douluo. Suddenly, I seemed to sense something from nowhere. Douluo inexplicably felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart, and he suddenly opened his eyes, full of surprise and doubt. Wuhan Hall Worship Group. End of this chapter. Chapter 12. Douluo was sweating profusely. Chapter 12. Douluo was sweating profusely. Please recommend and collect. Sunset Forest. Eyes of Ice and Fire. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? After being awakened by the sudden feeling of uneasiness in his heart, Douluo could not help but frown, stand up and talk to himself. Could it be that those 10,000-year-old spirit beasts that had been entrenched in this area before, I have not yet eradicated them completely? A 10,000-year-old soul beast has returned and wants to snatch this place from me. Or does someone want to seize my herb garden? Although this yin-yang eye of ice and fire is currently occupied by Douluo, it is not a treasure land inherited by the Douluo family. Instead, it was discovered by Douluo in the Sunset Forest by accident. At that time, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire were occupied by a rare and powerful Medusa, whose cultivation had reached 70,000 years. There are many powerful 10,000-year-old soul beasts living in the surrounding area. For example, the 10,000-year-old three-headed blood demon snake, the 10,000-year-old ghost-faced scorpion, the 10,000-year-old scorpion-tailed lion, etc. These soul beasts all know the existence of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and some are even the former owners of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. But because he couldn't defeat Medusa, he was driven out. But they always covet the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and are unwilling to leave. Douluo set up a poison array and killed these 10,000-year soul beasts by constantly luring them into the array. It nibbled away at the mountain little by little, and eventually surrounded the mountain where the yin-yang eye of ice and fire was located. After luring out the Medusa soul beast and killing it, occupies the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. And after killing Medusa, Douluo was extremely lucky as he got a soul bone, which was the skull of Medusa. However, after descending the mountain and looking around, they didn't find anything. Douluo couldn't help but shake his head, feeling that he was overthinking. There is a poison array set up by him. Even a 100,000-year-old soul beast would not be able to break through his poison formation so easily. As for people, after he got this medicine garden, he never revealed this matter to anyone. It's impossible that anyone knows this. And even if someone knew, he would not be afraid at all. A hint of pride flashed in Douluo's eyes. Because he has set up a large number of poison arrays on this mountain and its surrounding areas. This is his home court. Unless a titled Douluo comes, no one can defeat him in his territory, and just then. Suddenly, in the distance, there was a sound of breaking air. I saw 5 figures approaching quickly from the air. Your Holiness, is this the place? Before anyone arrived, a rough and loud voice sounded from the air. When I saw 5 figures approaching from the air, the leader was a handsome man with long golden hair, his whole body shrouded in brilliant golden light, 6 pairs of golden wings spread out behind him. Beside him, there was a man and a woman. Behind the 2 of them, a pair of green and red soul wings were spread out respectively. In addition to these, there were 2 tall and burly men, wearing golden armor and red armor respectively, flying in the air. They were Kyungsunji, Ling Yuan and the 3 great priests, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Blue Luan Douluo and Lion Douluo. When they saw Golden Crocodile Douluo and Lion Douluo flying in the air, Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted and he was sweating all over. No way! Titled Douluo. And there are at least 2. For a moment, Douluo just couldn't hold it anymore. Thinking back to how confident I was before, I felt that no one could defeat me here unless a titled Douluo came. He wanted to slap himself a few times. What a crow's mouth, but we are just a contra. Arrange at least 2 titled Douluo to serve me right away. What virtue and ability do I, Douluo, have? My name is Douluo, nice to meet the Pope. And there are several titled Douluo. Through the 6 pairs of golden wings behind Kyungsunji and the words just now by the Lion Douluo, Douluo knew it instantly. The person who came was the Spirit Hall's Pope Qiansunji, leading the Spirit Hall's titled Douluo. Seeing Qiansunji and his men landing, Douluo hurried forward to greet them. He forced a smile and bowed respectfully to greet him. Is there anyone else here? When he discovered Douluo, the Lion Douluo frowned, somewhat surprised, but soon he shouted disdainfully in a loud and nonchalant voice. Douluo? We at Spirit Hall want this place, you can get lost now. Douluo's face flushed instantly, and he was extremely angry, but he suppressed his anger and clasped his fists. Your Majesty, you are powerful titled Douluo Masters. If you are determined to seize my medicine garden, I, Douluo, am powerless to resist. But your Spirit Hall is the leader of all forces in the Spirit Master world. You rely on your powerful strength to be unreasonable and rob others of their opportunities. Aren't you afraid that it will get out and tarnish the reputation of your Spirit Hall? Douluo's words were full of resentment and injustice. If you didn't know, in the original novel, Douluo kidnapped Tang San and forced him to tell him how to deal with Douguyan's green phosphorus purple poison. Kyungsunji really thought it. What a naive victim Douluo is. Haha, Douluo, right. You said this place is yours, so it's yours. Do you have any evidence? Is your name engraved here? Kyungsunji took a step forward, with a faint smile on his face, and spoke slowly. But the tone was full of oppression. I was the first to discover this place, so it must belong to me, Douluo. Douluo snorted and said as a matter of course. But upon hearing this, Kyungsunji shook his head and laughed. No, no, no. If what you said is true, then this place should belong to the soul beast. Because soul beasts have lived in this world for much longer than us humans, this place must have been discovered by soul beasts first. And the soul beasts are fighting each other and occupying this place. Finally, you, Douluo, killed the last soul beast that occupied this place and became the master of this place. Since you, Douluo, can become the master of this place by killing the soul beast that was originally the master of this place. We are now stronger than you. We could have killed you, occupied this place, and become the master here. But we didn't do that. Shouldn't you be grateful that we spared your life? Kyungsunji said with a smile. Soul beasts are not humans. Even if they occupy this place, they cannot be considered the masters of this place. Douluo was very angry when he heard Kyungsunji's words. I feel that Kyungsunji is simply making trouble. Soul beasts are not considered human in your eyes because you are stronger than them. So what do you think you are in our eyes? Kyungsunji asked with a sneer on his face and a cold look in his eyes. These words made Douluo's face change and his heart suddenly felt cold. He heard the hidden meaning in Kyungsunji's words. Although I still feel resentful in my heart. But he is not as strong as others. For the sake of his life, Douluo had no choice but to give in and offered the medicine garden willingly. But now that he has met Douluo, Kyungsunji's goal is no longer just to get the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. After warning Douluo, Kyungsunji suddenly changed the topic and said something playful. Mr. Douluo, we in the Spirit Hall are not bad people. You indeed discovered this place before us. Since we have taken your place, we will also compensate you appropriately. Make up. Douluo was filled with resentment. The magical spring of ice and fire in this medicine garden is the place that can suppress the biphosphorus poison of our biphosphorus family. To us, the green phosphorus snake soul masters, it is a priceless treasure. What do you do to make up for it? But the prerequisite is that you have to join our Wuhan Hall. After hearing Kyungsunji's words, Douluo felt even more angry and disdainful. You, the Spirit Hall, have snatched away the medicinal garden that is related to my, Douluo's life and future, and you actually want me, Douluo, to surrender. What a dream, even if I, Douluo, die. I was killed here by you and jumped off the cliff. I will definitely not join your Spirit Hall. Your Holiness the Pope is joking. I, Douluo, do not need any compensation. You Spirit Hall can take this medicinal garden if you want. I, Douluo, will take my leave now. Douluo spoke in a stiff and cold tone, then turned around and prepared to leave. Mr. Douluo, are you sure you don't want to consider it? At least listen to what I mean by making up for it, right? Kyungsunji's smile became even more playful in response to Douluo's reaction. On the side, he discovered that Kyungsunji was actually recruiting an ordinary soul Douluo in this way. Ling Yuan and the three great priests all frowned, confused, and unable to understand. It's just a contra, is it worthy of His Holiness the Pope's attention? The method of compensation I'm talking about is the solution to your biphosphorus family's biphosphorus poison. Kyungsunji talked for a long time, and finally said with a hint of evil smile on his handsome face. What? A solution to the biphosphorus poison. Upon hearing this, Douluo, who had turned around and walked more than 10 meters with an unyielding and determined determination to die, suddenly stopped. His face suddenly changed. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. I got Mr. Douluo, it was like a fish in water, like a tiger with wings. Chapter 13. I got Mr. Douluo, it was like a fish in water, like a tiger with wings. Please recommend, please collect. Your Holiness, are you telling the truth? I had already planned to fight to the death without surrender. But when he heard Kyungsunji say that he could actually cure the Bilan poison of their Bilan family, Douluo's expression suddenly changed, and he changed his position instantly. He turned around and walked quickly towards Kyungsunji, asking anxiously. Although the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are very important, but for him, the greatest importance of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire lies in its ability to suppress the green phosphorus poison in his body. But suppression is just suppression after all. If it can be solved, who wouldn't want to solve it? And it would be fine if it was just him. The key is that he also has a son, Douluo Xin, who is suffering from the green phosphorus poison. In order to solve the problem of the biphosphorus poison that has been plaguing their biphosphorus family, Douluo was willing to slap himself in the face and chose to join the Spirit Hall. Because of Kyungsunji's identity as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Douluo had no doubt that this was a lie. There is absolutely no need to deceive the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Seeing the contrast between Douluo's performance before and after, Kyungsunji's handsome face with his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes showed a satisfied smile, and he just felt very amused. The feeling of showing off is so cool, as expected. As long as you catch the weak spot. Even Douluo, who would rather die than surrender, would still be very nice in front of him. The love of fragrance is the first eternal law of mankind. He suddenly traveled through time and space and became the Spirit Hall Pope Kyungsunji, who had top-notch talent, background, and strength. How boring life would be if we didn't find ways to have fun. Of course. Kyungsunji raised his sword-like eyebrows and said with a leisurely smile. I also know something about the situation of your Bilan family. Your Bilan family inherited the martial spirit, which is the famous Bilan snake martial spirit, which is famous for its toxicity. Because the green phosphorus snake spirit is so poisonous, every time your spirit possesses a body, there will be green phosphorus poison remaining in your body. Over time, a life-threatening family genetic disease has developed in your bodies, the green phosphorus poison. In fact, in my opinion, the solution to your green phosphorus poison is also very simple. However, when he said this, Kyungsunji paused and looked at Douluo with a smile. At this time, Douluo was staring at Kyungsunji with an anxious and eager look on his face. I noticed that Kyungsunji suddenly stopped talking and looked at me with a smile. Douluo was stunned at first, and then he reacted immediately. He immediately gritted his teeth, half knelt down in front of Kyungsunji, and swore an oath. As long as your Holiness can tell me how to cure the biphosphorus poison in our biphosphorus family, and the method is effective, I, Douluo, am willing to bring our Bilan family to join the Spirit Hall and wait for orders from His Holiness the Pope. Okay. Okay. Mr. Douluo, please stand up quickly. With Mr. Douluo's help, I am like a fish in water and a tiger with wings. After Douluo swore his allegiance, Kyungsunji's face instantly broke into a smile. At this moment, he seemed as if possessed by the Liu family succubus, full of enthusiasm and laughing loudly. He stepped forward and helped Douluo up. Unexpectedly, Kyungsunji suddenly behaved so courteously. Douluo was also quite shocked. No way, as a soul master, he is an ordinary soul master. Faced with the famous Spirit Hall Pope Qian Sunji, who was so enthusiastic and valued, he personally helped him up. He also said, "Getting myself is like a fish in water and a tiger with wings, who can stand this?" Anyway, Douluo's face turned red with excitement for a moment, and he thought quite proudly in his heart. Although the Spirit Hall Pope Qian Sunji had behaved a bit unreasonable and bullying just now. However, the world of soul masters is one where the strong prey on the weak. It's normal that you are not as strong as others. But the Pope of the Spirit Hall actually thinks highly of me, which really shows his vision. Qian Sunji had no idea what Douluo was thinking. But as a traverser, now that he has traveled through time and space and become the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Sunji, and has the life he dreamed of in his previous life, he naturally wants to perform better than his original self. No matter in any aspect. At this moment, he was not fighting alone. In his previous life on Blue Star China, countless heroes and great men were traveling with him, in the Douluo continent, where robbing a grain route could be considered a brilliant plan for the ages. This is undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction attack. Anyway, Qian Sunji just helped Douluo up with enthusiasm and care. Then he said these words, "Like a fish in water, like a tiger with wings." That's almost enough to win over Douluo's heart. "Mr. Douluo, in fact, the problem of your Bilan family's Bilan poison is also easy to solve. The reason why the green phosphorus poison is so serious is that your bodies as soul masters cannot bear the green phosphorus poison that remains in your bodies after the green phosphorus snake martial spirit possesses you. So all we have to do is find a place to store the green phosphorus poison in our body." After helping Douluo up, Qian Sunji directly revealed the answer, smiled slightly, and said. Upon hearing this, Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted and he was shocked. Yes. Isn't this the solution? However, there is no place to store the green phosphorus poison in the human body. Is it using? After saying this, Qian Sunji did not wait for Douluo to ask. He took out a piece of the left arm bone of a 1,000-year-old wind wolf that had been prepared in advance from the storage soul guide and handed it to Douluo. "Mr. Douluo, this is a 1,000-year soul bone. As long as you fuse this piece of the Millennium Wind Wolf's left arm bone and force the accumulated green phosphorus poison in your body into this soul bone, there shouldn't be any problems in the future. Although this 1,000-year soul bone is a bit old. But Mr. Douluo, you have just joined our Spirit Hall and have not made any contributions. As the Pope, I cannot immediately reward you, Mr. Douluo, with a high-aged soul bone. But don't underestimate this wind wolf soul bone because its soul skill is the wolf claw. Using the spirit skill, 3 claws sharp enough to cut gold and jade will extend from the fingers of the left hand. If the green phosphorus poison is forced into it, the effect it can produce can be said to be amazing, which is very suitable for you, Mr. Douluo." Qian Sunji said slowly with a slight smile on her face. "His Majesty the Pope." Looking at the left arm bone of the Millennium Wind Demon Wolf handed to him by Qian Sunji, Douluo was still a little stunned and found it hard to believe. Although this soul bone is only 1,000 years old, soul bones and soul rings are different. This is not a soul bone that every soul master has the opportunity to possess. Soul bones are equivalent to additional abilities of soul masters. Even a 1,000-year-old soul bone is extremely precious. Qian Sunji said that this 1,000-year soul bone is of a young age because it belongs to the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has a profound foundation and is not short of treasures, but for ordinary soul master families like them. How many soul master families have been passed down for thousands of years but do not have a single soul bone? Not to mention gathering all the soul bones together, he didn't expect that the Honorable Pope of the Spirit Hall would grant him a precious 1,000-year soul bone as soon as he surrendered. Douluo felt the unparalleled trust and was extremely excited. There is a feeling that a man will die for his confidant. Douluo, meet His Holiness the Pope. A trace of reverence and solemnity appeared on Douluo's evil face, and he half knelt down in front of Qian Sunji again. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "From now on, wherever the sword of His Holiness the Pope points to is where I, Douluo, will go through fire and water." Qian Sunji smiled with satisfaction as he didn't expect Douluo to say such words of loyalty. "I can't help but feel like I'm cosplaying the Lord and his generals and counselors in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms." He helped Douluo up again, laughed and said, "I believe that Mr. Douluo will become a sharp sword in my hand in the future. Once unsheathed, he will attract the attention of the world." On the side, listening to the conversation between Kyungsunji and Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Blue Luan Douluo, and Lion Douluo looked at each other, all speechless. I don't understand why Kyungsunji values Douluo, a soul Douluo, so much. However, he discovered that Kyungsunji was so fast that he won Douluo's sincere loyalty. This also made the three great priests feel very pleased. "Brother, Jir seems to be really different from before. I feel like everyone's reaction to the 100-year soul bone is a bit exaggerated, but I think giving Douluo the 10,000-year soul bone directly is too high. None of the elders and worshippers in the Spirit Hall have a set of 10,000-year soul bones, which shows how rare 10,000-year soul bones are. Moreover, the soul skills must be useful to Douluo, so considering all factors, the 1000-year soul bone is more appropriate." End of this chapter. Chapter 14 New Subversion Rewards. Chapter 14 New Subversive Rewards. Brother Meng, please give some recommendations. I feel like no one is there. Oh, Your Holiness, the noble and great God. Is the heavenly place that God has revealed to you really here? But apart from the white fog, there doesn't seem to be anything special here. After Douluo completely surrendered and swore allegiance, the lion Douluo, who was wearing gorgeous and heavy golden armor, was tall and sturdy, had lush golden hair and beard, a rough and domineering face, and a scar on his left eye. He couldn't help but frown and asked, "Uncle Lion, don't worry. That heavenly land is inside. Follow me and you will find out." Kyungsunji turned and looked in the direction of Ling Yuan and the three great priests, and said with a chuckle. He took a step forward and walked towards the center of the valley. God. Divine revelation? Heaven-sent place. At the side, Douluo was stunned, not quite understanding what it meant for a moment. And Kyungsunji passed through a large area of white fog. The faint, dazzling ice blue light and fiery red light became more obvious. Soon, after the distance got closer, Kyungsunji's vision suddenly became clear. Suddenly, an extremely special pool of water appeared before my eyes. The pool of water was actually icy blue and scarlet red, just like a Tai Chi diagram of ice and fire, emitting biting cold air on one side and scorching heat on the other. The white mist in the air is the result of the condensation of cold air and hot air. And around the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, there grow many very special exotic flowers and plants. Many of them are obviously rare varieties of rare medicinal herbs from the outside world, for example, the snow silkworm species of Cordyceps sinensis, the white jade ginseng species of ginseng, the purple Ganoderma species of Ganoderma lucidum, and so on. However, compared to these common rare medicinal herbs, Kyungsunji's gaze was fixed on the unique magical herbs that had appeared in the original novel. For example, star aniseed ice grass, fiery apricot, acacia heartbreak red, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, Kiluo tulip, fragrant Kiluo fairy product, exotic mushroom Tongyen chrysanthemum, etc. At this time, in my mind, the cold mechanical sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! Host detected. Replace Tang San. Obtain the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire from Douluo in advance. This behavior subverts the plot and has a huge impact on the future destiny of Douluo continent. Congratulations to the host, you have received the rewards: Secret Technique, Holy Sun Fire, Divine Artifact, Wordless Alchemy Scripture. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of information suddenly flooded into Kyungsunji's mind. This is about the cultivation method of the secret method, Holy Sun Fire, and an introduction to the divine artifact, wordless alchemy scripture. After receiving the information, there was a hint of surprise in Kyungsunji's eyes. Because the secret method, Holy Sun Fire, is a matching method, Holy Sun Scorching Sunday. It can transform the Holy Sun soul power in the body into Holy Sun Fire with sacred and explosive properties, which is incredibly powerful, and you can also make pills, that's right. Alchemy. The secret method, Holy Sun Fire, is actually the alchemy fire used in conjunction with the divine artifact, wordless alchemy scripture. The effect of the wordless alchemy sutra is that it can analyze and collect data on medicinal materials. Just specify what kind of medicinal effect of the pill you need. The wordless alchemy book can automatically deduce the elixir formula. That's perfect. Because I had already read the catalog of magical herbs contributed by Yu Guan in advance. After looking around at the magical herbs surrounding the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Kyungsunji discovered it. The magical herbs around the yin-yang eye of ice and fire must be more than just those that appeared in Douai. But there will be a lot more, but the problem is that there is only one magical herb like the coxcomb sunflower that can evolve the fire-attributed bird martial soul bloodline. And Kyungsunji needs coxcomb and phoenix sunflower by his side. In addition to Qinglu and Douluo, there is also Ling Yuan. If there is only one coxcomb sunflower, there will definitely not be enough to share. Now we have the wordless alchemy sutra, which is great. Because the elixir is made through the recipes in the wordless alchemy classic. According to the introduction of the system, it is possible to refine 2 or 3 pills, the efficacy of which is even stronger than that of simple fairy herbs. However, Kyungsunji originally planned to bring the 3 great priests to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Directly distribute the appropriate immortal herbs according to the martial spirits of the 3 major worshippers. But now, there is the wordless pill scripture. In order to maximize profits, it would be better to wait a little longer and refine the elixir. Your Holiness, seniors, this is actually where my Douluo's herb garden is located. After coming to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, seeing Kyungsunji, the 3 great priests, and Ling Yuan, they all seemed shocked by this place. Douluo felt a little proud and immediately stepped forward, respectfully preparing to introduce the extraordinary nature of his own medicinal garden. This yin-yang eyes of ice and fire is indeed extraordinary. However, before Douluo started to introduce himself, Kyungsunji put his hands behind his back, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and a faint smile on his handsome face, and said with emotion, "Ice and fire Yunyi." Douluo was stunned. Is this the name of this strange pond? Your Holiness, is this pool of water called yin-yang eyes of ice and fire? On the side, after recovering from the shock brought by the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire that seemed like the magic of nature, Qinglu and Douluo took a deep breath, turned to look at Kyungsunji, and asked curiously. That's right. Kyungsunji smiled and nodded. According to the words of that noble and majestic god, this yin-yang eye of ice and fire is one of the 3 treasure bowls created by nature. Because of the special environment around the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, the surrounding plants will grow 10 times or even 100 times faster. And here, there will be natural treasures that are almost impossible to find in the outside world. What I told you about is a rare herb that can evolve martial spirits and greatly improve cultivation. According to the herb book handed down by Bishop Pueguan's family, it is a herb at the level of fairy grass. This is basically a legend in the outside world. But next to this yin-yang eye of ice and fire, I have already found dozens of them. Dozens of magical herbs that can evolve martial spirits. Hearing Kyungsunji's words, the 3 great priests, Ling Yuan and Douluo, were all shocked. You know, the martial soul evolves. This is a legendary opportunity. There are actually dozens of magical herbs here that can help the soul master's martial soul evolve. What a miraculous opportunity this is! Your Holiness? What do you mean by God's divine revelation and heaven-given land? Also, one of the 3 treasure bowls, besides the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, what are the other 2? Which of these herbs near the yin-yang eye of ice and fire are magical herbs? At this time, Douluo finally couldn't help but asked. Mr. Douluo, let me tell you the first question. Kyungsunji didn't wait for an answer to Douluo's question. The maid Ling Yuan, who was wearing a gorgeous tight black dress with feather shoulders, had a tall and hot figure, and an exquisite, beautiful, and unparalleled pretty face. She proudly opened her red lips with a look of pride. Kyungsunji was valued by the legendary gods, received divine revelation, and learned about what happened here. Tell Douluo. This shocked Douluo again. Is His Holiness the Pope of the Spirit Hall, whom he recognizes as his master, so powerful? He was actually valued by the legendary gods. It seems like it's not a loss for this old poisonous creature to recognize his master. As for Douluo's second question, Kyungsunji felt a little embarrassed. Although it felt great to pretend to be cool just now, but how would he know what the other two of these three treasure chests were? The third son only mentioned these three treasure chests. There was no further explanation afterwards. Who knows what the three treasure chests are? However, Kyungsunji remained calm and composed. He shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, the great god, did not specify which three treasure bowls they were. You just told me about the situation of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Hearing this, Douluo couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But I do know something about this magical herb. There will be 2 updates starting from tomorrow, and then Gangzi and Bibi Lang will continue to appear. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Xiaogang returns to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Chapter 15 Xiaogang returns to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Please recommend and collect. This lotus-shaped fairy grass is called Douluo Yuxiang fairy product. Its fragrance is light and elegant. Within the range of the flower's fragrance, it has the ability to ward off all poisons. If you take the essence of this magical herb, some flower and grass-type martial spirits will have a chance to evolve. This magical herb is called Acacia Heartbroken Red. Ice and fire are beside the eyes. Kyungsunji walked forward leisurely. With one hand behind his back, he pointed to the magical herbs growing around the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Because of the introduction in the Immortal Herb Atlas, plus the ability of the divine artifact, the wordless book of elixir, to analyze the effects of herbs. For the relevant information and effects of each herb, Kyungsunji knew it all, and he slowly and calmly gave a brief introduction to the effects of each magical herb. First of all, the stem is 3 feet long, the flower disc is an inch long, and the whole body is pink. Each flower is as crystal clear, and the lavender stamens are like diamonds inlaid on it, like a beautiful and fragrant fairy product. Next are the Acacia Heartbreak Red, Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone, and the exotic Rong Tong Tien Chrysanthemum and so on. After listening to Kyungsunji's words, the 3 great priests, Ling Yuan and Douluo, could not help but be shocked and excited. The shock was naturally due to the incredible abilities of each magical herb. The excitement was due to the effect of the magical grass, which seemed to allow their martial spirits to evolve. 3 uncles, I originally planned to bring you to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire and then choose the immortal herbs that can help your martial spirits evolve for you. But just now, that great god rewarded me with another divine weapon. This artifact is called the Wordless Pill Scripture, and its effect is. After briefly introducing the magical grass beside the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Kyungsun shook her head quickly and sighed helplessly. The existence and effects of the Wordless Alchemy Scripture were explained. Knowing the Wordless Alchemy Scripture can better bring out the medicinal effects of the magic grass. You can also use one magical herb to refine multiple pills with stronger effects, similar to medicines. Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't care at all and said cheerfully, Your Holiness, this is a good thing. The wordless elixir scripture bestowed upon you by the noble god His Majesty can better exert the effect of the immortal grass, and can also refine multiple elixirs with the effect of the immortal grass at the same time. Wouldn't this make better use of the immortal grass and be more beneficial to our spirit hall? You can slowly study this wordless alchemy scripture and practice refining the elixir. Although the opportunity to evolve our martial spirit is tempting, we are not in a hurry. That's right. That's right. Second brother is right. Lion Douluo also agreed. Your Holiness, there is no need to rush this. Qingluan Douluo also spoke calmly. Don't worry. Uncles, I understand. Chihiroji said with a smile. Then, he picked all the magical herbs from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and put them into the jade box. After being placed in a specially prepared storage soul guide that can store plants, Kyungsunji asked the lion Douluo to stay in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to guard it first. He took the other two priests, Ling Yuan and Dugubo, and prepared to go to Tiandu Imperial City. First purchase a furnace for refining pills, and collect some medicinal materials at the same time. Afterwards, he planned to use the wordless alchemy scripture to deduce some other elixir recipes and practice refining pills. Wait until you are sure. Then try to use the magical herbs to refine the elixir. And because the system is rewarding the artifact, the wordless alchemy sutra, Qian Sunji has been instilled with master-level experience in pill refining. So Kyungsunji felt that it shouldn't take long. He will then be able to start refining the magical herbs into pills. So during this period of time, Kyungsunji planned to stay in Tiandu Imperial City and did not plan to return to Wuhan City. Anyway, he has been in Wuhan City for more than half a month since he traveled through time. I'm a little tired of it. It's a good time to change your place of life, see different scenery, and experience a different life. That's fine too. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The other side. Ever since the incident with Scar Brother, Yu Xiaogang, who was originally in Wuhan City, had finally regained some confidence through Bibi Dong. So this is the first time I've experienced this. Faced with the pain and suffering that would make any man collapse and commit suicide, he was almost as dull as a fool. His body, which had already been tortured by Scar Brother's special training, slowly recovered thanks to Bibi Dong's care. But Yu Xiaogang is not an ordinary person after all. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Because ever since his martial soul awakened, he has been discriminated against and excluded in the sect. Yu Xiaogang has been able to hold on until now, which shows that he has a strong ability to endure. In the end, Yu Xiaogang recovered. He was about to arrive at the Tiandu Imperial City and return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan that he had been thinking about day and night. Thinking about the difficulties along the way. Yu Xiaogang. Oh no! It was Yu Xiaogang who was about to burst into tears. Soon, the carriage finally arrived at Fulong Mountain where the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan was located. Before and after arriving at the mountain gate, Yu Xiaogang lifted the door curtain, supported Bibi Dong who was leaning on a crutch, and walked out of the carriage together. Looking at the familiar mountain gate and scenery in front of me, I was so excited. Family, Dad, Mom, my little jade anus is back. This time, I will definitely make all of you look at me with new eyes. Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and muttered to herself. Hey! Master Yu, please pay the taxi fare quickly. Suddenly, there was an impatient voice. It broke the atmosphere of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't look down on the young and poor. This is the driver urging us. The driver actually looked down upon and disdained Yu Xiaogang. A great soul master couldn't even defeat ordinary bandits. Moreover, he was severely beaten by the scarred man among the bandits. It's a disgrace to soul masters. If Yu Xiaogang had not had all her money robbed by the bandits and had not yet paid the bill. In addition, the two people had already been escorted for some distance. There is indeed a considerable sunk cost. He would never risk continuing to deliver it. Why are you urging me? Do I need this little money from you? Yu Xiaogang felt very unhappy. But thinking that the driver had something on him, he didn't dare to turn his face away. Instead, he took a deep breath and said lightly. Don't worry, Just wait, I'll give it to you right away. After saying that, Yu Xiaogang proudly took Bibi Dong and walked towards the mountain gate of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. At this time, in front of the mountain gate of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, 2 disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect guarding the gate. There are also 2 tall watchtowers next to it. Several disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan who were on guard immediately saw Yu Xiaogang and his men coming over. A disciple who can guard the mountain gate of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Naturally, the strength of these disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan is quite strong. In the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, he is considered to be a middle to high level person. His cultivation level is either Soul King or Soul Emperor. Basically, he is of the same generation as Yu Xiaogang. Therefore, everyone knows Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang, why is this kid back? Hey! Isn't this a small anus? 5 years ago, when you ran away from home, didn't you say you were going to find a way to evolve your piggy spirit? If you don't find it, will you never come back? Why, has your pig spirit evolved into a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex? After Yu Xiaogang brought Bibi Dong closer, several disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan were first attracted by Bibi Dong's exquisite and beautiful appearance. And I found that Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang had a very close relationship. This made a disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect who was guarding the mountain gate very jealous and unhappy, and he couldn't help but become full of sarcasm. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Yu Xiaogang, I and number 039, am going to give you a big surprise. Chapter 16 Yu Xiaogang, I'm going to give you a big surprise. Please recommend and collect. Pig. Pig hearing that the disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect in front of him actually called his martial soul Luo Sanbao a pig. Yu Xiaogang's face suddenly turned red, and her heart was filled with anger. However, Anzi, who was cowardly by nature, was angry. In the end, he was just angry for a moment. Instead, Bibi Dong's pretty face was full of indignation as she shouted. I don't allow you to say that about Sanbao. It's actually very cute and it's not a stinky pig monster at all. Akin, my martial spirit is called Luo Sanbao, it is not a pig beast. This time when I came back, I was not able to evolve Sanbao into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. Regarding the matter of martial spirit evolution, I really thought too simply. After adjusting his mood, Yu Xiaogang faced the mocking disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect with an indifferent look and said in a deep voice. But this time when I come back, I will prove myself in another way. You will know when I go back and see my father. I thought that soon these guys who looked down on me would be shocked and look at me with new eyes. Just thinking about that scene made Yu Xiaogang feel extremely happy. After hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, all the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan wanted to laugh. Why don't you give up proving yourself? Absolutely hilarious. Haven't you ever heard of Xiaoan's name? Because I thought that what Yu Xiaogang meant by proving himself was becoming a master of martial soul theory. Bibi Dong couldn't help but ask indignantly. Of course we have heard of his name. He is a well-known waste of our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, the shame of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Noticing Bibi Dong's tone, as if Yu Xiaogang was some famous figure, all the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan were so amused that they couldn't help but burst into laughter. You! Bibi Dong was very annoyed and angry. These guys only know how to measure a person by their strength. They had no idea of Xiaogang's amazing ability and talent in martial spirit theory. At this time, the driver behind him shouted impatiently, Master Yu. I had originally planned to ask my parents for money to give to the driver after I got back. But because she was worried that the driver would say something he shouldn't, Yu Xiaogang could only swallow her shame and anxiety and spoke awkwardly to a familiar disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Ah Chen, do you have any gold soul coins now? Can you lend me 10 first? I have recently spent all my gold soul coins outside, and now I don't have enough money to pay for the carriage to come back. The coachman is still waiting there. Please lend it to me first. Don't worry. I'll return it to you as soon as I get back. Yu Xiaochen. The rest of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan's disciples. Yu Xiaogang, you are truly a disgrace to our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Yu Xiaochen said unhappily. Although he really didn't want to lend money to Yu Xiaogang, a guy who was so pretentious and annoying when he was a child, turned out to be a waste when he grew up, and shamelessly occupied a lot of the sect's cultivation resources, but accomplished nothing. But Yu Xiaogang is the son of the sect leader after all, and also his close cousin. Yu Xiaochen could only borrow money while cursing. Here. Go pay for the ride now, don't embarrass our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. And after getting 10 gold soul coins, Yu Xiaogang turned around in a hurry and ran towards the coachman, handing him the purse containing 10 gold soul coins. Here are 10 gold soul coins, twice the fare. After you leave, remember not to talk nonsense outside. Do you know? Yu Xiaogang's tone was full of threats and warnings. I know. Unexpectedly, the driver got double the fare. He was so surprised that he almost smiled to his eyes. However, thinking that this was hush money, the driver was still quite disdainful. This Master Yu Xiaogang is too stingy. Just based on your shocking experience, you want to silence me with 5 gold soul coins? Who are you looking down on? But I feel that Yu Xiaogang is not very famous. For the time being, the driver has no intention of spreading the news of Yu Xiaogang's explosive experience. This Master Yu gave him 5 more gold soul coins. He should just behave himself for 5 months to 5 years, and after sending the driver away. Yu Xiaogang brought Bibi Dong into the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan with trepidation and excitement. As the big star of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, except for the children born in recent years, almost no one does not know Yu Xiaogang. Hey! Isn't this Xiaogang? Why are you back? Have you found a way to evolve your piggy spirit? Xiaogang, you brought a woman back? Have you finally given up on finding a way to evolve your piggy spirit and decided to place your hopes on the next generation? Xiaogang, what's your cultivation level this year? How was your 5 years of training? Upon discovering that Yu Xiaogang had returned, many members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan began to inquire about her with concern. But if you listen carefully, you can find that these caring words are full of playfulness and sarcasm. In response to this, Yu Xiaogang naturally smiled bitterly, as she had already gotten used to it. However, Bibi Dong was extremely angry and her fists clenched after hearing this. The news of Yu Xiaogang's return quickly spread throughout the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. In Yu Yuanzhen's mansion. After receiving the news, the servant hurried back to the mansion excitedly and surprised, and informed the mother of Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Xiaogang of the news. What? Xiaogang is back, where is he? Upon learning that it was her beloved little son who had returned, Yu Xiaogang's mother's eyes suddenly became red. She stood up excitedly and was about to go look for Yu Xiaogang. Humph! This brat still remembers to come back. Yu Yuanzhen snorted coldly, very annoyed. Back then, this kid suddenly ran away from home, saying that he was going to find a way to evolve his martial soul. The lady blamed everything on him. It was said that he did not stop the clan members from discriminating against and ostracizing Yu Xiaogang, which led to Yu Xiaogang running away from home. He couldn't go to bed for days, but how could he stop all this? Even though he is the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan and the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, he can't control what others think. If you try to control it by force, you can only control the surface. But it caused resentment among everyone in the sect and the family. However, Yu Yuanzhen was only dissatisfied with Yu Xiaogang in words. In fact, he still missed his little son who ran away from home. Learned that Yu Xiaogang was back. The two of them got up and went out to greet them. Soon, Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Xiaogang's mother saw Yu Xiaogang supporting the lame Bibi Dong and walking slowly towards them from a distance. Dad! Mom! When she saw Yu Yuanzhen and his mother, Yu Xiaogang's eyes turned red on her ordinary face with short black hair parted in the middle, and her voice was choked with sobs. Younger version of anus, everyone can curse as much as you want. But after seeing Yu Xiaogang, Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Xiaogang's mother couldn't help but frown when they found out that Yu Xiaogang had come back with a girl. Because although Bibi Dong was extremely beautiful when she was a girl, her temperament was also pure and noble. But judging from his aura, he seems to be just an ordinary person, and he has a limp. Even if his son Yu Xiaogang is a loser, he is not worthy of an ordinary lame girl. Uncle. Auntie. Hello, my name is Bibi Dong, and I'm Xiaogang's friend. You can just call me Donger. At this time, seeing Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Xiaogang's mother, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel nervous and shy. She clenched her hands and spoke with a stutter. Haha, it turns out you're Xiaoan's friend. Please come in. Although she was dissatisfied with Bibi Dong, the mother of Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Xiaogang did not show it on her face. On the contrary, Yu Xiaoang's mother smiled warmly on her mature and beautiful face. She stepped forward to take Yu Xiaoang, supported Bibi Dong, and led her into the mansion. Yu Yuanzhen fell behind a step, ready to have a good talk with his son Yu Xiaoang. Xiaogang, who is this little girl? You have always liked reading books, so you should be very clear about the rules of martial spirit inheritance. You are a disciple of our Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. You don't want to marry an ordinary woman like your second uncle did before, right? Yu Yuanzhen put his hands behind his back, his brows furrowed on his domineering and majestic face, and asked Yu Xiaogang in a serious and deep voice. Seeing her father's look, Yu Xiaogang felt very proud in her heart. She put her hands behind her back and said confidently and proudly, "Father, my talent for cultivation is not good, but my wisdom is not inferior to anyone. I can assure you that Donger is definitely not an ordinary girl. But I can't tell you Donger's identity yet. I'll tell you and mother later and give you a big surprise. This will also completely wash away my reputation as a waste." End of this chapter. Chapter 17. You are such a rebellious son, you are really causing trouble for your father. Chapter 17. You are such a rebellious son, you are really causing trouble for your father. Brother Ming, please give me some recommendation votes, _. Late at night, Blue Lightning Tyrant Clan. Yu Yuanzhen's residence. After dinner, Bibi Dong was arranged to go to her room to rest. Yu Xiaogang, Yu Yuanzhen, and Yu Yuanzhen's mother gathered in the study. Xiaogang. What's going on with this Bibi Dong? I see that her clothes, behavior, and speech do not seem like those of an ordinary person. She seems to know a lot about the world of soul masters, but why is there no soul power fluctuation on her body? Yu Yuanzhen sat on a black leather sofa, frowned, stared at Yu Xiaogang, full of doubts, and asked. On the side, Yu Xiaogang's mother had the same question. In response to this, Yu Xiaogang naturally smiled proudly. At the dinner party, as a guest. Out of concern as elders, both Father Yu Yuanzhen and Mother naturally asked about Bibi Dong's situation. However, before arriving at the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, Yu Xiaogang had already told Bibi Dong. If her father and mother ask about her background, let Bibi Dong not say anything first. When the time comes, give his parents a surprise. With this contrast, her parents will definitely pay more attention to her. The naive Bibi Dong naturally had no doubts and believed Yu Xiaogang happily. Dad, Mom, this situation is complicated. If I didn't tell you, you probably wouldn't have any idea of Donger's origins. Then let me give you a big surprise. Let me show you that your son is definitely not a waste. Yu Xiaoan is full of pride and arrogance. After pretending to be cool, the answer was revealed directly. In fact, Donger is not an ordinary person, but the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. She and I met in Wuhan City. Because of your son's charm, she insisted on eloping with me, your son. For this, I didn't hesitate to find the spirit hall's pope and threaten him with death. In the end, I voluntarily gave up my cultivation and chose to leave the spirit hall with me. So I brought her back to our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Although her cultivation was abolished, she is a genius with innate full soul power and possesses 2 top twin martial souls, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul Devouring Spider Emperor. If my son marries her and has children, he will definitely give birth to a genius with outstanding talents. Moreover, as the saint of the Spirit Hall, she must know many of the Spirit Hall's secrets. If we can dig these secrets out of her, it will definitely be of great benefit to our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Having said that, Xiaogang paused again and continued with great excitement in his heart. Besides that, Dong'er is the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, but she is madly in love with my son. I would rather betray the Spirit Hall and give up my cultivation than not be with my son and marry him. If this news could get out, everyone in the sect, family, or the Spirit Master world would be shocked and would look upon my son with new eyes. This way, my reputation as a loser will definitely be cleared. How about it, Dad, Mom, are you shocked by my wisdom? When he saw his father Yu Yuanzhen and mother heard what he said, their faces were instantly filled with shock and dullness, as if they couldn't believe it. Xiaogang felt so refreshed that she wanted to laugh out loud 3 times. Yes. That's the feeling. Are you all surprised? Now, have you seen the ability and talent of my little anus? Say I'm trash, you can bring back the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall like I did. Would she rather betray Spirit Hall and abandon her cultivation just to be together? Xiaogang was very proud and pleased with herself. But after hearing Xiaogang's words, Yu Yuanzhen only felt a darkness in front of his eyes, as if the world was spinning. A voice inside my heart is wailing. Finished. This time it's all over. He never thought that his youngest son, Xiaogang, was so useless in cultivation, but so fierce in love. He actually abducted the saint of the Spirit Hall back. And let the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall seek death and force the Pope to be with you even if it means giving up his cultivation. Where is the charm of you? You are going to lead our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan to death. Can our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan afford to offend the Spirit Hall? You kidnapped the saint and asked her to go to the Pope and threaten him with death. She would rather give up her cultivation than come back with you. You are trampling on the reputation of Spirit Hall. Wisdom? Shock. Thinking of the terrible consequences that might be faced in the future, Yu Yuanzhen's whole body turned red, his eyes were red with anger, he gritted his teeth, and stood up with an angry laugh. Pull out the belt directly. While Xiaogang was still feeling smug, a belt was thrown at her face. Snapped. In an instant, a crisp sound accompanied by a painful scream resounded throughout the study. Dad, what are you doing? Covering her face with a red mark left by the beating, Xiaogang was filled with grief and indignation. In the past, my martial soul awakened to Luo Sanbao, the innate half-level soul power, and I embarrassed you. You call me a waste and beat me up. But now, I have brought back the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. This is a genius who is born with full soul power and possesses 2 top-level martial souls, Death Spider Emperor and Soul Devouring Spider Emperor. Even if it was abolished. But with such qualifications, the child born will definitely be a top genius. Moreover, as the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, she must know many of the Spirit Hall's secrets. Isn't this a huge fortune for our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan? I have made such great contributions to the sect and the family, why are you hitting me? The traitor! The traitor! Seeing that Xiaogang didn't know what he had done wrong, Yu Yuanzhen stared at him with red eyes and roared angrily. One belt after another, hit Xiaogang hard. The little jade anus was spanked so hard that she screamed. Do you think you are so smart? You know that your self-righteous behavior has caused great suffering to your father. We, the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, are about to be led into the abyss by you. Yuanzhen, Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Xiaogang knows she was wrong. Now the key is to find a way to solve the problem quickly. Beating Xiaogang is not a solution. Standing aside, seeing Yu Yuanzhen beating Yu Xiaoang violently with his belt and kicking her wildly, Yu Xiaoang's mother felt so distressed that she quickly grabbed Yu Yuanzhen. "Alan, don't stop me. Do you know how much trouble he has caused this time?" Yu Yuanzhen's eyes were red, he gritted his teeth, and clenched the belt in his hands, wishing he could beat Yu Xiaoang to death here. And in his heart, he regretted it so much. Why didn't you ejaculate your pussy onto the wall back then? Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many troubles. Xiaogang, you should admit your mistake to your father. On the one hand, Yu Yuanzhen's mother held Yu Yuanzhen, and on the other hand, she was very disappointed with him and shouted at him, asking Yu Xiaogang to admit his mistake quickly. "Mom, what did I do wrong?" Yu Xiaoang still didn't know she was wrong. She stuck her neck out and glared at Yu Yuanzhen stubbornly and angrily. "This time, I brought back the Saint of the Spirit Hall. She is the owner of a top-level twin martial spirit with full innate spiritual power, and she also knows many secrets of the Spirit Hall. By bringing her back, isn't that a great achievement for the sect and the family? Why did he hit me? He said I had caused him so much trouble and brought our family into the abyss. But our three sects are of the same blood, so we don't have to be afraid of the Spirit Hall." End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Bibi Dong is about to be sold, but the cowardly anus never disappoints. Chapter 18, Bibi Dong is about to be sold, but the cowardly anus never disappoints. Please give me some recommendation votes. In the study, I heard what Yu Xiaogang said, the three major sects are of the same blood, so there is no need to be afraid of the Spirit Hall. Yu Yuanzhen was so angry that he almost laughed. How could he have such a stupid son? The three upper sects are of the same blood, so you are not afraid of the Spirit Hall? You are really stupid. I didn't expect that my youngest son was so stupid and didn't even have the ability to analyze and judge. Yu Yuanzhen was so disappointed that he didn't even bother to fight. Beating him also meant that he still had a little hope for his youngest son. If you don't fight, it means you are really giving up. That's right. There was such a saying in the past, but do you know when it was? Yu Yuanzhen let out a long sigh and asked with a sneer. When was that? Yu Xiaogang was stunned. Although he read a lot of books, but most of them were just to find a way to evolve the martial soul Luo Sanbao, so they just swallowed it whole. At most, I can remember some content and recite it verbatim. But as for thinking about the deeper things inside, for example, he never thought about analyzing the era, background, and key figures of the time. Seeing Yu Xiaogang's foolish look, who knew nothing about anything, Yu Yuanzhen was so angry that his teeth were itching again. Fortunately, he still had an older son who could barely be considered his heir. Otherwise, he would really be angry to death. This sentence first appeared more than 10 years ago. At that time, the previous leader of Haoshan sect, Tang Chen, was still around. Yu Yuanzhen took a deep breath, snorted coldly, and said, "He is the ultimate Douluo who is known as the Invincible on land. He once defeated the angel Douluo Jiandaoliu of the Spirit Hall, who is of the same level and is known as the Invincible in the sky. In addition, there are many powerful titled Douluo on the mainland who do not belong to the Spirit Hall. For example, Chen Jianjun, the 7-killing Douluo with a cultivation level of 97, and your grandfather, Yu Baxian, the previous generation Thunder Douluo with a cultivation level of 98, and the Xingluo Empire, Dai Xiansheng, the White Tiger Douluo with a cultivation level of 97, and so on. Back then, they said that the three sects were of the same blood and were not afraid of the Spirit Hall. Led by the Clear Sky sect and Clear Sky Douluo Tang Chen, it was indeed true. But now, Yu Yuanzhen clenched his fists, sighed in his heart, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. In the past 10 years, first of all, Tang Chen, the previous generation of Haoshan sect's Haoshan Douluo, left Haoshan sect in order to pursue the path after ultimate Douluo. He has not returned since then and there is no news. He may have died. Your grandfather and the Xingluo royal family's Grand Emperor Dai Xiansheng also died of old age. In order to seek a breakthrough, Chen Jianjun challenged Jiande Oliu and died. Right now, the most powerful person on the continent is only the angel Douluo Jiande Oliu. In addition to angel Douluo Jiande Oliu, the Spirit Hall also has the Pope Jian Sunji and the three elders of the Spirit Hall represented on the Spirit Token, Guangling Douluo, Subduing Demon Douluo, and Qianjun Douluo. This strength alone is more than the titled Douluo of our top 3 sects and the 2 empires combined. Tell me, now that the saying the 3 great sects are of the same blood and are not afraid of the Spirit Hall, is still true. Yu Yuanzhen had a sneer in his eyes. He stared at Yu Xiaogang fiercely and seriously, questioning her. This. After hearing Yu Yuanzhen's words, Yu Xiaogang was also stunned. I just feel my scalp is numb. I didn't expect there are so many things in this. But if now, the 3 major sects are of the same blood and are not afraid of the Spirit Hall, it is just empty talk. If he brought Bibi Dong back, he would have offended the Spirit Hall. Wouldn't that really be bringing my father and family into a deep pit? Besides, it was because of the presence of the previous generation of Clear Sky Douluo Tang Chen that the Clear Sky sect was able to take the lead and lead us to fight against the Spirit Hall. But now, the previous generation of Haoshan Douluo Tang Chen has been missing for so many years. The power of the Haoshan sect has shrunk dramatically, and they don't dare to confront the Spirit Hall at all. If it was for self-protection, perhaps the 3 sects could still unite as one. But you, a smart Alec fool, actually kidnapped the saint of the Spirit Hall. This kind of thing is completely our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan breaking the rules. If the Spirit Hall wants to use this to attack our Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, the Clear Sky sect and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect will not be able to help even if they want to. You are such a rebellious son. You are going to kill your father, your family, and your sect. Yu Yuanzhen continued to speak in a cold voice, but he became angrier, and couldn't help but roar in anger again. He gritted his teeth, raised the belt in his hand, and hit Yu Xiaogang hard, making her scream in pain. Dad, I was wrong. I was so wrong. I will never dare to do it again. What should I do now? Yu Xiaogang's heart was filled with fear and regret. She asked while crying loudly from being beaten. Although he has always been discriminated against and excluded by his fellow clan members in the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. But in Douluo continent, family and sect are supreme. Yu Xiaogang still has a strong sense of belonging to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, and is very loyal. Knowing that he might bring ruin to his family and sect, Yu Xiaogang wanted to see if he could save it. What should I do? Hearing that Yu Xiaogang still wanted to atone his sins, Yu Yuanzhen's anger subsided a little, but he still glared at Yu Xiaogang with red eyes, and continued to beat Yu Xiaogang while saying, "No matter what, our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan cannot keep this Bibi Dong. Go and hold her steady for me. Don't let her run away. We'll find an excuse in a few days and take her back to Wuhan City and send her back. When the time comes, you will also have to kowtow and apologize to me, understand?" "Dad, I understand." Yu Xiaogang held her head and howled in pain and grievance. Although I felt a little guilty towards Bibi Dong. But in Yu Xiaogang's heart, parents, family, and sect are obviously more important. And after realizing the consequences, how could he, who was cowardly by nature, dare to face it? After hearing his father's solution, Yu Xiaogang naturally nodded repeatedly and decided to follow it. Bibi Dong was completely unaware of this. At this time, Bibi Dong was still sleeping sweetly in her dreams. She is still fantasizing about the happy life in the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan after becoming Yu Xiaogang's wife. In a dream. After giving birth to children for Yu Xiaogang, the child born with Bibi Dong's talent also has amazing talent. Under the outstanding training ability of Xiaogang, the master of martial soul theory, several children have become peerless powerful people, after learning about the humiliation and suffering his mother suffered in the spirit hall. Several children went straight to the spirit hall. Her former teacher Qian Sunji and a group of priests in the temple of worship, who had cut off one of her legs, deprived her of her soul bone and abolished her cultivation, were killed. All of their cultivation was wasted and their limbs were broken. She avenged her mother severely, at the same time. Tiandu Imperial City. After more than a month of continuous practice. After refining pills for more than a month using other pill recipes deduced from the divine artifact, the Wordless Pill Sutra, Kyungsunji finally mastered the master-level experience in pill refining that was instilled into the system. With enough confidence, I can start refining pills with fairy grass as the main ingredient. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, The Elixir is completed, the Earth Dragon Golden Elixir, the Phoenix Nirvana Elixir End. Chapter 19, The Elixir is completed, the Earth Dragon Golden Elixir, the Phoenix Nirvana Elixir and the Spirit Snake Shedding Dragon Elixir. Please recommend. Tiandu Imperial City. In the central city area where every inch of land is valuable. A castle with beautiful surroundings and exceptionally elegant and refined decoration stands quietly. In the marble square of the courtyard, a fountain gushes. From the square to the gate, there is a road paved with marble tiles on both sides. The neatly tended flower beds are full of colorful flowers, emitting rich and fragrant aromas. This castle is Kyungsunji's residence in Tiandu Imperial City. We learned that His Holiness the Pope would be staying in Tiandu Imperial City for a while. In order to make progress, Xavier, the Platinum Bishop of the Wuhan Temple in Tiandu Imperial City, immediately and respectfully presented a luxurious castle he bought in Tiandu Imperial City to Kyungsunji for his residence. Kyungsunji did not refuse this. And in the days that followed, after purchasing the alchemy furnace and enough medicinal materials from Tiandu Imperial City, Kyungsunji has been staying in the castle, practicing medicine making. During this period, he tried to refine many elixir recipes deduced from the divine artifact, the Wordless Alchemy Sutra. For example, the strengthening pill is made with whale glue as the main ingredient. The soul replenishing pill, which is made with ginseng as the main ingredient, can restore soul power, and the soul enhancing pill, which can enhance soul power. There are also beauty pills made with cinnabar lotus as the main ingredient. On this day, in the specially renovated alchemy room, Kyungsunji, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and an unparalleled handsome face, stood solemnly in front of a gorgeous golden alchemy furnace, with his hands forward, continuously transferring his soul power to the furnace in front of him. At this time, in the alchemy furnace, the brilliant golden holy sun fire was burning fiercely. And under Kyungsunji's control, the medicinal liquid made from various fire-attributed herbs inside was purified by the holy sun fire. In order, it was continuously integrated into the largest ball in the center, the medicinal liquid purified by Lihuo Xingjiaishu. Finally, all the medicinal liquids merged together. It turned into 3 crystal clear, jade red pills. Boom! The next moment, the alchemy furnace shook. The 3 pills instantly turned into 3 red streams of light and rushed out of the furnace, and were caught in Kyungsunji's hands. Haha! It's done! Looking at the 3 red flame pills in his hand, which were made with the fairy grass fiery apricot as the main ingredient, Kyungsunji couldn't help but burst out laughing. After practicing for about half a month, he finally succeeded in refining the elixir using the magic grass as the main ingredient. Although the red flame pill he was refining now was made with fiery apricot as the main ingredient, it was of pure fire attribute and could be said to be the simplest. But everything is difficult at the beginning. Since he was able to successfully refine the red flame pill with fiery apricot as the main ingredient, the other ingredients would definitely be no problem. After the red flame pill, Kyungsunji was in great form in just 2 or 3 days. Then he added earth dragon golden melon, coxcomb sunflower, and star aniseed black ice grass. There are also ambergris and azure snake orchid as the main ingredients, and many pills were refined. And after the pill is refined, Kyungsunji brought Ling Yuan to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Let Qinglu and Douluo, who was in charge of guarding the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire for the past month, go and call Lion Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo and Dugubo. A few hours later, Qinglu and Douluo brought Lion Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo and Dugubo to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Your Holiness, you asked us to come here. Have you successfully refined the immortal herbs that can help us evolve our martial spirits into elixirs? As soon as he fell from the air, Lion Douluo couldn't wait to ask. That's right. Next to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, in the diffuse white mist, the ice blue and scarlet red lights complement each other. Kyungsunji put on that handsome white suit again, with his long golden hair draped over his shoulders and a smile on his handsome face. He took out 3 small jade bottles from the storage soul guide, the Holy Spirit ring. Open the 3 small jade bottles. There were 3 small jade bottles, each containing 3 kinds of elixirs. The 3 kinds of elixirs all look as crystal clear as jade, but their colors are gold, scarlet red and green respectively. These are pills made from Earth Dragon Golden Melon, Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, Ambergris, and Sky Jade Snake Orchid. Kyungsunji named them, Earth Dragon Golden Pill, Phoenix Nirvana Pill and Spirit Snake Dragon Shedding Pill. As for the effect of Earth Dragon Golden Pill is an enhanced version of Earth Dragon Golden Gourd. It can allow the Earth-attributed Dragon-type martial soul to evolve and purify its dragon bloodline. At the same time, its control over Earth energy and the Earth will become stronger, even if it is not an Earth attribute. It does not have a martial soul with dragon blood. After taking the Earth Dragon Golden Pill, there is a certain probability of evolving and gaining Earth attributes or dragon blood. However, the one that can bring out the greatest effect of the Earth Dragon Golden Pill is definitely the Earth-attributed dragon spirit. The effect of the Phoenix Nirvana Pill is that it can allow the fire-attributed martial soul to evolve. Especially the bird martial spirit with fire attribute has the best effect. As for the Spirit Snake Shedding Dragon Pill, it is quite special, because it is not made from magical herbs. Instead, Kyungsunji used 2 kinds of spiritual herbs as the main ingredients, namely, ambergris, a spiritual herb second only to the fairy grass, and the azure jade snake orchid, which was a little bit closer to it, to refine the pill. You can guess it from the names of ambergris and azure snake orchid. The target of the Spirit Snake Dragon Shedding Pill is soul masters whose martial souls are snake spirits. The effect is that it can make the snake spirits transform into dragons. Uncle Golden Crocodile, this pill is yours. As Kyungsunji spoke, he used his soul power to take a Earth Dragon Golden Pill out of the small jade bottle, held it up, and sent it in front of Golden Crocodile Douluo. Then, he sent 3 Phoenix Nirvana pills to Qinglu and Douluo, Xiangxi Douluo, and Ling Yuan. Finally, a Spirit Snake Shedding Dragon Pill was sent to Dugubo. Mr. Dugu, this pill is yours. Your Majesty the Pope. Although I already had some guesses in my mind when I was brought here. But when he really saw Qiansunji handing him a precious elixir that could evolve his martial soul, Dugubo couldn't help but have his eyes slightly red, and felt extremely moved. You know, this is a pill that can make your martial soul evolve. Although this yin-yang eyes of ice and fire originally belonged to him. But in his opinion, Qiansunji told him the way to cure their Bailan family's Bailan poison and also gave him a precious 1,000-year-old soul bone. This is enough to exchange for the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Now, Kyungsunji gave him another pill to evolve his martial soul. This is totally an extra favor. Originally, he was considered a rare genius in the Bailan family. The martial soul is a mutant of the green phosphorus snake's martial soul, the natural king of the green phosphorus snake clan, the green phosphorus snake king. This talent, plus the opportunity of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, he cultivated to the soul Douluo realm, which no one in the family had ever reached. But the legendary titled Douluo is still so far away. But if his green phosphorus Snake King martial spirit could evolve again, the realm of titled Douluo would no longer be so out of reach. This is the grace of enlightenment. The Pope's gift of the elixir will be something I will never forget. From now on, I, Douluo, will be the sword in the hands of His Holiness the Pope. As long as His Holiness the Pope has any orders, I, Douluo, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Although he has a strange and eccentric personality, he is a person who will repay kindness. Douluo immediately knelt on one knee in front of Kyungsunji, with a firm look in his eyes and a fist clasped, he swore an oath in a loud and powerful voice. Ambergris, Concept Image, end of this chapter. Chapter 20, The Evolution of the Martial Spirits of the Worshippers, the Ice and Fire Body Training. Chapter 20, The Evolution of the Martial Spirits of the Worshippers, the Ice and Fire Body Training. Please recommend, please collect. Eyes of Ice and Fire. Kyungsunji distributed the corresponding pills to the three great priests, Ling Yuan and Douluo. The three great priests, Ling Yuan and Douluo, immediately found a place around the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, sat cross-legged, and swallowed the pills in their hands. For a moment, there was a strong fluctuation of soul power. Suddenly, dazzling golden, red and green light burst out from the three great priests, Ling Yuan and Douluo. Under the dazzling light, the three great priests, Ling Yuan and Douluo's martial spirits, the Golden Crocodile King, the Blue Luan, the Fiery Lion, the Fiery Ling Yuan and the Green Phosphorus Snake King all emerged from behind. In the air, it transformed into huge illusory light and shadows, and made sounds like beast roars, birds singing, and snake hisses. And under the baptism of the medicinal power of the pills they took, the cultivation of the three great priests, Ling Yuan and Douluo, is constantly improving. The martial spirit behind him was also constantly changing. The Golden Crocodile King spirit behind Golden Crocodile Douluo gradually grew larger, and the large pieces of hard scales on its body turned into pieces of dark golden dragon scales, and the angular protrusions on them turned into sharp bone spurs. The originally short and thick limbs became slender, the tail became longer, the slightly flat body bulged high, and the neck became slender. The originally ferocious crocodile-like head gradually transformed into a majestic and domineering dragon head. A pair of dragon horns curved backwards grew on its head, and a pair of broad dragon wings spread out from its back. The Qingluan martial spirit behind Qingluan Douluo seemed to be reborn from the fire. The green feathers on its body turned into red and gold feathers, the tail became more gorgeous, and on its slender neck, the originally green phoenix head also turned into the shape of a phoenix. It was like a transformation from a blue phoenix into a fire phoenix. Behind Ling Yuan, the fiery Ling Yuan martial spirit did the same, becoming something close to a phoenix. As for Lion Douluo and Douluo, they have the fiery lion and green phosphorus snake king martial spirits behind them. The flame lion martial spirit makes the body become even larger, and the flaming hair on the body, especially the mane on the neck, becomes more red with gold, like a blazing flame. This may be because the pill he took was made from coxcomb and phoenix sunflower. A pair of scarlet wings actually grew on the back of the flaming lion. Behind Douluo, the green phosphorus snake king's martial spirit became even larger and more slender, with a pair of dragon claws growing out of its abdomen, and majestic dragon horns growing out of its original snake head, turning it into a dragon head. Transformed from a snake into a dragon. Your Majesty the Pope. After absorbing the medicinal power of the elixir and the martial soul completely completed its transformation, the three great priests, Ling Yuan and Douluo, opened their eyes one after another and stood up with great excitement. How's it going? Qian Sunji took out a throne from the Holy Spirit ring, sat on the side playing with the Holy Sun fire in his hand, and when he saw that everyone had opened their eyes, he couldn't help but chuckle and asked. The three great priests, Ling Yuan and Douluo, all seemed extremely excited about this. First, let's start with the Golden Crocodile Douluo, who has the highest cultivation level and seniority. Return to His Holiness the Pope. Just as you said, Your Holiness the Pope. With the help of the Earth Golden Pill, not only did my martial soul evolve, but my cultivation also finally broke through from level 98 to level 99. Golden Crocodile Douluo said to Kyungsunji with great excitement, clasping his fists. As a titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall who is older than Qiande Oliu, Golden Crocodile Douluo had already broken through to level 98 more than 10 years ago, and had already reached the peak of level 98. But he still couldn't break through level 99. I thought I might not be able to break through level 99 in my lifetime. I didn't expect that with the help of Kyungsunji, I would be able to break through so quickly. In the past, although he was always respectful, he called Kyungsunji the Pope. But in fact, in the heart of Golden Crocodile Douluo, Kyungsunji is always regarded as a junior. But now, with the help of Kyungsunji, not only has his martial soul evolved, but his cultivation has also broken through to the coveted 99th level. This made Golden Crocodile Douluo no longer dare to treat Kyungsunji as a junior. Now, he began to regard Kyungsunji as the real Pope from the bottom of his heart. And behind Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qingluan Douluo and Xiangxi Douluo also reported excitedly. With the help of the Phoenix Nirvana Pill, the spirits of Blue Luan Douluo and Lion Douluo also evolved. The former's spirit transformed from the Phoenix Blue Phoenix into the Fire Phoenix, and his cultivation level also broke through from level 96 to level 97. The latter's martial spirit changed from a flaming lion to a larger flaming lion with stronger fire attributes and wings. As for Ling Yuan and Dugubo, their martial souls evolved from the fiery spirit kite into the fiery flying kite, which has the characteristics of a phoenix, nobler bloodline, and stronger fire attributes. And his martial soul evolved from the green phosphorus snake king to the green phosphorus poisonous dragon. And his cultivation level broke through from the 85th level soul Douluo to the 87th level soul Douluo. And he broke through from level 87 to level 88 contra. For the new martial spirit after evolution, Golden Crocodile Douluo named the new martial soul evolved from the Golden Crocodile King, Earth Dragon King. Qingluan Douluo named the new martial soul evolved from the Qingluan martial soul, Fiery Phoenix. The Lion Douluo named the evolved Flame Lion martial spirit, Flame Tyrant Lion. As for Ling Yuan and Dugubo, they named their new evolved martial spirits, Scarlet Flame Phoenix Eagle and Green Phosphorus Poison Dragon respectively. And distribute the pills. After the martial spirits of the three great priests, Ling Yuan and Dugubo have evolved and their cultivation has also been improved. Kyungsunji only left Ling Yuan behind, and asked the three great priests and Dugubo to leave. Next, he will be in charge of guarding the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Your Holiness, what are you doing here? Ling Yuan was very confused and puzzled about Kyungsunji's decision to stay. Now you are able to use the immortal grass to make elixirs. Shouldn't we return to Wuhan City earlier and refine some more pills? Let some of the titled Douluo elders in the hall, as well as the bishops whose martial spirits are suitable and have the potential to break through to the titled Douluo, evolve their martial spirits and break through to the titled Douluo. There's no hurry. Kyungsunji chuckled and shook his head, then slowly walked to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, put his hands behind his back, stared at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire that were like the work of nature, and joked. You all used medicinal pills to evolve your martial spirits, so can't I take some medicinal pills as well? This is not what I meant. If His Holiness the Pope also wants to take the pill, of course he can take it first and then go back. From what Kyungsunji said, it seemed that he also wanted to take the elixir, so he stayed in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Ling Yuan shook her head quickly and explained hastily. Next, I will go into seclusion here in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. I will take the elixir and sneak into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire to practice. This may need to be done 3 times. Each retreat should take 1 to 3 days. Just wait for me here and prepare new clothes and food for me anytime. Standing in front of Binghuo Lianjian, Kyungsunji took out 2 small jade bottles and opened them. While speaking to Ling Yuan, he prepared to take out the red flame pill and black ice pill, which were made with star aniseed black ice grass and fiery apricot as the main ingredients, and take them. Then, he sneaked into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire to practice ice and fire body training. However, this time, Kyungsunji was doing more than just ice and fire body training. Golden Crocodile King, concept image. Earth Dragon King, concept image. Blue Luan Martial Spirit, conceptual picture. Flame Phoenix concept picture. Flame Lion, concept image. Flame Tyrant Lion concept art, Flame Kite concept art. Crimson Flame Phoenix Eagle, concept image. Green Phosphorus Snake King conceptual picture. Green Phosphorus Poison Dragon, concept image. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, The Call from the Depths of the Yin Eyes of Ice and Fire 2. Chapter 21, The Call from the Depths of Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, please recommend and collect. Compared to the original. After Tang San took the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot and performed ice and fire body training, the resulting transformation is like a complete rebirth. As a titled Douluo, Kyungsunji also merged the bloodline of the golden dragon which possesses ultimate power. My current physical fitness is stronger than I could have imagined, therefore, even if you take the red flame pill and the black ice pill made with star anise black ice grass and fiery apricot as the main ingredients, you can still practice ice and fire body training in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. It is estimated that the improvement it can bring to his current physical fitness will not be too great. But the reason why Kyungsunji planned to take the red flame pill and the black ice pill by himself. The fundamental purpose is not to practice ice and fire body training, improve physical fitness, or cultivate one's cultivation. In terms of improving cultivation, taking star anise ice grass and fiery apricot to practice ice and fire body training is actually far inferior to taking other elixirs. Because most of the medicinal properties of 8 aniseed mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot will eventually be absorbed into the body. On the one hand, it can improve physical fitness. On the other hand, it can make the user immune to energy attacks below extreme ice and extreme fire from now on. Of course, this is actually quite useful for Kyungsunji as well. But what he valued most was that he could take the red flame pill and the mysterious ice pill to sneak into the bottom of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. According to what Kyungsunji knew in his previous life, at the very bottom of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire are buried the bodies of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King who fell in the ancient dragon era. The strength of these two Dragon Kings when they were alive was definitely at the first level god level. If I could obtain the million-year-old soul bones left by these two Dragon Kings, I would be able to take off on the spot. Not only has his cultivation level been greatly improved, the 8 million-year soul skills brought by the 2 million-year soul bones will also bring about earth-shaking changes in his strength. Kyungsunji felt that even Lao Deng might not be his opponent. It's exciting just thinking about it. Although there may still be some residual soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King in the body of the fallen Ice and Fire Dragon King. But because of the time when he helped Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang, among the rewards distributed by the subversion system is the bloodline of the Golden Dragon. Kyungsunji felt that since he had merged the blood of the Golden Dragon, he should be one of the Dragon clan's own. If the remnant spirit of the Ice and Fire Dragon King really exists, it would be impossible for him not to offer an opportunity upon seeing it. It's totally worth a try. Ice and fire are beside the eyes. After giving instructions to Ling Yuan, Qian Sunji started to take off his clothes. Prepare to take 1 red flame pill and 1 black ice pill, jump into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, and perform ice and fire body training. This scene made Ling Yuan stunned. And when a handful of clothes was thrown at me at once, I caught them instinctively. Ling Yuan finally reacted, and her delicate and pretty face suddenly blushed with embarrassment. I screamed "Ah!" in my heart and turned around quickly. My heart is pounding. Your Holiness the Pope, Your Holiness the Pope, why is he like this, suddenly taking off clothes in front of others? I am a girl, shame to death. This is so embarrassing. Ling Yuan's pretty face flushed red, and she was still screaming with shyness and excitement in her heart. But when I think about Kyungsunji taking off his clothes just now, he revealed his high shoulders and broad back, his muscles were perfect like a sculpture, streamlined, smooth and beautiful, and his dog-like waist and 8 clearly defined abdominal muscles. Ling Yuan felt a bit aftertasteful and her heart was pounding. When did His Holiness the Pope get such a good figure? After changing his clothes, he became more handsome than before, and his temperament became more free and easy, mysterious, and profound. It's really fascinating. On the other side, after taking a red flame pill and a black ice pill, feeling the cold and hot ice and fire aura erupting in the body, constantly washing over the body, Kyungsunji took a deep breath, and his thin lips slightly curled up on his handsome and flawless face under his long golden hair. As he exhaled a breath of cold white air, he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. The fire and ice auras released by the red flame pill and the mysterious ice pill have reached the ultimate level. But to him, they seem to be just a little cold and hot, nothing more. It seems that after integrating the Golden Dragon bloodline, it's not just the physical strength that has been greatly improved. The ability to withstand and recover has also increased much more than he imagined. But there's no need to think too much. After taking the red flame pill and the black ice pill, Kyungsunji jumped directly towards Zhongjian in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Large pieces of icy blue and crimson water splashed up, and after colliding in the air, there was a puff sound, and billowing white mist emerged. After sinking into the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Kyungsunji immediately experienced what it meant to be in the extreme of ice and fire. In the body, the medicinal power of the red flame pill and the black ice pill is released every time. There will be ice aura and fire aura of opposite natures from the yin-yang eyes flowing into the body, neutralizing the medicinal power in the body, and transforming into pure aura to temper and nourish the body. And after jumping into the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, I wonder if it's the golden dragon blood in my body that's taking effect. Kyungsunji suddenly felt a call coming from the depths of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Let him dive in. This made Kyungsunji very excited and happy. Really? Although we traveled through time to before the start of the plot of Douluo, there are still some common worldviews between Douluo and subsequent series. Feel the call coming from the depths of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Kyungsunji immediately dived deeper into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. This is because of the medicinal power of the red flame pill and the black ice pill in his body, as well as the strong physique brought by the golden dragon bloodline. The extreme cold and heat of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire did not pose any hindrance to Kyungsunji. After diving to a depth of several thousand meters all around, the passage that was originally only about 10 meters in diameter of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire suddenly became clear. Now, we have entered the underground beneath the mountain where the yin-yang eye of ice and fire is located. But the final destination is still far from being reached. Kyungsunji continued to dive to a depth of about 30,000 meters. The space around him seemed to have turned into an underground world, vast and boundless. It is filled with icy blue and scarlet yin-yang eye spring water. Finally, we are about to reach the deepest point. Kyungsunji suddenly saw the underground space filled with icy blue and scarlet yin-yang eye spring water. The two dragons are as huge as hills, covered with ice blue and crimson scales, with strong and agile bodies. Sharp dragon claws, broad dragon wings and slender necks. There was also the majestic and domineering body of the ice and fire dragon king with a ferocious dragon head, lying quietly underground with his eyes closed. With the arrival of Kyungsunji, suddenly, a dazzling scarlet red and ice blue light burst out from the huge body of the ice and fire dragon king. Amidst a dragon roar that seemed to resound on the spiritual level, two beams of light and shadow that looked exactly like the ice and fire dragon king's body, but were illusory, suddenly broke away from the ice and fire dragon king's body. And after appearing, the shadow of the ice and fire dragon king, oh no! It should be said that it was the residual soul of the ice and fire dragon king, floating above the corpse. A pair of ice blue and a pair of scarlet dragon eyes looked at Kyungsunji. A sound of emotion sounded deep underground. I never thought that the noble golden dragon bloodline still exists in this world. Ice and Fire Dragon King, Concept Picture 1. Ice and Fire Dragon King, Concept Image 2, end of this chapter. Chapter 22, Let the Dragon Race Be Great Again. Oh. Chapter 22, Let the Dragon Race Be Great Again. Brother Meng, please vote. Oh. The yin-yang eye of ice and fire is located 10,000 meters underground in the mountain. I never thought that the noble golden dragon bloodline still exists in this world. After the residual soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King appeared, the huge and illusory remnant soul of the Ice Dragon King stared at Kyungsunji with its huge ice-blue dragon eyes, and said in a low voice full of reminiscence and emotion, "Boy, how are our dragons doing now?" On the other side, the residual soul of the Fire Dragon King asked anxiously, "Hey?" A heavy and complicated look flashed across Kyungsunji's face. He sighed deeply and clasped his fists respectfully. "You two should be the honorable Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King in our dragon clan legends. Ever since the great dragon god led all the seniors in the god realm to fight against those hypocritical human gods and failed, our dragon clan has suffered a painful blow from the god realm. Now, our dragon race and other powerful mythical beasts and exotic beasts have basically withered away. Even the name of the dragon race no longer exists to some extent. Because now, our dragon race has completely become a race called soul beasts." What? Upon hearing this, the remaining soul of the Fire Dragon King became furious and roared madly. Despicable human gods! However, the remaining soul of the Ice Dragon King sighed and was not surprised. Although our divine beasts were defeated by those human gods, the might of Lord Dragon God has been clearly revealed in the war. Those hypocritical human gods will definitely not allow our dragon race to give birth to another being like Lord Dragon God. It's good enough that we dragons haven't been completely wiped out. But what is the situation with this soul beast clan? The remaining soul of the Ice Dragon King asked. The Soul Beast clan should also be considered the descendants of our dragon clan. Kyungsunji pondered and said, "I heard that the birth of the Soul Beast clan was when the Lord Dragon God fell and his body split into the noble Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King. And the great Silver Dragon King tore through space and escaped back from the God realm. During the transmission, the bodies of the fallen seniors were also brought back. And the divine power within the fallen bodies of the predecessors gradually infected the surrounding ordinary plants, wild beasts, and exotic beasts, transforming them all into soul beasts. But I'm not sure if this statement is true." "You're right, that should be the case." After hearing Kyungsunji's words, the remnant soul of the Ice Dragon King thought for a while, then expressed his affirmation and said slowly, "Although I don't know what the soul beast you mentioned looks like, but when our bodies were torn apart in space by Lord Silver Dragon King after our fall and brought back, I can indeed feel that the divine power and flowing dragon blood in our fallen bodies have infected the surrounding plants, beasts, and strange animals, causing them to transform. Perhaps this is the soul beast you mentioned. So now, is this world ruled by soul beasts?" The remnant soul of the Ice Dragon King asked again. At the side, the remaining soul of the Fire Dragon King also came over, with anticipation in its pair of huge red dragon eyes. After learning about the relationship between the Soul Beast clan and the Dragon clan, since the Dragon clan has died out, the remaining soul of the Fire Dragon King naturally hopes that soul beasts that are descendants of the Dragon clan will occupy this world and replace the Dragon clan. However, when he heard the question from the remnant soul of the Ice Dragon King, a gleam of light flashed in Kyungsunji's eyes, and he felt that he had finally found an opportunity. He couldn't help but smile bitterly with a complicated look and emotion, and said, "Respected Senior Ice Dragon King, this world is not ruled by the Soul Beast clan now. The people who rule this world now are called humans." In front of the remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, Kyungsunji explained the relationship between humans and the Soul Beast clan. The focus is definitely on describing the oppression suffered by the Soul Beast clan. For some reason, the rules of the world have changed. Human soul masters must hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings before they can break through. When their soul beasts are killed, they will also reveal soul bones that are extremely precious to human soul masters. And after reaching 100,000 years, the soul beast clan must choose whether to transform into humans or continue to practice. It would be fine if you choose to transform into a human. If you choose to continue practicing, then every time your cultivation level increases by another 100,000 years, you will face a life-threatening thunder tribulation. And many more. Hearing this, the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King were both extremely angry. Needless to say, the rules of the world must have been changed by the human gods in the divine world. Human soul masters need to hunt soul beasts in order to break through. Soul beasts will also drop precious soul bones. This is deliberately supporting humans and suppressing their soul beast clan. Moreover, they also use thunder tribulations to restrict the cultivation of their soul beast clan. They would not have cultivated for 100,000 years back then, and every time their cultivation level increased by another 100,000 years, they would have to face thunder tribulations. Damn it! Despicable human gods! The remaining soul of the Fire Dragon King was roaring madly and angrily. The powerful ability to control fire attribute stirred up the ice and fire yin-yang ice spring water in this underground space, causing it to surge violently. At this time, Kyungsunji sighed and was finally ready to get to the point. "Two seniors, I am no longer just a golden dragon. Because of the changes in the world's rules, it is impossible for a mere golden dragon to cultivate into a divine beast. Even if I managed to reach a level of nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation after surviving a near-death experience, the human gods in the divine world would definitely not watch me break through 1,000,000 years. So when I was cultivating for 100,000 years, I chose to transform into a human. But as a golden dragon, I am not willing to completely transform into a human. Because I still remember the glorious past and supreme glory of our dragon clan, which dominated an era." As he spoke, Kyungsunji's tone became excited. "Therefore, through a special secret method, I have retained the blood of the golden dragon even after transforming into a human. I plan to cultivate to level 100 as a human and become a god. I will control the power in the god realm and secretly support the soul beast clan in our dragon clan, so that our dragon clan can become great again." At this moment, Kyungsunji was dancing excitedly, waving his hands as if he was playing an accordion, very passionate. At this moment, he is not fighting alone. A certain great leader who was known as the exotic red successor and was down to earth seemed to be one with him. Listening to Kyungsunji's excited and infectious words. Because the situation currently faced by the Dragon Clan and the Soul Beast Clan is indeed very severe and difficult. The remaining soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King did not blame Kyungsunji for his choice. Instead, he was very excited. A pair of huge ice blue and scarlet dragon eyes were filled with joy and expectation. "I highly admire Kyungsunji's great and noble goal, and his roundabout way of saving the country. This kid is very good. Live up to the noble golden dragon bloodline, become." Kyungsunji couldn't help but get excited when he found that the remaining spirit of the Ice and Fire Dragon King seemed to be convinced by him, and felt that the groundwork had been laid well. He immediately changed the subject and spoke with earnestness in his eyes. "But even though I transformed into a human, I have great talents. But for safety reasons, I do not intend to inherit the throne of those human gods. Instead, I plan to wait until I reach level 99 and then collect faith to become a god myself. This requires me to reach level 99 as soon as possible and possess powerful strength. Senior Ice and Fire Dragon King, your fallen bodies should have given birth to soul bones, right? I wonder if you two seniors can give me the soul bones that were created after your death, so that I can cultivate to level 99 as soon as possible and embark on the path to becoming a god. In the future, I can soon work hard to make the dragon race great again." Kyungsunji's words were full of sincerity and earnestness. But in the end, there is only one meaning expressed, that is, Senior, please give me money. End of this chapter. Chapter 23, The Gift of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Chapter 23, The Gift of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Brother Meng, please vote. Oh. We want to help you, but we don't seem to have the soul bones you mentioned. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are deep underground. Faced with Kyungsunji's sincere and earnest words, the remnant soul of the Ice Dragon King could not help but sigh, shook his head, and said, "No." Kyungsunji was stunned, somewhat unable to believe it. This shouldn't be, and because the Ice Dragon King actually wanted to help Kyungsunji very much. Let Kyungsunji become a god as soon as possible and ascend to the realm of gods. He controls power in the divine world and secretly helps the Dragon Clan and the Soul Beast Clan to realize the great rejuvenation of the Dragon Clan. But unfortunately, it and the Fire Dragon King did not produce any soul bones after their death. The remaining soul of the Ice Dragon King had some speculations about this, so he began to explain. "Do you remember what you said? The Soul Beast Clan was born when Lord Silver Dragon King tore through space and escaped from the God Realm, and brought back our fallen bodies. In our dragon era, the human species did not exist. So at that time, maybe the God Realm was just clearing out our dragon race, as well as other powerful divine beasts and alien beast races. A new world rule has been added. After your Soul Beast Clan reaches a cultivation level of 100,000 years, every time you advance another 100,000 years, you will encounter a life-threatening thunder tribulation. Until later, when humans were born. The God Realm has changed the rules of the world again, adding the following rules: soul rings will be produced after the death of soul beasts, and there is also a very low probability of soul bones being produced. But at that time, the Fire Dragon King and I had already fallen for many years. When a soul beast dies, it will produce soul rings and soul bones, provided that it has been killed. But we had already perished, so how could soul bones be born?" After hearing the words of the Ice Dragon King's remnant soul, Kyungsunji suddenly realized. Yup! The God Realm is changing the world rules of Douluo continent and adding 2 rules: when a soul beast dies, it will produce soul rings and soul bones. The Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King have fallen many years ago. Soul beasts need to die before their soul rings and soul bones can be revealed. If the Divine Realm had changed the rules of Douluo continent before Guyuina brought the Ice and Fire Dragon King's body back to Douluo continent, perhaps, when the body of the Ice and Fire Dragon King falls on the Douluo continent, it will produce soul rings and soul bones. But what if the rules of this world are changed? It has been who knows how many years since the Ice and Fire Dragon King fell. How can soul bones be produced? Thinking of this, Kyungsunji couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart, feeling very disappointed. Then this time, didn't he come here in vain? But although there are no soul bones. But after listening to Kyungsunji's words just now, he made the Dragon Clan great again. The remaining souls of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King were both deeply moved. After looking at each other, the 2 Dragon Kings seemed to have made up their minds in their eyes. "Little guy, we are sorry that we don't have any spirit bones to help you." The remaining soul of the Ice Dragon King spoke slowly and in a deep voice. "But even though we don't have soul bones, and have fallen for so many years, the power and essence in our bodies have almost disappeared. But the remaining essence can still be of great use to you who have not yet become a god. We are willing to give it to you. This may also help you improve your strength a lot." Hearing this, Kyungsunji was immediately very surprised. But then he became a little nervous again. "2 seniors, if you gave me the remaining origin, what would happen to you?" "Benaiyuan, this name sounds very important. Now the Ice and Fire Dragon King has already fallen, and only his remnant soul remains. If all the remaining origin was given to him, will my soul be destroyed immediately?" Although Kyungsunji came here for the Ice and Fire Dragon King's legacy from the beginning this time, what I just said to the remaining souls of the 2 Dragon Kings was all nonsense. But it's still nonsense. But Kyungsunji's original purpose was to obtain the soul bone produced by the fall of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. This is not very important to the remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. But the origin is different. For the people who help me. Kyungsunji still couldn't take other people's help for granted. The education he received in his previous life made him always have a grateful heart. He cannot easily accept others helping him at the cost of their own lives. Haha! The remaining soul of the Fire Dragon King suddenly laughed heartily towards the sky. Little guy, don't worry about these little things. We have already perished, and now we are just our remaining souls struggling to survive. Although as divine beasts, our bodies are nearly immortal. But from the time we fell until now, our essence has almost disappeared. Even if I don't give you the remaining origin, in 10,000 years, as our origin runs out, our 2 remaining souls will also be annihilated. Rather than lingering on, we would rather give you the remaining essence so that you can become a god as soon as possible and help our dragon race become great again in the future. Don't feel guilty, this is our own choice. That's right. Little one, you don't need to feel guilty, and don't refuse. If you must thank us, then practice hard, become a god as soon as possible, and work hard to revive our dragon race. The remaining soul of the Ice Dragon King also chimed in and said with a smile. By the way, little guy, I still don't know your name. The remaining soul of the Fire Dragon King asked. My name is Kyungsunji, where are the 2 seniors? Kyungsunji felt a little heavy-hearted. He took a deep breath, bowed slightly to the remaining soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, and said. My name, Chi Yan. My name, Binglan. The remaining soul of the Fire Dragon King and the remaining soul of the Ice Dragon King replied in a deep voice. Kyungsunji, accept our origin. The future of our dragon race depends on you. For a moment, a bright and dazzling scarlet red and ice blue light suddenly burst out from the body of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Amid the remnant souls of the Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King, a huge dragon roar resounded throughout the spiritual level. Countless red and ice blue streams of light were constantly being drawn out from the huge body of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Finally, a red ball of light and an ice blue ball of light full of vitality condensed in the air. Then, the scarlet red light ball and the ice blue light ball swooshed and instantly turned into a stream of light and shot into Kyungsunji's body. After the essence of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King entered the body, Kyungsunji suddenly felt an extreme cold and scorching energy surging into his body. However, after entering the body, these 2 powerful energies did not flow into the limbs and bones and merge into the body. It has not been integrated into the soul power. Instead, they flowed to his arms, one on the left and one on the right. Kyungsunji's arms suddenly burst into dazzling ice blue and scarlet light, and began to expand, grow, and lengthen. Oh my god! Why does it hurt so much? This made Kyungsunji grit his teeth and look painful. I just felt a pair of arms. One of them seemed to be in an extremely cold place and was about to be frozen to death. One was thrown into the magma, as if it was about to melt. Finally, after the transformation is complete, I saw that Kyungsunji's arms became extremely huge and slender. One is covered with ice blue dragon scales, and the other is covered with crimson dragon scales, emitting extremely cold and hot auras respectively, and the ferocious dragon claws are extremely sharp. At the same time, a powerful soul power was suddenly released from the soul bones integrated into his arms and poured into the soul power in his body. This allowed Kyungsunji's soul power level to directly break through the peak of level 92, where it had remained for a long time, and reach level 93. Then, he broke through to level 94. It wasn't until it reached level 94 that it stabilized. Ice and Fire Dragon King, Concept Picture 3, end of this chapter. Chapter 24 on the possibility of giving birth to Ren Shuo. Chapter 24 on the possibility of giving birth to Jian Rongxiu, Brother Meng, please vote. Oh. Call. I felt that the parts of my arms that seemed to be soul bones had finally been fused. At the same time, a tremendous amount of soul power was released and merged into the soul power in the body. Directly allowed his cultivation to break through to level 94. Qian Sunji's body finally relaxed. On his handsome face with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his eyes slowly opened and he let out a long breath. However, although he obtained 2 precious soul bones, his cultivation also made a significant breakthrough. But Kyungsunji did not immediately check the condition of the soul bones he had obtained. It is also not certain how much the cultivation level has improved. Instead, he quickly looked in the direction of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's corpse. But unfortunately, above the Ice and Fire Dragon King's body, there is no longer the remaining soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, and those 2 huge and illusory shadows. This made Kyungsunji's eyes become somewhat complicated, and he sighed in his heart. Hey! I just wanted to get 2 million-year soul bones to improve my strength. How did I inexplicably become the person entrusted with the revival of the Dragon Clan? Thinking of the expectations of the remaining souls of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, Kyungsunji felt overwhelmed. Originally, he just wanted to lead the Spirit Hall to a more glorious peak. Unify the continent and usher in a new era. He had never thought about anything related to the Dragon Clan and the Soul Beast Clan. But although what he said to the Ice and Fire Dragon King at the beginning was just a bluff. However, the remaining soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King would rather die than give him the remaining essence to help him improve his strength. This is a heavy favor. It is hard to let down Kyungsunji's education in his previous life. The purpose of the 2 Dragon Kings is just to hope that he can work hard to fulfill what he said before and make the Dragon Clan great again, thinking of the country I lived in my previous life, the similar history. Kyungsunji couldn't help but take a deep breath and made a decision. Damn! It's done, anyway, the system has already rewarded the Golden Dragon bloodline. This is the direct bloodline of the Dragon God. The gods in the divine world may not necessarily tolerate me. I am a time traveler with a system, my future is limitless. Is there anything I can't do? I am the biggest in the world, although there is no way to make the world return to the Dragon Age. But it changed the future destiny of the Dragon Clan and the Soul Beast Clan. So that the Dragon Clan and Soul Beast Clan will not be on the verge of extinction like in the subsequent series of the original work. Instead, we should coexist peacefully with humans and even make progress together with them. This is not impossible. Let's set a small goal first. Kyungsunji clenched his fists and thought secretly in his heart. Within 100 years, he became the common leader of the human race and the Soul Beast Clan, and acquired the strength of a creator god. He led the humans and soul beasts of Douluo continent to the divine realm in the opposite direction and swept away the gods in the divine realm. Be crowned as the Lord of the Gods, however, although this goal can be achieved in the future as long as Kyungsunji, who has the ability to subvert the system, does not die. But it's not that easy. Deep underground in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Kyungsunji bowed deeply to the corpses of the huge Ice Dragon King Binglan and the Fire Dragon King Xian. Afterwards, Kyungsunji began to check the conditions of the 2 soul bones he had obtained. With the help of the subversion system's property panel, Qian Sunji was shocked to find that the 2 soul bones he obtained did not seem to be ordinary soul bones. It is an extremely special external soul bone, which not only includes the left arm bones and the right arm bones, but also the metacarpal bones of the left hand and the metacarpal bones of the right hand. But it may be because too much of the origin has been lost after the death of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Very little left. Therefore, the remaining essence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, which eventually transformed into 2 external soul bones, seemed to be only 500,000 years old, but each had 3 soul skills. And what's more important is that it is an external soul bone. The 2 soul bones transformed from the origin of the Ice and Fire Dragon King can continue to evolve according to Kyungsunji's cultivation. Good. Good, this made Kyungsunji very satisfied. And after obtaining 2 external soul bones from the Ice and Fire Dragon King, the Ice Dragon King's arm and the Fire Dragon King's arm, Kyungsunji was ready to leave and swam towards the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. At this time, the medicinal power of the red flame pill and the black ice pill in the body had almost been digested. But unfortunately, with Kyungsunji's current 94th level of advanced cultivation, taking the red flame pill and the mysterious ice pill to practice ice and fire body training did not improve his physical fitness and cultivation much. Because compared to simply taking star anise ice grass and fiery apricot, refine red flame pill and black ice pill. Each red flame pill and black ice pill contains the medicinal power of a whole plant of star anise, black ice grass and fiery apricot. Therefore, after taking a red flame pill and a black ice pill, Kyungsunji has obtained the ability to be immune to ice and fire energy attacks under the ultimate fire and ultimate ice. For the remaining 2 pairs of red flame pills and black ice pills, Kyungsunji thought about it and decided not to use it anymore. Instead, I plan to put it away and leave it to my future children. After swimming upwards from the underground space where the body of the Ice and Fire Dragon King was located, soon, Kyungsunji swam out of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. At this time, Ling Yuan, who was standing next to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, was extremely nervous and worried, and kept pacing back and forth anxiously. "Your Holiness, why hasn't Your Holiness come up yet?" Because after Kyungsunji jumped into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, he seemed to sink to the bottom and disappeared completely. This made Ling Yuan extremely worried, fearing that something might have happened to Kyungsunji. If it weren't for the extremely cold yin spring and extremely hot yang spring of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, they would be too cold and hot to be touched at all. She even wanted to sneak into the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to find Kyungsunji. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of icy blue and red rose up. In the thick white mist that emerges from the collision of extremely cold spring water and extremely hot spring water, Kyungsunji jumped directly from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and landed on the shore. "Your Majesty the Pope." Ling Yuan was very excited to see Kyungsunji finally come out. However, when she saw Kyungsunji's perfect figure looming in the white mist in the air, Ling Yuan's delicate and beautiful face couldn't help but blush and she turned around quickly. My heart was pounding. In my mind, the clear version of Chihiroji's perfect figure that I had seen before involuntarily emerged. "Your Holiness, your clothes." Ling Yuan turned her back to Kyungsunji, and approached carefully with a blushing face. With trembling hands, she handed the clothes to Kyungsunji. "Haha, why are you coming here with your back to me? Aren't you afraid of falling?" Although he knew that Ling Yuan was shy, Kyungsunji couldn't help but chuckle and joked. For Ling Yuan, the beautiful little maid. As a normal man, Kyungsunji already had some ideas. If he had not traveled through time, his original body would have probably transformed into a secret room Douluo at this time. He did something unspeakable to Bibi Dong. "Qianrongxiu, I'm afraid she's pregnant." But as a traverser, although Bibi Dong was indeed quite pretty, Kyungsunji only felt disgusted and didn't want to touch her at all. But Kyungsunji really likes the character of Qianrongxiu. This made him wonder whether he could give birth to Qianrongxiu by marrying another woman. Anyway, Qianrongxiu's martial soul was inherited from his 6-winged angel. It should be fine as long as he is here. But in the original work, there are not many female characters of the right age who can be found directly in the current timeline. There is only one Poseidon, Tang Yuehua, and Ling Yuan. And if you want someone with both great talent and good looks, there are only Poseidon and Ling Yuan. But Poseidon and Kyungsunji definitely cannot do it. Otherwise, Lao Deng Qiandaolio would probably fight him to the death. So, there is only Ling Yuan. The pretty Bibi Dong when she was young, Qianrongxiu beautiful picture 1. Collect the 3 soul skills of the 2 soul bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Brothers, go for it. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 We, the Time Travelers, are awesome. Chapter 25 We, the time travelers, are awesome, and after teasing Ling Yuan. After making the little maid blush. Because the goal is to collect magical herbs, refine elixirs, and sneak into the bottom of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire to obtain million-year soul bones. It has basically been completed successfully. Kyungsoon had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a faint smile on his handsome and flawless face. He slowly put on the white suit he had just changed out of. He prepared to take Ling Yuan away from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Return to the castle in Tiandu Imperial City. After playing in Tiandu Imperial City for a few more days, I will return to Wuhan City. After all, as the Pope, he has been away from Wuhan City for a long time. During this period, the affairs of the Spirit Hall. It's all thanks to the Emperor. Ahem, no. It was the previous Pope Jiandaoliu who handled it. Lao Deng has been retired for more than 10 years. I finally got rid of the burden and enjoyed a quiet retirement life. As a result, he was forcibly carried out by Kyungsunji again. Don't be too unhappy during this period. During Kyungsunji's stay in Tiandu Imperial City. A few days later, Lao Deng wrote a letter and had it delivered to Kyungsoon, urging him to return quickly. If it weren't for Kyungsunji this time, he would have been busy doing serious work. Jiandaoliu was probably going to ask Golden Crocodile Douluo and the other 3 great priests to tie Kyungsunji back. However, Kyungsunji curled his lips in response to this. This old Deng has no ambition at all, although you are over 100 years old now. But according to the introduction of your old lover, Poseidon. Genius ultimate Douluo like you who broke through to the titled Douluo level early on can live for thousands of years at most. If we compare the lifespan of ordinary people with the maximum lifespan of thousands of years. You are not even 10 years old now, you can't want to retire and enjoy your old age at such a young age. You are blatantly giving up. Kyungsunji clenched his fists in his heart and waved them fiercely, making a sound of indignation against Tiangang in his heart. And after leaving the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Kyungsunji brought Ling Yuan back to the castle where Tiandu Imperial City lived. Let Qinglu and Douluo continue to return to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to guard. As for him, he will naturally take his maid Ling Yuan with him to relax these days. In the more than 1 month since I came to Tiandu Imperial City, His Holiness the Pope is always very busy. I haven't had a good time playing and strolling around Tiandu Imperial City. What, in the castle? Practicing alchemy. Have you also been to Tiandu Imperial City and tasted a lot of delicious food? No. If you don't play all day, it doesn't count as playing. At best, I'm just practicing alchemy. When I get tired, I go out to change my mood. Continue to save your energy for the next battle. That's right. That's it. Anyway, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, all rights of interpretation belong to His Holiness the Pope. However, just after Kyungsunji brought Ling Yuan back to the castle of Tiandu Imperial City, Golden Crocodile Douluo seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but say something strange. Oh, right. Your Holiness, just 2 days ago, that Blue Lightning Tyrant Zhong Yuanzhen sent someone to deliver a letter. The content of the letter is to apologize to his son Yu Xiaogang. It is said that his son Yu Xiaogang is really ignorant. He actually got together with the saint girl of our Spirit Hall in Spirit City. But he said it was all a misunderstanding. Originally, his son Yu Xiaogang just wanted to be friends with Bibi Dong and didn't want to be with her. It's just that Bibi Dong was too enthusiastic and proactive, and he was afraid of hurting Bibi Dong's feelings, so he never said it clearly. I didn't expect that Bibi Dong would misunderstand and go to extremes. She broke off relations with our Spirit Hall in order to elope with Yu Xiaogang. He said that as a friend, Yu Xiaogang didn't know the situation at first, so he took Bibi Dong away from Wuhan City and returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. But after Yu Xiaogang returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, he learned the details and gave Yu Xiaogang a good lesson. Yu Xiaogang already knew he was wrong. He originally planned to send Bibi Dong back tomorrow, and bring his son Yu Xiaogang with him to apologize. But at that time, Your Holiness the Pope was still in seclusion at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. I told the person sent by the Pope about your seclusion, and asked him to go back and tell him. Now that Your Holiness has returned, what should we do about this matter? Golden Crocodile Douluo couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Kyungsunji couldn't help but sneer sarcastically. This Yu Yuanzhen really knows how to whitewash his son. You just want that Bibi Dong to be your friend? Are you kidding me? Are we stupid? At first, I didn't know what was going on, so I took Bibi Dong back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. What is his son's purpose? Does he think we don't know? He wants to send Bibi Dong back, but I definitely won't accept it. Kyungsunji sneered. After all, who would want to pick up trash that has already been thrown away? That would make the whole house dirty. But if he wants to bring his son here to make amends, then let him come. I want to see how he tries to argue. His son caused our spirit hall to lose a genius with full innate spirit power, twin top-level spirits, and unlimited potential in the future. If you don't come up with something decent to make amends, don't blame me for leading my men to attack the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. As he spoke, Kyungsun clenched his fists, as if he had grasped everything in his hands, and his eyes flashed with cold light as he sneered. On the side, I listened to Kyungsunji's domineering words as if everything was no problem. Ling Yuan's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration and fascination. She said in her heart. Your Holiness, you have really changed a lot compared to before. His Holiness the Pope has never been so domineering before. And he does things in a way that no one can say is wrong. Your Holiness, you have really changed a lot now. On the side, the lion Douluo couldn't help but be filled with amazement and emotion. In the past, if you had encountered this situation where Bibi Dong wanted to elope with Yu Xiaogang, you must have been so angry that you lost your mind, or maybe you did something wrong. Or they will be hit so hard that they will never recover. It's definitely not possible to be so quick and decisive to destroy Bibi Dong directly. I definitely wouldn't even think of using Yu Xiaogang to bring Bibi Dong back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan and use this as an excuse to attack the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Your current state reminds me of Haoshan Douluo Tang Chen and my elder brother. In the narration of Lion Douluo, Haoshan Douluo Tang Chen is a man of upright character, fearless and domineering. It has a bottom line, but it will also do various things that are not so upright and beneficial to the Haoshan sect. But his brain is pretty average. The old man, Qiandaoliu, was of noble birth, had a gentlemanly character, a broad mind, was indifferent to fame and fortune, and valued keeping his promises. It can be said that it has gathered most of the good qualities in this world. Compared to Tang Chen, the old man Qiandaoliu is more intelligent. But the bottom line is too high. Can't do anything bad. To put it bluntly, he is burdened by his fame and is a bit indecisive. Under the leadership of the boss Qiandaoliu, their spirit hall has won praise from the entire spirit master community, but their strength has stagnated. And the previous Kyungsunji, although he inherited most of Qiandaoliu's good qualities, but he does not have Qiandaoliu's character and wisdom. Although, compared to Qiandaoliu, the good thing about Kyungsunji is that he is not burdened by his fame. Willing to do some things that sound not so glorious for the spirit hall. But when it comes to doing things, he is not reckless or domineering enough. On the contrary, some people want everything, and they are hesitant and indecisive. But now, Kyungsunji has completely transformed. He not only possesses the good qualities and bottom line of an old master, but also demonstrates extraordinary wisdom. And when doing things, they will seek to maximize their interests and the moral high ground. Once you stand on it, you can achieve your goal without any scruples and act domineeringly. Simply perfect. This Lion Douluo has a pretty good eye. After listening to the words of Lion Douluo, Kyungsunji couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The original body was stimulated by Bibi Dong and went to extremes, turning into a secret room Douluo. In the end, it doesn't count if you just end up killing yourself. The entire spirit hall was also lost. And use Tang Chen and Qian Daoliu to describe it. The original form is a weakened version of Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen. And I am the enhanced plus version of Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen. Thinking of this, Kyung Sunji couldn't help feeling a little proud. We, the time travelers, are awesome. Well, I feel that compared to Qian Daoliu, Tang Chen is indeed a little silly. In the original novel, Poseidon told Tang Chen and Qian Daoliu that he would be with whoever could break through level 100 first. Qian Daoliu heard that it was a polite refusal, so he gave up after returning and stayed in Wuhan City. Tang Chen didn't understand, and searched everywhere for ways to become a god. Finally, in order to inherit the throne of Shura, he turned himself into the king of killing. However, due to his background, Tang Chen might not know as much as Qian Daoliu about things like becoming a god. You could also say it's normal. But it depends on how you look at it. End of this chapter. Chapter 26. Yu Yuanzhen brings his son to apologize, and the 5-piece set of summer vacation training. Chapter 26. Yu Yuanzhen brings his son to apologize, and the 5-piece set of summer vacation training for children is on stage, the next day, early in the morning. In front of the castle, a luxurious carriage drove slowly over and stopped behind the castle gate. Then, 3 figures got off the carriage. These 3 figures are naturally Yu Yuanzhen, Yu Xiaogang, and Bibi Dong. Dong. Let's go in first. You will live in this castle for the next few days. I will let Xiaogang stay with you all the time. When you have chosen your wedding dress in Tiandu Imperial City, I will hold your wedding on a chosen date. After getting off the carriage, Yu Yuanzhen said with a smile as he looked at the magnificent castle in front of him. From Yu Xiaogang, who brought Bibi Dong back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan until now. In order to reassure Bibi Dong, Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Xiaogang did not reveal anything. Instead, he took everything very seriously and made sure everything developed in the direction that Bibi Dong hoped. To Bibi Dong, everything seemed to be going as smoothly as a dream. As soon as they met, Xiaogang's beloved father and mother were very satisfied with her. Even brother Yu Xiaogang, who received the news and rushed back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan from other places, felt the same after seeing her. So, smoothly, Yu Yuanzhen's family all started talking about the marriage of Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong. Regarding this, Bibi Dong, who was naive and innocent, was only excited and happy. But no one realized it was such a big deal. If this is true, it is impossible that there is no news in the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. And after getting off the carriage, Yu Yuanzhen brought Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong into the castle and went straight to the castle hall. Soon, they arrived at the castle's hall. As the most high-end castle in Tiandu Imperial City, the hall of this castle looks like a magnificent palace. In the very center, there is a magnificent throne. A woman wearing an exquisite and gorgeous white dress, with a slender and tall figure and long golden hair draped over her shoulders. A man with sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, a nose like a hanging gall bladder, a handsome and flawless face, and a faint smile, was sitting with his legs crossed, supporting his face with one hand, looking at the door indifferently. Behind him stood a tall, hot, beautiful woman wearing a tight black leather skirt with a feather-patterned shawl. Her black hair was combed behind one ear and beside the cheek, slightly covering the corners of her eyes, but with the golden earrings on her ears, she looked even more beautiful and elegant, with an excellent temperament. On both sides, there are several gorgeous chairs. The 2 were tall and burly, wearing gorgeous and majestic golden armor. A man with long black braided hair and a short light beard, and a big man with short blonde hair and a thick beard were sitting upright on the chairs. How is this possible? After walking into the hall and seeing the situation inside, Bibi Dong was suddenly shocked. For a moment, my whole body was stiff. Although I haven't seen you for over a month. But whether it was Golden Crocodile Douluo, Lion Douluo, or Ling Yuan, she recognized them all at once. And sitting on the throne in the center was an extremely handsome man. Although her dress and appearance had changed drastically, Bibi Dong still recognized her at once. Isn't this her hateful former teacher Qian Sunji? But how did they get here? Bibi Dong was so shocked that she couldn't help but turn her head and look in the direction of Yu Yuanzhen and her beloved Yu Xiaogang. Want to get an answer? But facing Bibi Dong's eyes, Yu Xiaogang didn't dare to face it at all. Instead, she looked guilty and turned her head away quickly. As for Yu Yuanzhen, he didn't even bother to look at Bibi Dong. Now that he had already tricked Bibi Dong into coming here, he didn't want to pretend anymore. This brainless, stupid woman, together with her son Yu Xiaogang, almost brought disaster to their family and the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. My son Yu Xiaogang is my own son, there is nothing I can do about it. But as for that stupid woman Bibi Dong, he didn't want to see her again at all. My name is Yu Yuanzhen. Nice to meet the Pope and the two seniors. After entering the hall and meeting Kyungsunji and the two great priests, Yu Yuanzhen first bowed deeply and respectfully. Then, he turned to look at his son Yu Xiaogang with a cold expression. He dragged her to his front, slapped her on the face, leaving a red slap mark, and scolded her harshly. Get down on your knees. Yu Xiaogang was slapped by my father Yu Yuanzhen so hard that her head was buzzing and she was completely stunned. No. Father, the script doesn't seem to be like this. I thought about the apology script we discussed the night before coming here. Yu Xiaogang was about to cry. Doesn't it mean that all we need to do is bring Bibi Dong here, play the victim, and make amends? Why are you still hitting people? Yu Yuanzhen was also very angry about this. I also want to play the victim and apologize and let the matter go. But you kid, don't you think about what you are doing? Can this matter be covered up so easily? I said this before just to prevent you from being too nervous and scared and letting Bibi Dong discover the problem. But now we're in place. If I don't beat you up badly, do you think this matter can end so easily? Although Yu Yuanzhen hit her in the ass so hard that her brain was dizzy, she felt like crying but had no tears. But Yu Xiaogang's cowardly character made her particularly submissive. Following Yu Yuanzhen's words, he immediately knelt down in the direction of Qian Sunji. Your Holiness, I am so sorry. My son, Yu Xiaogang, was young and ignorant. After becoming friends with your saint Bibi Dong, he failed to keep a proper distance and accidentally caused your saint to misunderstand him. After making Yu Xiaogang kneel down, Yu Yuanzhen looked extremely guilty and apologetic, and used the same rhetoric. All the faults were put on Bibi Dong. After my son returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, I severely taught him a lesson and also brought the saintess of your palace here. I hope that His Holiness the Pope will be magnanimous and forgive my child's ignorant offense. Yu Yuanzhen, thank you very much. For the sake of his son Yu Xiaogang, Yu Yuanzhen endured the humiliation, forced a smile, and tried to be funny and ingratiating. He bowed deeply to Kyungsunji and begged for forgiveness. But unfortunately, Kyungsunji still supported his face with one hand, crossed his legs, sneered disdainfully, and said coldly with a sarcastic and indifferent look. Not enough. Not enough? Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanzhen thought that Qian Sunji felt that simply slapping his son was not enough apology. So he gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and his eyes became sharp. Xiaogang, your father, have no choice. I just hope that this time, it will help you learn a lesson. Your Holiness, what my son did this time was indeed very wrong. I'll teach him a lesson right now. After saying that, Yu Yuanzhen showed an extremely angry expression, pulled out his belt again, swung it violently, and threw it in the air, making a loud bang. Then, a belt hit Yu Xiaogang's face. You little brat, I'll show you how ungrateful you are. Your Holiness the Pope has done you a great favor by allowing you to stay in Wuhan City. Who asked you to get close to the saint? You can't even be friends. Yu Yuanzhen took the belt and roared while whipping Yu Xiaogang fiercely. In front of Kyungsunji and the two great priests, Yu Zioan was beaten so hard that she screamed and cried, and ran around all over with bruises all over her body. "Don't run, you little brat! Stop!" Yu Yuanzhen roared angrily and chased Yu Zioang to beat her. And after breaking the belt, seeing that Kyungsunji and the two great priests had not made any move, Yu Yuanzhen gritted his teeth and took out a few more artifacts. They are an iron clothes hanger for drying clothes, a whip, and extremely tough leather slippers made from the skin of an armored crocodile. He continued to whip her little anus hard. The anus was beaten so hard that he cried out in pain. "Father, please stop hitting me. I'm going to die if you keep hitting me." However, seeing that Kyungsunji and the two great priests remained unmoved, Yu Yuanzhen had no choice but to be furious and use his fists and kicks. Just whip Yu Xiao's anus and beat her to death. On the side, when Bibi Dong saw the miserable condition of her beloved Xiaogang, she seemed to have been sold out. "I was very disappointed with Yu Xiaogang. But I still couldn't help feeling heartbroken and my eyes were red." Small anus. End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Bibi Dong, the little fairy who brought disgrace upon herself. What the hell is your cha? Chapter 27, Bibi Dong, the little fairy who brought disgrace upon herself. Why are you coming back, in the splendid hall? In order to make Kyungsunji accept the apology and forgive his son Yu Xiaogang. Also for the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan to be able to survive this crisis. Yu Yuanzhen was so ruthless that he used belts, clothes hangers, whips, slippers, and even fists and feet to beat him. He roared angrily and beat Yu Xiao's anus violently. Yu Xiaogang was beaten so badly that her nose and face were swollen and her body was covered with bruises. She screamed and fell to the ground wailing. "It looks so miserable," center of the hall. Looking at everything in front of him, Kyungsunji was extremely disdainful. He was wearing an exquisite and noble white robe, half lying on the gorgeous golden throne, still supporting his face with his left hand, with his legs crossed. Under his draped golden hair, his handsome face had a cold expression. I felt very sarcastic and mocking in my heart. "Who are you trying to fool by playing a trick on me? Given the evil your son Yu Xiaogang has done, do you think you can just pretend to be nice in front of me and beat him up and let it go? You're dreaming. Today, if you, the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, don't give me something decent to apologize for your crimes, do you think I can let you go so easily?" However, Kyungsunji had no intention of reminding him of this. Anyway, Yu Yuanzhen would beat Yu Xiaogang to death in front of him. There will be no change in his attitude. "Since you treat me like a fool, you have no sincerity at all. Then don't blame me for treating you like a fool. Anyway, it's quite entertaining to watch you spank your son's little anus, so just go on with the show. It doesn't matter if you beat him to death. After all, he is not my son." But before Yu Yuanzhen discovered the problem. Standing aside, Bibi Dong couldn't help herself when she saw her beloved little anus being tortured. On that pure, beautiful, and delicate face, a pair of amber eyes were full of red, her hands were clenched, and her silver teeth were clenched, as if she had made up her mind. She turned around resolutely and looked at Kyungsunji, shouting in grief, anger, and humiliation. "Kyungsunji, please stop torturing Xiaogang. You just want me to come back, right? As long as you can spare Xiaogang, I will promise you. If you torture my little anus, I will never return to your spirit hall even if I die." After saying that, Bibi Dong glared at Kyungsunji with her beautiful amber eyes full of humiliation and anger. As if he had suffered a great deal of injustice and unfairness. Hearing this, Kyungsunji simply laughed. He laughed so hard that tears came out. "I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter." After laughing, Kyungsunji immediately looked at Bibi Dong and said sarcastically. "Bibi Dong, what are you thinking about? Come back? You're coming back for nothing. What do you think the spirit hall is? You can come and go as you please. To put it bluntly, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you think you are worthy? Do you think I deliberately planned to let Yu and Zhen send you back? Wrong. Big mistake. I've never thought about it this way. Who would want to pick up trash that has already been thrown away? Don't take yourself too seriously. Having said that, Kyungsunji paused and continued mockingly. As for your beloved little anus, I didn't ask Yu and Zhen to beat him. You, the cheap eunuch Yu and Zhen, thought that if he beat up his little son, I would accept their apology and write off everything. But I never said that. But I really can't stand you, a hypocritical, shameless, incompetent, cowardly, and useless little asshole. I am disgusted by you. Since your cheap father-in-law Yu and Zhen is willing to think and do this, I am happy to watch a big show. Kyungsunji said this with a vicious and sarcastic smile on his face. The whole thing looks like a dark villain. Listening to Kyungsunji's disdainful words, looking at that evil smile, Bibi Dong felt as if her face was slapped. His face suddenly turned blue and red, and he felt incomparable humiliation and anger. I was filled with rage. If her cultivation had not been destroyed, she would have wanted to throw a punch at Kyungsunji's disgusting face that could wipe out the avenue. Damn it, Chihiro-ji! How dare you humiliate me like this in front of Xiaoan and my uncle? Just wait, I will definitely take revenge, most definitely. Bibi Dong was filled with humiliation and anger, and she roared and swore madly. On the side, no one expected that Bibi Dong, who had already been sold out by Yu and Zhen and Yu Xiaogang, would actually stand up and speak for Yu Xiaogang. I have no idea what he was thinking. Golden Crocodile Douluo and Lion Douluo couldn't help but feel even more disappointed. When Yu and Zhen heard Kyungsunji's words, his body suddenly stiffened. I felt humiliated and furious. I feel like I'm being made a fool of, if this damn Kyungsunji wasn't the Pope of the Spirit Hall. If there weren't two Spirit Hall warriors whose strength he couldn't tell clearly here. He must let this damn Kyungsunji know the fate of those who dare to toy with and torture him, thundered Douluo Yu and Zhen, but unfortunately, there is no if. Yu and Zhen could only suppress his inner humiliation and anger, and threw away the 6-piece training set in his hand that was almost broken. Let go of the little jade anus that was so wet that it wanted to cry but had no tears, and had every piece of good flesh on its body beaten. He turned around and continued with a forced smile. Your Holiness, do you think we are not sincere? Then Your Majesty, what exactly do you want in exchange for forgiving my son and our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan? It's not enough to just say an apology. Kyungsunji just said lightly. Hearing this, Yu and Zhen finally understood what he meant. Kyungsunji wants their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan to produce something to apologize for their sin. Damn it! Greedy Spirit Hall, Yu and Zhen cursed inwardly. Before my father passed away, he told me that your Spirit Hall is a powerful force with bottom lines, principles, and acts in an upright manner. Let me not be too afraid. It is also said that a gentleman can be bullied. Ahem. I didn't expect you to be so greedy. My son is obviously innocent. He did not instigate the holy maiden of your Spirit Hall to break with you. At most, I just brought her back by accident. You guys are still trying to blackmail me. But unless we put everything aside. Otherwise, no matter what, if this matter gets out, it will be the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan that is in the wrong. After all, the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall was indeed influenced by her son Yu Xiaogang, which led her to betray the Spirit Hall, break with the Spirit Hall, and eventually have her cultivation abolished. The key point is that his son Yu Xiaogang brought the person back, if the Spirit Hall publicizes this matter to the outside world. By grasping this point, even if the outside world takes the opportunity to attack their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, they will not be able to find any fault with it. Even the other two top 3 sects, Haoshan sect and Kaibao Liulai sect, which were closely related to Qilian Zi, were unable to help them. No way, Yu and Zhen could only grit his teeth and force a smile. We, the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, are willing to pay out 10 million gold coins to make amends on your behalf. Please forgive us, Your Holiness the Pope. 10 million gold soul coins? That's a beggar. Kyungsunji sneered with disdain. A genius with innate full soul power and twin top-level martial spirits, cultivated with a lot of our martial spirit hall resources, was destroyed by your useless son in one day. Do you think 10 million gold soul coins can make up for it? How about I go and ask Tang Zhen, the leader of Haoshan sect, and Ning Fengzi of Kai Bao Liulai sect to judge the matter? Yu Yuan was speechless and forced a smile again. How about the 100 million gold soul coins, plus a number of rare treasures, plus our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan's 3 major imperial city industries with an annual income of more than 10 million gold soul coins? Do you think our spirit hall is short of money? Kyungsunji sneered again. And under Kyungsunji's repeated not enough, Yu Yuanzhen had no choice but to grit his teeth with anger and unwillingness in his heart. In addition, their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan treasures a piece of 10,000-year soul bone which is the most precious in the Soul Master world and is known as the treasure of the Blood River. Add a 10,000-year-old right arm bone of a void beast. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Target, True Dragon 9th Crown, Yu Yuanzhen and Number 039, S Reluctance. Chapter 28 Target, 9 Crowns of True Dragon, Yu Yuanzhen's Reluctance, a 10,000-year-old right arm bone of a void beast. I heard that Yu Yuanzhen finally took out what he wanted. Kyungsunji, who seemed to be half lying on his side on the gorgeous golden throne, moved his sword-like eyebrows on his handsome face, and finally put down his crossed legs and sat up properly on the throne. Master Yu, you have finally shown some sincerity. Sitting upright on the throne, Kyungsunji finally looked serious. After a slight smile, he spoke slowly. But Yu Yuanzhen felt only anger and humiliation. I even took out a precious 10,000-year-old soul bone. This is the treasure of the Blood River, and it is a rare space attribute soul bone, that's all. You actually said that I finally showed some sincerity. It seems that you are not satisfied yet. What a greedy spirit hall! Yu Yuanzhen almost wanted to yell and curse, he felt so heartbroken. You know, their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan has a glorious history, even surpassing the Haoshan clan. It is one of the old top 3 sects. In the past, it was ranked first among the top 3 sects for a long time. But up to now, there are only 3 inherited soul bones in the sect. Among them, the most important piece of inherited soul bone is rather special and cannot be truly integrated. The other 2 soul bones are a spiritual skull and a defensive thunder left arm bone. He has already integrated. This piece of right arm bone with spatial attributes was obtained by their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan by chance. Originally, the 10,000-year soul bone was extremely precious. Even if a titled Douluo obtains it, he will integrate it immediately. In particular, this soul bone is a precious space attribute soul bone. But unfortunately, the soul skill of this soul bone is quite special, which is space teleportation. Space teleportation is different from teleportation. Teleportation soul skill. Although the moving distance is short, it consumes less soul power and takes less time to activate. More suitable for combat. A soul skill that can teleport through space. Although the transmission distance is farther, it requires a lot of soul power. Moreover, the activation time, or the pre-swing time, is very long. More functional. But it is not suitable for combat. Especially this soul bone is the right arm bone, the location is very important. So Yu Yuanzhen has been hesitant about whether to merge or not. Unexpectedly, Spirit Hall got the advantage now. Your Holiness, a 10,000-year-old space attribute soul skill should be enough to prove our sincerity, right? I hope that His Holiness the Pope can forgive my son Xiaogang and not pursue the matter any further. Although I understood what Kyungsunji meant, it was not enough. But Yu Yuanzhen really didn't want to give anything more, so he could only pretend that he didn't hear it. He gritted his teeth, forced a smile, and bowed. A piece of 10,000-year-old soul bone, do you think that's enough? Qian Sunji smiled disdainfully. A 10,000-year-old void attribute soul bone is indeed precious. But no matter how precious it is, it cannot compare to a genius with full innate soul power and top-level twin martial souls. As long as we train him well, he will almost certainly reach the level of titled Douluo. In the future, he may even reach the level of ultimate Douluo or even the legendary god. Moreover, the twin martial souls are destined to make him invincible in the same realm as long as he reaches the titled Douluo. This is the genius who will be able to support our spirit hall in the future. Because of your son, this genius chose to betray our spirit hall. In the end, I had no choice but to endure the deep affection that I had cultivated and educated for more than a decade and destroy this genius whom I almost treated as my daughter. Do you know how miserable I am? Kyung Sunji's face showed an expression of resentment and pain, and he angrily pounded his chest with his right fist. It seems like a huge emotional sacrifice. Anyway, you have to pay more. Listening to Kyung Sunji's words. Seeing the angry and painful expression on Kyung Sunji's face. Although he still felt full of hatred towards Kyung Sunji. But when I think about all the good things teacher Qian Sunji has done to me since I was a child. Deep down in her heart, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel shocked and sad. I just thought of the disdainful look on Kyung Sunji's face just now. Bibi Dong's inner shock and sadness suddenly disappeared, and she was filled with resentment again. Lie. He must be lying. If he really can't let me go. Just now I said that as long as he spared Xiaogang, I would go back. Why does he look so disdainful and say that I am being overly sentimental? A genius with twin martial spirits who is born with full soul power, his future is indeed limitless. But since the beginning of historical records, all the twin martial spirits that appeared eventually exploded and died. Your Holiness, how can you be sure that the twin martial arts geniuses of your spirit hall will not explode and die? I found that Kyung Sunji had exaggerated Bibi Dong's value to the sky. Then I'm afraid that even if I sell the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, it still won't be enough to pay the compensation. Yu Yuanzhen gritted his teeth and argued, trying to lower Bibi Dong's value. We in the spirit hall have found a way to prevent the twin spirits from exploding. Kyung Sunji just said this lightly. Yu Yuan was shocked and could no longer speak. What does His Holiness the Pope want us, the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, to do in order to spare Xiaogang? And we will no longer be held responsible by our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Realizing that he couldn't fool Qian Sunji at all and couldn't win the argument, Yu Yuanzhen couldn't pretend anymore. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and asked in a cold voice. It's very simple. In addition to the previous compensation, I will also give you the inherited soul bone of your Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, the true dragon 9 crowns. Kyung Sunji narrowed his eyes, stared at Yu Yuanzhen, smiled faintly, and said slowly. This is impossible. Yu Yuanzhen was extremely angry and simply waved his hand and refused. What a joke, the 9 crowns of the true dragon are the foundation of their Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. How can I hand it over? Master Yu. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Qian Sunji's face also turned cold. He grabbed the armrests of the throne with both hands, narrowed his eyes, stared at Yu Yuanzhen with a sense of oppression, and said in a cold voice. Your son Yu Xiaogang hooked up with Bibi Dong, the former saint of our spirit hall, and made her betray our spirit hall. As a result, I had no choice but to abolish his cultivation. Everyone knows the value of a genius with full innate soul power and twin top-level martial spirits, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. As long as you let me get this out, I will use this as an excuse to bring people to attack your Blue Lightning Tyrant sect and destroy your Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. No one can find fault with my spirit hall. That's what I was planning to do. In this case, you don't have to give it to me. It's not just the true dragon 9 crowns inherited by your Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. I can get all the other soul bones too. I'm giving you a chance because you're sensible enough to come and apologize on your own initiative. If you don't seize this opportunity, don't blame me. Take the true dragon 9 crowns away from your blue lightning tyrant clan yourself. At the end of his words, Kyungsunji sneered, and a strong sense of oppression and murderous aura instantly swept through the entire hall. For a moment, the air seemed to be stagnant. Yu Yuanzhen clenched his fists, his face looked grim, and he was filled with anger. But in the end, I was still disappointed. I can give you the 9 crowns of the true dragon. Yu Yuanzhen gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. But the premise is that you and I have a spirit duel, and if you can defeat me, I will hand over the 9 crowns of the true dragon to you. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 shows you what a real dragon is. Chapter 29 shows you what a real dragon is. The 9 crowns of the true dragon can be said to be the family treasure of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. If possible, Yu Yuanzhen really doesn't want to give it away. But what can we do, just as Kyungsunji said. If he doesn't give it, because of the mistake made by my son Yu Xiaogang. The Spirit Hall completely used this as an excuse to lead people to attack the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan and destroy them. Forcibly took away all the inherited soul bones, including the 9 crowns of the true dragon. In this regard, his father Yu Basian has passed away. Even if the angel Douluo from the Spirit Hall does not take action. Even with Yu Yuanzhen's cultivation level of level 94, he is unable to resist the powerful Spirit Hall. This made Yu Yuanzhen feel angry, unwilling, and painful. Decided to take out the 9 crowns of the true dragon as an apology. But it also comes from inner anger, resentment, and pain. Yu Yuanzhen didn't want to hand over the true dragon 9 crowns so easily. So, he asked Kyungsunji for a fighting spirit. According to the news he knew, the Spirit Hall's Pope Qiansunji was a titled Douluo who achieved breakthrough less than 10 years ago. My current cultivation level is at most level 92. Although the 6-winged angel martial soul is the most powerful god-level martial soul in the world. But the martial spirit of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex in their Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is not bad either, and its dragon transformation ability is definitely not inferior to the legendary talent field. Plus, his cultivation level is at least 2 levels higher than his. This Kyungsunji is definitely not his opponent. Yu Yuanzhen's heart was full of confidence and pride. Of course, even if Kyungsunji disagrees, Yu Yuanzhen had no choice but to reluctantly hand over the 9 crowns of the true dragon. But Kyungsunji's refusal to agree showed fear and retreat. It's a sign of cowardice. This could at least allow Yu Yuanzhen, who had been suppressed and manipulated by Qiansunji since entering the hall, to find a little psychological balance. Able to think with disdain. The Pope of the Spirit Hall is only good at talking, relying on the strength of the Spirit Hall. Far inferior to me, Yu Yuanzhen. In my heart, I turned defeat into victory. Win that once. And if Kyungsunji agrees, this will be even easier. Although under the threat of Kyungsunji, because he was afraid that Kyungsunji would do what he said, he really used his son Yu Xiaogang as an excuse to lead people to attack the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. This forced Yu Yuanzhen to finally admit defeat and hand over the 9 crowns of the true dragon. But in the meantime, you can still beat up that damn Spirit Hall Pope Qiansunji. At least I can vent the anger and resentment in my heart. Anyway, in Yu Yuanzhen's opinion, as long as he said this, Kyungsunji didn't care whether she agreed or not. He has managed to pull one back. In a nutshell, Qin Shi Huang touched the electric wire, he won. In the hall, when Qiansunji heard that Yu Yuanzhen was actually going to bet the 9 true dragon crowns on himself in a duel of spirits, a sneer still lingered on his handsome face. I felt very disdainful in my heart. If it were his original body, facing Yu Yuanzhen, he might not be a match for him. But for him, haha. All he could say was, he had it in his hands, although if he just acted more assertive and refused to give in, Yu Yuanzhen would have no choice. But it's not necessary. A world-class driver, it's not like I don't have the ability. The enemies all jumped in and taunted. What he should have done was to use his absolute strength to whip it back with a big punch. Act like a big shot, this is the demeanor a time traveler should have. Master Yu, do you think you have a choice? Kyungsunji sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. But little Dohun, what if I agree to your request? Today, I will ask you to personally hand over the 9 crowns of True Dragon. After saying that, Kyungsunji suddenly shook his clothes, and his tall and slender body suddenly stood up from the throne. His expression was cold, and he exuded a sense of arrogance and pride. On the side, Golden Crocodile Douluo and Lion Douluo looked at each other. The two looked at each other, but ultimately remained silent. They believe in the decision made by Kyungsunji now. Outside the castle, in a forest, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Lion Douluo, and Ling Kite all stood aside. On the other side stood Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang, whose face was bruised all over. Come on, Dad. We must make Kyungsunji look good. Yu Xiaogang stared at Kyungsunji and Yu Yuanzhen in the sky with his eyes swollen like light bulbs, clenched his fists, and muttered softly. Yu Xiaogang has deep hatred and anger towards Kyungsunji in her heart. In Wuhan City, he finally managed to conquer the naive Bibi Dong. It seems that I will soon be able to see the secret collection of books and materials of the Spirit Hall through Bibi Dong. Maybe we can find a way to evolve the martial soul Luo Sanbao. But this hateful Spirit Hall Pope Jian Sunji ruined his plan, all his efforts to evolve his martial soul became vain. The hatred of those who block the road is irreconcilable, and, even though there is no evidence. But when they came back, Yu Xiaogang felt that there was something wrong with the group of bandits who attacked them. In Yu Xiaogang's opinion, it was most likely Jian Sunji who gave the order. Thinking of the painful and torturous special training I received from that scarred brother. The kind of feeling of being forced into special training, being filled from the inside out with grief, anger, and humiliation due to the fatigue caused by the high-intensity training. Yu Xiaogang wished he could kill Jian Sunji with his eyes. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, possessed. After arriving in the air, Yu Yuanzhen shouted angrily and instantly summoned the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and entered the body of his martial spirit. In an instant, a giant dragon with a silver blue body, lightning wrapped around it, and wings on its back emerged from behind, and then suddenly possessed his body. The clothes on Yu Yuanzhen's limbs suddenly burst, and his hands and legs turned directly into huge, slender, ferocious dragon claws and dragon feet. Large patches of tough silver blue scales also grew on its torso, and its head was also covered with a layer of scales, with a pair of curved dragon horns and a pair of broad dragon wings spread out behind it. At the same time, 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black suddenly rose up one after another. In an instant, a powerful dragon might and soul power fluctuations burst out from Yu Yuanzhen's body. In response to this, Kyungsunji raised a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth and said lightly, "Is this the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit of your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan? The rumored number 1 beast spirit in the Spirit Master world seems to be just average. Today, I will show you what a real dragon is." After saying that, Kyungsunji suddenly shouted coldly, "Golden Dragon, come out!" The next moment, accompanied by dazzling golden light, what emerged from Kyungsunji's body was no longer the 12-winged angel martial spirit. Instead, it was a dragon with golden scales all over its body, huge and strong. A pair of broad golden dragon wings seemed to cover the sky and the sun. On the slender neck, the dragon head covered with golden scales is majestic and domineering. A pair of curved and raised dragon horns look like a gorgeous crown of a golden dragon. Roar! After being summoned, the golden dragon instantly possessed the body with a deafening roar. All of a sudden, Kyungsunji's figure suddenly grew taller, his muscles swelled, dazzling golden scales emerged from his body like a tide, and his hands turned into sharp dragon claws. A pair of golden pupils turned into vertical pupils, raised dragon horns grew from the top of the head, and a pair of broad golden dragon wings suddenly spread out from behind. In an instant, a terrifying dragon power burst out from Kyungsunji's body and swept around. Feeling the golden dragon martial spirit and the terrifying pressure emanating from the golden dragon bloodline, not only Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Xiaogang's faces changed drastically. Even the golden crocodile Douluo who was standing by couldn't help but change color. End of this chapter. Chapter 30, Crushing Yu Yuanzhen, BB Dong and number 039, S value. Chapter 30, Crushing Yu Yuanzhen, BB Dong's value. Impossible. This is impossible. Isn't the inherited martial spirit of the Qian family of your Wuhan Hall the six-winged angel martial spirit? How could you possibly have such a powerful dragon martial spirit? In the sky. When Yu Yuanzhen felt the terrifying dragon power emanating from Qian Sunji after he was possessed by the golden dragon martial spirit, his face changed drastically. He couldn't believe it at all and couldn't help but roar in anger. For a long time, in Douluo continent, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit inherited by their Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan has been recognized as the most powerful dragon martial spirit in the world. How could there be a dragon spirit more powerful than their Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit? Moreover, this dragon martial soul is in the possession of the spirit hall Pope Qian Sunji. This was totally unacceptable to Yu Yuanzhen. He originally thought that with his own strength, he would be able to beat up the damn Spirit Hall Pope Qian Sunji and then admit defeat. But now, faced with the suppression of the dragon power emanating from Kyungsunji's golden dragon martial soul and golden dragon bloodline, Yu Yuanzhen only felt that he could not even use half of his strength. How can we fight this? In this case, isn't it just humiliating himself when he brings up the fighting spirit? On the side, when they saw Qian Sunji actually summoned the golden dragon martial spirit, golden crocodile Douluo, lion Douluo, and Ling Yuan were all shocked and couldn't believe it. Your Holiness, when did you get a second martial spirit, such a powerful dragon spirit? Moreover, they remembered that the wife that the boss married, who gave birth to His Holiness the Pope, had a spirit that was not a dragon. Could this be another gift from the noble and great God? Haha. The world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. You don't know, that just shows your ignorance. After the martial spirit possessed him, Qian Sunji felt the terrifying power surging in his body. He was intoxicated in his heart, but he had a sneer on his face and said to Yu Yuanzhen. Originally it was based on the setting of Douluo continent. The beast spirit cannot possess a body before adding a spirit ring. But I don't know if it's because of the eternal golden dragon blood in his body. Qian Sunji discovered that his golden dragon martial spirit could possess a body even if it had not absorbed the spirit ring yet. When possessed by the martial spirit, Kyungsunji seemed to have transformed into a dragon blood warrior. His body is extremely tall and sturdy, covered with a layer of golden dragon scales all over his body, including his face, with dragon horns on his head raised high, and his hands are huge and sharp dragon claws. Master Yu, take it. With a cold shout, Kyungsunji narrowed his golden vertical pupils and clenched his pair of dragon claws into fists. The dragon wings behind him flapped, and instantly turned into a golden stream of light, bursting towards Yu Yuanzhen. A heavy punch was thrown towards him. The seventh soul skill, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex True Form. Seeing Kyungsunji taking action, Yu Yuanzhen also roared, first activating the true form of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then activating all his amplifying soul skills. At the same time, he also launched various attack soul skills against Kyungsunji. But it's a pity. After activating the Golden Dragon Martial Spirit, although it is no longer possible to summon the 12-winged angel spirit, but Kyungsunji can use the angel realm of the 12-winged angel martial spirit at the same time. The angel domain of the 12-winged angel martial spirit has a stronger suppression ability than the 6-winged angel martial spirit. The angel domain of the 6-winged angel martial spirit can only increase its own strength by 30% and weaken the enemy's strength by 10% when it is in the martial spirit's true form. However, the angel domain of the 12-winged angel martial spirit has the initial effect of directly increasing its own strength by 30% and weakening the enemy by 20%. In addition, there is the mighty suppression of the golden dragon martial spirit. Dragon martial spirits are relative to other beast martial spirits. Overall, much more powerful. However, a big flaw of dragon martial spirits is that when facing a dragon martial spirit with a higher bloodline level, they will be suppressed by the opponent's dragon power. The greater the bloodline gap, the stronger the suppression effect. However, the golden dragon has a higher bloodline level than the golden holy dragon, which is the evolved form of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex martial spirit. Facing the pressure of Kyungsunji's golden dragon martial spirit and golden dragon bloodline, Yu Yuanzhen's strength was directly suppressed by more than half. Plus the amplification and suppression effects of the angel realm. Even the negative effects of suppression and weakening cannot be completely superimposed. But there is an increase in the angelic realm. Rounded off. In front of Kyungsunji, Yu Yuanzhen's strength was suppressed by at least 70%. What a joke, under such a debuff. Yu Yuanzhen was no match for Qian Sunji, who was possessed by the golden dragon spirit. He was knocked out with just one punch and vomited blood. Then, Qian Sunji, in the air, used his powerful body possessed by the golden dragon martial spirit, combined with the powerful magic resistance brought by the Holy Sun soul power cultivated through the Holy Sun scorching sun technique. He managed to withstand all of Yu Yuanzhen's soul attack skills. With pure physical strength, he knocked Yu Yuanzhen out of his martial soul's true form, causing him to vomit blood and fall to the ground. Father! Seeing Yu Yuanzhen's miserable condition, Yu Xiaogang howled and pounced on Yu Yuanzhen, who had fallen to the ground. At this time, through Yu Yuanzhen, he tested his strength after being strengthened by the golden dragon bloodline and possessed by the golden dragon martial spirit. Finding that he should have completely reached the titled Douluo level, Kyungsunji couldn't help but land on the ground with satisfaction. He said lightly to Yu Yuanzhen, who was lying on the ground vomiting blood. Master Yu, it looks like I won this soul fight. Next, you should take me to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect and hand over the things that your Blue Lightning Tyrant sect wants to apologize for, such as the True Dragon 9 crowns and the Void Soul Bone, right? Your Holiness, rest assured, I will not default on my debt. Yu Yuanzhen coughed up blood with a pale face and smiled miserably. He found that he couldn't even defeat the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Not to mention that there are 2 Spirit Hall experts beside him whose strength is completely unknown. If I don't fulfill my promise, I will take out the 9 crowns of the True Dragon and the 10,000-year-old Void Soul Bone as an apology. He was afraid of the Spirit Hall Pope Qian Sunji in front of him, plus the 2 people from the Spirit Hall. It's enough to massacre the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, but after standing up from the ground. When Yu Yuanzhen saw his son Yu Xiaogang supporting him, he couldn't help but look complicated. Originally, my son had been ostracized and discriminated against in the sect because of the degradation of his martial soul. Now, after going through this again, I'm afraid I can no longer stay in the sect, but unfortunately, as a father, he really couldn't do anything. Wait. Bring this BB dong of yours back to me too. I told you. I won't pick up the trash I've thrown away. When Qian Sunji found out that Yu Yuanzhen was only going to take Yu Xiaogang with him and leave BB dong behind, he frowned and said with disgust. Hearing this, BB dong felt a strong sense of humiliation and anger surge in her heart. Her face and eyes suddenly turned red, and her hands were clenched tightly together. The nails are so long that they are about to dig into the palms. But BB dong could not feel the pain in her palm at all. It was just the hatred and anger surging in my heart, roaring hysterically. Damn Kyungsunji! Damn Wuhan Hall! How dare you humiliate me like this? Just wait, I will definitely take revenge. Hearing Kyungsunji's words, Yu Yuan was stunned and a hint of hesitation flashed through his mind. Although BB dong is useless, she is a genius with innate full soul power and top-level twin martial souls. Even if it is used to give birth to a child, it is still worthwhile. Do you really not want this spirit hall anymore? Looking at Qian Sunji's eyes that seemed to be filled with disgust and disdain from the bottom of his heart, Yu Yuanzhen finally believed it and thought with gritted teeth in his heart. Now that things have come to this, there is no reason for Qian Sunji to lie to me. Because of Bibi Dong, our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan lost the clan's treasure, the 9 crowns of the true dragon. And there is also that 10,000-year-old void soul bone. Such a tragic loss. Let's use Bibi Dong to make up for it. In the end, Yu Yuanzhen grabbed Bibi Dong with one hand and his son Yu Xiaogang with the other. Taking Qian Sunji, 2 great priests and Ling Yuan along. All the way back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Bibi Dong becomes the disaster star of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Chapter 31 Bibi Dong becomes the disaster star of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Under the leadership of Yu Yuanzhen, Qian Sunji brought Ling Yuan and 2 great priests all the way to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. The Blue Lightning Tyrant clan is located in the northwest of Tiandu Imperial City, among the mountains. As one of the top 3 sects, it was the first to flourish and has been selected as one of the top 3 sects for the longest time. It even topped the list of the top 3 sects for a time. In the thousands of years of recorded history, this sect's glorious history is second only to that of the Spirit Hall. The mountain gate of the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant sect has the largest area among the 3 major sects. It occupies a total of 9 peaks. According to the names, they are Heshan, Gushan, Tengshan, Beishan, Dushan, Lanfenshan, Zidianshan, Nanwangshan, and Zhenlongshan. The 9 peaks are interconnected, making them easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is indeed a first-class place to establish a sect on the mainland. In the air, 6 pairs of dazzling golden wings spread out behind Qian Sunji. He was soaring in the sky, and his whole body was covered with shining golden holy light, like a golden sun. As he looked down at the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, he couldn't help but think. Because the original novel does not provide a detailed introduction to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Whether it is the 9 crowns of the true dragon or the mountain gate of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan that he sees now. In fact, these are all recorded in the comics. It seems that the Douluo continent he is in should be a combination of the contents of novels and comics. Maybe anime too. In that case, many settings must have changed accordingly. After all, the original novel, from the first series to the subsequent series, has too many bugs and inconsistencies in the settings. But the real world can't be like this. In this situation, no matter whether it is the novels or comics he has read, he certainly cannot believe everything. It seems that we still need to be cautious and be more cautious. Qian Sunji felt emotional. And following Yu Yuanzhen, they landed at the Zhenlong Peak where the sect master was. Since he came flying in the air, this also attracted the attention of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. So soon, the elders from other mountains and the deputy sect leader Yu Luomian rushed over. And because of Qian Sunji's 12-winged angel martial spirit, that obvious characteristic. Before coming, all the top leaders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan knew Qian Sunji's identity. I wonder what the Honorable Pope of the Spirit Hall has come to do with our Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. An elder from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan who looked very old with white hair and beard came over with a frown on his face full of fear as he asked in a deep voice. In response to this, Qian Sunji was not polite at all. He spoke slowly with a faint smile on his handsome face. It's not your fault, but your Blue Lightning Tyrant clan's people kidnapped our Spirit Hall saint, causing huge losses to our Spirit Hall. I am here to accept your apology from your Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. As for the apology, it's just your Blue Lightning Tyrant sect's inherited soul bone, the true dragon 9 crowns, a 10,000-year-old void soul bone, 100 million gold soul coins, some rare treasures, and some properties. At the end, Qian Sunji couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. He looked at Yu Xiaogang who was hiding behind Yu Yuanzhen, and an expression of watching a show appeared in his eyes. Anus, I have ruined Bibi Dong. You also brought Bibi Dong back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. I guess you want to use Bibi Dong's identity to wash away your reputation as a waste, right? I, Kyungsunji, have always been willing to help others. This time, since I have come to your Blue Lightning Tyrant clan by chance, I will help you realize your dream. You are welcome, just call me Ji Feng. A group of elders. Upon hearing Jian Sunji's words, the faces of the elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan suddenly changed. They simply couldn't believe it. How come they don't know about this? But he suddenly turned his head and looked at Yu Yuanzhen. When he noticed Yu Xiaogang dodging behind Yu Yuanzhen, and Bibi Dong with her head down beside him, all the elders understood everything at once, and were filled with rage. This matter is definitely related to this piece of trash. I heard that this loser brought back a disabled woman not long ago. Could this woman be the saint of the spirit hall? Damn you useless bastard, what on earth did you do? Your Holiness, is there a misunderstanding here? Upon learning that Jian Sunji was here to take away the inherited soul bone, the 9 crowns of the true dragon, which was the foundation of their Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, all the elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan could no longer sit still. An elder forced a smile, still wanting to see if he could salvage the situation. But Kyungsunji interrupted directly and said lightly, "There is no misunderstanding here. I have already told your sect master everything that needs to be said. You have to give this apology even if you don't want to. Otherwise, next time I will personally bring people to your Blue Lightning Tyrant sect to take it." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan suddenly changed. Even though he was reluctant in his heart, he had to face Kyungsunji's threat to attack him or even exterminate his entire clan if he didn't give in. All the elders could only shut up and dared not say anything else. After all, after hearing what Jian Sunji said, they knew that their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan was not in the right in this matter. If the news gets out, no one will stand on their side. So he could only grit his teeth and stare at Yu Xiaogang, who was hiding behind Yu Yuanzhen with his red eyes that showed hatred to the core and the desire to tear someone apart alive. This made Yu Xiaogang tremble. Under the leadership of Yu Yuanzhen, Jian Sunji arrived at the entrance of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan's treasury. Yu Yuanzhen opened the treasure house and entered it. 2 jade boxes were taken out, one containing the inherited soul bone, the 9 crowns of the true dragon, and the 10,000-year-old void right arm bone. Among them, the inherited soul bone true dragon 9 crowns looks like a piece broken into 9 pieces and then pieced together into a whole. It looked like a skull that was obviously produced by a dragon soul beast. Then, Yu Yuanzhen took out the 100 million gold soul coins that he was going to give according to the agreement, some rare treasures, and several contracts for the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan's industry in Tiandu Imperial City. Master Yu, since your Blue Lightning Tyrant clan is so sincere in apologizing, then our spirit hall will no longer pursue this grudge. Let's say goodbye now. After getting the compensation he wanted, Kyungsunji nodded with satisfaction, put away the 9 crowns of the true dragon and the right arm bone of the 10,000 years of void, and finished speaking with a faint smile. He prepared to leave with Ling Yuan and the 2 great priests. In this regard, Yu Yuanzhen, Yu Luomian, and a group of elders from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan were heartbroken and filled with immense anger and hatred. But I could only force a smile and say goodbye respectfully. But after Kyungsunji left, I found out that Bibi Dong was left behind. This made all the elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan stunned for a moment. No. Why didn't Jian Sunji take the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall back with him? But I haven't thought too much about it for now. Because this time, the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan lost the clan's treasure, the 9 crowns of the true dragon, and was also extorted of so many treasures. This is all because of Yu Xiaogang. This time, it was Yu Yuanzhen who brought Jian Sunji and personally handed the things over. This is obviously to protect his son Yu Xiaogang. This person is not a sect leader at all, he is simply a traitor. This made all the elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan furious, and they bombarded Yu Yu and Zhen one after another, questioning what was going on. Yu Yu and Zhen is the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan and also the patriarch of their Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. In order to protect his son, he actually gave away the clan treasure, the 9 crowns of the true dragon, a precious 1,000-year-old soul bone, a large amount of gold soul coins, several rare treasures, and several profitable industries. You are abusing your power for personal gain. Is there any suzerain like you? Are you doing this to our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan's ancestors? What do you know? Under the bombardment of the elders, Yu Yu and Zhen also became a little angry and couldn't help but shout angrily. Do you think I want to do this, to have such a stupid son? If handing it over could calm the anger of the Spirit Hall, I would have handed it over long ago. But the Spirit Hall wants to use this incident to blackmail our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. If I don't hand over the things as an apology, believe it or not, it won't take long. Once the Spirit Hall is ready, they will directly attack our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan and take it themselves. And, as if he had thought of something, Yu Yuanzhen's face looked a little ugly. In order not to hand over the true dragon 9 crowns, I even had a soul battle with Jian Sunji. But I didn't expect that he actually possessed a dragon martial soul that was much higher in bloodline level than our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul. Faced with the powerful bloodline suppression, I am no match for him at all. What does this mean? Together with the 2 Spirit Hall masters beside him, I'm afraid they can destroy our Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Tell me, what can I do? After hearing this, the elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan were somewhat speechless, but they were still very angry in their hearts. They couldn't help but look at Yu Xiaogang with eyes that seemed to wish they could eat her flesh and sleep on her skin. And also no. This time, his son Yu Xiaogang made a big mistake, which brought disaster to the entire family and the entire sect. If the people in the sect are not allowed to vent their anger towards him. Not good. So when he saw the looks the elders gave his son, Yu Yu and Zhen couldn't help but feel angry. He sighed and waved his hand. This time, it was Xiaogang who did something wrong. If you have any dissatisfaction, feel free to do it. As long as you don't beat anyone to death, it's fine. Upon hearing this, a group of elders with red eyes rushed directly towards Yu Xiaogang. He pulled Yu Xiao's anus out from behind Yu Yu and Zhen. Then, there was a beating and kicking. Father, save me! Yu Xiaogang was terrified and wanted to ask Yu Yu and Zhen for help. But unfortunately, Yu Yu and Zhen completely ignored it. You are such a loser, you are more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Why don't you die outside, you idiot? Ah! You're pretty impressive for being able to hook up with the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. But your head is filled with rice field gossip, is this something you can do? Little anus! Seeing Yu Xiaogang being beaten and kicked by a group of elders and madly spat on, Bibi Dong couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. She felt distressed and wanted to stop it. But unfortunately, her cultivation was wasted, and her strength was limited based on her physical fitness alone. He was slapped away by the elders. Get out of here, you disaster star! I learned from Yu Yu and Zhen that Bibi Dong had been deposed. The Spirit Hall also completely treated it as garbage and didn't want to recycle it at all. The group of elders suddenly stopped caring and were filled with hatred towards Bibi Dong. Completely regard it as a disaster, after all, it's okay that Yu Xiaogang is stupid. After all, this waste, Wu Hun is just a stupid pig. You are the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, how come you have problems with your brain? She ignored all the good young men around her and chose Yu Xiaogang, the waste from their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Are you sick? End of this chapter. Chapter 32, Being Fooled Again, Squeezing Out the Last Value of Bibi Dong. Chapter 32, Being Fooled Again, Squeezing Out the Last Value of Bibi Dong. Poor anus. Just now in the castle of Tiandu Imperial City, Yu Yu and Zhen beat him up with the 6-piece set of summer discipline. He was beaten so badly that his face was bruised and swollen, and there was not a single piece of healthy flesh on his body. Now, back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. After the stupid things that the pirate clan and the pirate sect did were exposed. As a result, he was surrounded and beaten up by a group of furious elders. He kept being beaten and screaming and wailing until he passed out. It can be said that, Jade little anus and no miserableness. At night, Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. In a room in Yu Yuanzhen's mansion. Wake up slowly from coma. Anzi was stunned to find that Bibi Dong was actually sitting beside his bed, holding his hands tightly, and fell asleep on the bed. It was obvious that Bibi Dong had been staying by his side until he was extremely sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. This made Yu Xiaogang deeply moved. How could Yu Xiaogang deserve such care and love from the holy maiden of the spirit hall? Yu Xiaogang's waking up also woke up Bibi Dong. Xiaoan, are you awake? How do you feel now? Are you okay? Seeing Yu Xiaogang waking up, Bibi Dong held Yu Xiaogang's hand tightly, her eyes reddened, and she immediately asked 3 questions in a row with great concern. Although it has been sold by Yu Xiaogang. But before seeing the irrefutable evidence with her own eyes, Bibi Dong was still making excuses for Yu Xiaogang in her heart. He won't cry until he sees the coffin, but this is actually normal. After all, she has lost everything for her beloved little anus. If you find yourself being sold out by your beloved little anus, wouldn't everything she did become a joke? Therefore, unless the real facts are presented before us. Otherwise, even if she had some guesses in her heart, Bibi Dong would only be deceiving herself. This mentality is very similar to that of some big germs in Kyungsunji's previous life. And at the head of Yu Xiaogang's bed. After showing concern for Yu Xiaogang for a while, Bibi Dong finally couldn't help but ask. What on earth is going on today? Why, he and Uncle Yu Yuanzhen wanted to deceive her, to lure her there and send her back to the spirit hall. In response to this, Yu Xiaogang naturally hesitated. He certainly couldn't say that he was planning to sell Bibi Dong. He could only put all the blame on his father Yu Yuanzhen. He said that this was all because of his father Yu Yuanzhen, who, after learning of Bibi Dong's identity as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, said that their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan could not afford to offend the Spirit Hall. Therefore, she forced him to deceive her and take her to the Spirit Hall to apologize to Kyungsunji. Originally, he would rather die than surrender and was unwilling to lose Bibi Dong. It's a pity that his father Yu Yuanzhen was not afraid at all and even said it would be better if he died. Even if he died, he would still take Bibi Dong to apologize to the Spirit Hall. In the end, he had no choice but to cooperate. After all, if he were there, he could protect Bibi Dong. If he died, he was worried that Bibi Dong would suffer even more. As Yu Xiaogang spoke, her story became more and more fluent, her acting skills became better and better, and she looked like she was in great pain. He looked at Bibi Dong with deep affection in his eyes, his face already covered with tears. Little anus. Bibi Dong listened and believed it all. She was so moved that tears came to her eyes before she could speak. The two hugged each other tightly. Bibi Dong is so easy to deceive. I fooled her with just a casual remark. Yu Xiaogang was very grateful. Because he failed to apologize to the Spirit Hall. And the Pope Qian Sunji also refused to accept Bibi Dong, and instead blackmailed their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Even their clan treasure, the 9 crowns of the True Dragon, was extorted. Now, since the apology has failed, and Bibi Dong was also kept. In Yu Xiaogang's opinion, he should continue with the previous plan and let Bibi Dong help him get rid of the name of waste. Then she can rest assured to give birth to a child with outstanding talent for him. In this case, Bibi Dong's cooperation is definitely needed. Therefore, it would be best if we could continue to fool Bibi Dong. And the next day, after Bibi Dong was called away by Yu Xiaogang's mother, Yu Yuanzhen called Yu Xiaogang to the study room alone. Just entered the study. Yu Xiaogang immediately knelt down in front of Yu Yuanzhen, crying and admitting her mistake with tears on her face. Father, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I thought too simply and brought disaster to my family. As long as you know. Yu Yuanzhen's face was very cold, and he looked very disappointed with his friend. Don't be so smart anymore, okay? Also, what are you doing with Bibi Dong? Why does it seem like she's not angry with us? Yes, Yu Yuanzhen frowned, a little confused. Yu Xiaogang smiled complacently and said, Father, this Bibi Dong is so easy to fool. Yu Xiaogang directly told Yu Yuanzhen roughly what he had said to Bibi Dong last night. Although I put all the blame on you, father. But after what I said, Bibi Dong loved me even more. And she wants to continue with me. No matter what, you are still my father. No matter how wrong you are, she will definitely forgive you. Besides, from what I said, you actually like her very much. It's just for the sake of the family. I have no choice but to do so due to the power of the spirit hall. So she must just accept it. You did well. Yu Yuanzhen pondered for a moment, his expression relaxed, and he clicked on the picture. This son is a little bit stupid. But when it comes to deceiving women, he is truly gifted and capable. In that case, you should choose a date to marry this woman. Yu Yuanzhen thought about it and said. During this period of time, as word of what you did spread throughout the sect, your situation in the family will definitely be worse than before. Then Bibi Dong will definitely become the calamity star of our Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, and will be hated, insulted, and excluded by the entire section. Please protect her during this time. Although she is indeed the calamity star of our Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, she is after all a genius with innate full soul power and top-level twin martial spirits. Even if my cultivation is abolished, my bloodline and talent will not be affected. If you can marry her, the child you two will have will definitely be extremely talented. The spirit hall is extremely greedy. They extorted our clan treasure, the 9 crowns of the true dragon, and caused our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan to suffer heavy losses. Since it just so happens that Bibi Dong is disliked and rejected by Kyungsunji, she stayed here. Then I might as well use her to make up for it. Just try your best to have more children with her. Can you do this? Yu Yuanzhen asked in a deep voice. Although I heard that I must protect Bibi Dong from all the hatred, insults, and exclusion in the sect. This made Yu Xiaogang, who was cowardly by nature, shrink his neck immediately. But when he heard that he and Bibi Dong should have more children, Yu Xiaogang suddenly felt very confident and he expressed his opinion immediately. Of course can. With Bibi Dong's brain, he can easily fool her, and with Bibi Dong's love for him. As long as he tricks her a little more, Bibi Dong will give birth to a child for him. The other side. After leaving the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, 6 pairs of dazzling golden wings spread out behind Kyungsunji, and his whole body was covered with golden holy light, like a scorching sun across the sky. Accompanying Ling Yuan and the 2 great priests, he prepared to return directly to Wuhan City. And after more than a day of traveling, the group finally returned to Wuhan City. I found another beautiful picture of Ling Yuan Douluo, share it with you, **. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, Lao Deng. I am the Pope. Chapter 33, Lao Deng. I am the Pope. Finally home. Accompanying Ling Yuan and the 2 great priests, Qian Sunji returned all the way to Wuhan City. Looking at the vast city in front of you with its towering city walls, it is full of a sense of history. The buildings in the city are gorgeous and neat, and are lined up one after another. Although the number of residents is much smaller than that of Tiandu Imperial City. But it is still a very lively and prosperous familiar city. Qian Sunji spread out 6 pairs of dazzling golden wings, brought Ling Yuan and 2 great priests, flew over the walls of Wuhan City, and headed towards the direction of the Pope's palace. A faint smile appeared on his handsome and flawless face with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. At this moment, a sentence sounded in his mind. That is the great Pope Kyungsunji finally returned to his loyal Wuhan City, soon, Kyungsunji, Ling Yuan and 2 great priests, landed in front of the door of the Pope's palace. When they saw Kyungsunji, the holy emperor warriors guarding the door were immediately excited and bowed to him. "I have seen His Majesty the Pope. No need to be polite." Kyungsunji walked up to several holy emperor warriors and patted their shoulders with a smile as warm as the sun god. After chatting for a while and giving some encouragement, he then brought Ling Yuan and the 2 great priests into the Pope's palace. According to the content of the recent letter written by Lao Deng, he is probably currently in the study of the Pope's palace, handling the daily affairs of the Spirit Hall. And after Kyungsunji left, several Saint Emperor warriors who were encouraged seemed to be energized by chicken blood. They were so excited and thrilled that even their standing posture became straighter. As a time traveler, Kyungsunji is very clear about the education he received in his previous life. How to establish his own authority and become the true Pope of the Spirit Hall who has the final say. First of all, of course, he had to demonstrate his ability, wisdom, and means in front of the higher UPS. At the bottom, he shows his approachable and warm attitude like the spring breeze. Finally, accomplish a few more big things successfully. A few victories. In this way, Kyungsunji would naturally be able to become the true Pope of the Spirit Hall, instead of living in the shadow of Lao Deng. Although the original body has become the Pope of the Spirit Hall for more than 10 years. But in terms of influence and control over the Spirit Hall, since he had not made any achievements, his original body was still much weaker than the old Deng Qiandaolu, who had served as the Pope for more than 60 years and had created a great reputation in the Soul Master world. This made Kyungsunji want to do something, but it was very difficult. Originally, he could have defeated Douluo and obtained the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire by himself. The reason why I wanted to tell Qiandaolu about the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. They also disguised the existence of the system as a mysterious, great, and noble god. On the one hand, it is for the sake of follow-up, to rationalize the system's rewards and the foresight of some time travelers. On the other hand, it is necessary to rely on the recognition of a mysterious god to gradually change the impression of the original body in Qiandaolu's mind. Let Qiandaolu no longer look down on you. At the same time, with the help of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, gained recognition from the 3 great priests, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Blue Luan Douluo and Lion Douluo. Come back this time. I, Kyungsunji, want to take back everything that belongs to me. Accompanying Ling Yuan and 2 great priests, Kyungsunji, full of high spirits, held his head high and strode into the Pope's palace. Go straight to the study. I have seen His Majesty the Pope. Outside the study, the 2 holy emperor warriors guarding the gate bowed and saluted when they saw Kyungsunji. At this time, in the study, when he heard that Kyungsunji was back, Lao Deng, who had been retired for more than 10 years and had become accustomed to retired life, immediately stopped writing with his numb hands. After a light snort, a trace of displeasure flashed across the face of the handsome middle-aged uncle with the vicissitudes of life, and he was ready to wait for Kyungsunji to come in. Father, I'm back. Kyungsunji also smiled, and walked into the study with Ling Yuan and the 2 great priests. You kid, you know how to come back. Qiandaolu stood up, looked at Kyungsunji, and snorted sarcastically. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, he actually stayed in Tiandu Imperial City for more than a month. Do you think this is reasonable? What? Kyungsunji seemed to be able to feel a strong aura of resentment emanating from Lao Deng. This is a retired old man. After finally retiring for more than 10 years and getting used to the retirement life, they were then dragged back to continue working for free, which caused them resentment. Father, what you said is a misunderstanding. Kyungsunji showed a hint of innocence and explained. I'm going out this time to do some serious business. According to the divine revelation of that mysterious and noble god, I have found a treasure land in the Sunset Forest near Tiandu Imperial City. This precious place is called Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. Plants around it can grow 10 or even 100 times faster than those in the outside world. And around it, there are many rare and precious herbs growing. This is a precious treasure that can help the martial soul evolve. What? Hearing this, Qian Daoliu's face suddenly changed and he couldn't believe it. Seeing Lao Deng's shocked expression, Kyungsunji felt secretly happy. Old Deng, you also look like you have never seen the world. Brother, His Holiness the Pope is right. My third brother and I have all taken the elixir that His Holiness the Pope made from the immortal grass, and our martial spirits have evolved successfully. Second brother, you have finally broken through to level 99. On the side, the lion Douluo spoke generously and happily to support Kyungsunji's case. Golden Crocodile, have you broken through to level 99? Hearing that Golden Crocodile Douluo had also broken through to level 99, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Because Golden Crocodile Douluo is 45 years older than Qian Daoliu, it can be said that he has watched Qian Daoliu grow up. In the Spirit Hall, except Kyungsunji, the person Qian Daoliu is most familiar with and has the deepest feelings for is Golden Crocodile Douluo. In the past, Qian Daoliu even wanted to call Golden Crocodile Douluo uncle. But when he was the Pope, Golden Crocodile Douluo refused on the grounds that it was against the rules to call him by his title. When Qian Daoliu stepped down as Pope and became the chief priest of the Temple of Worship, Golden Crocodile Douluo thought Qian Daoliu had higher cultivation level and that the more accomplished he was, the greater he was, so he called Qian Daoliu Big Brother. Because it's always stuck at level 98. Since Golden Crocodile Douluo broke through to titled Douluo relatively late, his body had already passed its peak and began to go downhill. As a result, the maximum lifespan is far less than Qian Daoliu. If you are stuck at level 98, Golden Crocodile Douluo may have a lifespan of less than 500 years, and can only live for another 300 years. This is undoubtedly what Qian Daoliu does not want to see. This time, you did a good job. Upon hearing that Qian Sunji actually helped Golden Crocodile Douluo break through the limit Douluo, Qian Daoliu's expression couldn't help but relax. There was finally a hint of recognition in the conversation. However, a gleam of light flashed in Kyungsunji's eyes. Where did this go? I have something exciting here. That's right, father. As if he had thought of something, Kyungsunji smiled slightly and spoke as if nothing had happened. This time when I went to Tiandu Imperial City, in addition to obtaining the magical grass of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, I also helped several uncles evolve their martial souls and break through their cultivation. I also met Yu Yuanzhen. He brought Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong with him and wanted to apologize to our spirit hall. But their Blue Lightning Tyrant sect caused us to lose a genius with innate full soul power and top-level twin martial spirits, and also made our emotional investment and resource investment over the years go down the drain. Verbal apology alone is not enough, so I asked them for some compensation, but it wasn't much. Just their inherited soul bone, the true dragon 9 crowns, a 10,000-year-old right arm bone with void attributes, 100 million gold soul coins, a number of rare treasures, and some of their assets in Tiandu Imperial City. What? Hearing this, Qian Daoliu's face suddenly changed, he became angry in an instant and shouted. Kyungsunji, how could you do this? Although that Yu Xiaogang took Bibi Dong away, causing our spirit hall to lose a genius. But this is also because we did not educate Bibi Dong well. Without him, there will be Wang Xiaogang and Chen Xiaogang in the future. But the 9 crowns of the true dragon are the inherited soul bones of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. You forcefully used this as an excuse to demand the 9 crowns of the true dragon and a 10,000-year-old void soul bone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. If this gets out, how will our colleagues in the Spirit Master world view us in the Spirit Hall? As an upright and good-natured person who does things in a gentlemanly manner. Thinking about the reputation of the Spirit Hall that he had built up for decades, it was likely to plummet. Qian Daoliu roared angrily and scolded Qian Sunji. But Kyungsunji didn't take it seriously at all. He just smiled and spoke slowly. Father, you think too much. That Yu Xiaogang kidnapped a genius from our spirit hall who had full innate spirit power and top-level twin spirits. This is a genius who can grow up to support a large sect for hundreds of years. It can be said that it is a priceless treasure. If the Blue Lightning Tyrant Zone can erase everything just by a verbal apology, then where is the dignity of our spirit hall? I don't think I went too far. For a genius with full innate soul power and top-level twin martial spirits, I ask them to use the True Dragon 9 crowns, a 10,000-year-old void soul bone and several other items as compensation. I think it is fair. I do all this for the spirit hall. Anyway, I am Kyungsunji and I have a clear conscience. Having said that, Kyungsunji immediately raised his head and chest and said proudly, "What do you know?" Qiandaoliu's face was still full of anger as he roared madly. But in response to this, Kyungsunji suddenly became serious. He stared at Lao Deng Qiandaolu and said what he had wanted to say for a long time. "Father, I don't think I'm wrong. And please remember, I am the Pope." End of this chapter. Chapter 34, Sunji plays Lao Deng in his hands and prepares to get married. Chapter 34, Kyungsunji plays Lao Deng in the palm of her hand and prepares to get married. I am the Pope. Kyungsunji's serious words, as if announcing his identity, echoed in the study. Lao Deng Qiandaoliu was so angry that his face turned red and he was furious. "Yes. You are the Pope. But even if you are the Pope, you are still my son. Now that you've grown strong, you won't listen to your father anymore. It's totally outrageous." Although in front of outsiders, Qiandaoliu has always been an image of a gentleman and a good guy. But human character is always balanced. It is impossible for a person to be without negative emotions. And Qiandaoliu's negative emotions, such as the desire for control, all of them were used on Kyungsunji. In the past, I grew up in this environment, so I never dared to resist. But Kyungsunji, a time traveler, would not be like this. But this time, Qiandaoliu wanted to reprimand Kyungsunji for doing something wrong. In the past, it was because the original body was indeed disappointing. Every time, Qiandaoliu's rebuke was correct. Therefore, the three great priests, including Golden Crocodile Douluo, would speak up for Qiandaoliu and ask the original body to admit his mistake. This also made the original body even more afraid to refute. Because so many people said he was wrong. From the original body's perspective, maybe he really did something wrong. Father Qiandaoliu is right. But this time, seeing Qiandaoliu angrily scolding Kyungsunji, Golden Crocodile Douluo and Lion Douluo both stood up and said, "Boss, please don't mention His Holiness the Pope. This time, I think His Holiness did a good job." Golden Crocodile Douluo stood up and said in a deep voice, Yeah. The Lion Douluo also echoed and said indignantly, "That idiot Yu Xiaogang from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan seduced away our spirit hall's saint, a genius with full innate spirit power and twin top-level spirits." Although a big part of the reason is that Bibi Dong is too stupid. But in the final analysis, we, the spirit hall, are the victims. If this matter gets out, even if we in the spirit hall lead people to attack the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, no one will be able to accuse us of being wrong. Our spirit hall has suffered such a huge loss. The Blue Lightning Tyrant clan wants compensation. What's wrong? The 9 crowns of the True Dragon and a piece of 10,000-year void soul bone are precious, but is it that a genius with innate full soul power and twin top-level martial souls is inferior? If we let the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan make amends and apologize verbally, everything will be over. Then our spirit hall's prestige will be shattered. I didn't expect that Golden Crocodile Douluo and Lion Douluo would actually support their son Kyungsunji and persuade me. Qiandaoliu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and looked at Golden Crocodile Douluo and Lion Douluo with eyes full of disbelief. "No. How did you get turned against by this kid? Can you be bribed by a magical herb that can evolve your martial soul?" However, in response to this, Golden Crocodile Douluo sighed lightly, but with a complicated look in his eyes, he spoke again. "Boss, this time, I think His Holiness did a good job. Your Holiness is old now. You should let Your Holiness make the decision on some matters. After all, we are all old." Qian Daoliu's body shook, and extremely complicated emotions suddenly surged in his heart. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But in the end, I lost interest. I didn't expect that even the golden crocodile and the lion, both of you, would agree with this brat's actions. It seems that I may have been too soft-hearted this time. Golden crocodile, you're right. The children have grown up, it's time for them to make their own decisions. Qian Daoliu sighed and spoke quickly to Kyungsuan. From now on, I will no longer ask you about the affairs of the palace, nor will I let you do things according to my ideas. You did a great job this time. You are right, you are the Pope. From now on, you will make your own decisions about the affairs of the temple. Qian Sunji was very excited when he heard that Qian Daoliu was planning to hand over all power. But it is precisely at this last moment that we should be more serious and cautious. Kyungsunji also looked sad, his eyes were red, and he choked with sobs. Father, I know you care about me and are worried that I might do something wrong and damage my dignity as the Pope. Before, I was too immature and made you worry. But now, I have really grown up. I swear, I will work hard to be a qualified Pope and make our Wuhan Hall even greater. Kyungsunji's handsome face with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes showed a look of determination. He raised his hand and swore. Hearing this, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but feel relieved. This boy has really grown up. I've already said that I won't ask about matters concerning the Spirit Hall anymore. This kid didn't show any excitement or happiness immediately. Instead, he felt my good intentions and realized the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. This is really growing up. That's right, father. As if he had thought of something, a smile appeared on Kyungsunji's handsome face and he said. You were right before. I'm not young anymore, it's time for me to start a family and build a career. I plan to get married and have children as soon as possible. What? Jeer, you finally figured it out. Qian Daoliu couldn't help but feel very excited and happy. Seeing that the old friends around him all had grandchildren, he was so envious. Their angel family has always been small in number. He already has someone in his heart and can't accommodate anyone else. It is enough to give birth to Kyungsunji, a child. But Kyungsunji is still young and strong, so he must take on the responsibility of expanding their angel family as soon as possible. Very good. Qian Daoliu laughed loudly, patted Qian Sunji's shoulder, and asked. Jeer, do you have a favorite woman now? If you have, tell your father and I will personally ask someone to propose marriage for you. Have. Kyungsunji showed an embarrassed expression on his face and said with a smile. And it's as far away as the horizon, and yet it's right before our eyes. As he spoke, Kyungsunji couldn't help but look at Ling Yuan beside him. What? Unexpectedly, His Holiness the Pope actually looked at her. Ling Yuan's pretty face suddenly turned red with shame. She couldn't believe it and covered her mouth excitedly. Ling Yuan? Not bad. Her martial soul, the fiery spirit kite, has the attribute of fire and is of very good quality. It is very suitable for our Qian family's six-winged angel martial soul. Ling Yuan, how do you feel about Jeer? Are you willing to marry Jeer? Qian Daoliu was surprised to find that his son Qian Sunji actually valued Ling Yuan, but he also felt it was not unexpected. And after thinking about Ling Yuan's conditions, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but feel very satisfied and asked Ling Yuan. I do. Faced with Qian Sunji, a genius with noble birth, extraordinary handsomeness, and outstanding talent and ability, Ling Yuan's pretty face blushed, almost as red as if blood was dripping out. She lowered her head shyly and responded in a mosquito-like voice. She is not a person with brain damage like Bibi Dong who cannot tell good from bad. Whether it is the charm of Kyungsunji himself, or the experience of growing up together and the filter of the Pope's identity. Ling Yuan had no reason to refuse. Okay. Okay. Hearing Ling Yuan agree, Qian Daoliu burst into laughter and was extremely happy. Qian Daoliu will finally be able to hold his grandson/granddaughter in his arms soon. Seeing Qian Daoliu's look, Qian Sunji couldn't help but smile with satisfaction in his heart. Although Qian Daoliu said that he would never ask him about matters concerning the spirit hall again. But the inertia formed over such a long period of time is not so easy to reverse. It was impossible for him to pin everything on Qian Daoliu's promise. And having asked Golden Crocodile Douluo and Lion Douluo for help, Qian Daoliu had to admit that he had grown up and had no choice but to hand over power. After giving Qian Daoliu a beating, he must be rewarded with a sweet reward. Show that you are ready to start a family and build a career. It's a great move. Lao Deng has long been dreaming of having grandchildren. At this time, the original body had probably transformed into the secret chamber Douluo, allowing Bibi Dong to win the bid and become pregnant with Jian Rongxiu. As a time traveler, he certainly cannot fall behind. When Ling Yuan gives birth to a child, she will be left to Lao Deng to take care of. At that time, even if Lao Deng wanted to ask him about the spirit hall, he would not have the energy to do so, in Kyung Sunji's opinion. Lao Deng is a gentleman and a good man. But for the spirit hall, strictly speaking, he is not a qualified leader. Because Lao Deng only cares about fame and doesn't know how to fight for and expand interests for the spirit hall. Not to mention, leading the spirit hall to create a whole new era. For all this, he has to do it quickly. At the same time, in the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, there is also a wedding coming up soon. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong's wedding, but there were some small problems. Chapter 35 Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong's wedding, but there were some small problems. Blue Lightning Overlord sect. On this day, the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant clan was decorated with lights and colors. Palaces and houses were hung with red silk and red lanterns, which represented happy events. It's a festive scene. After Kyung Sunji rejected Bibi Dong's return to the spirit hall with disgust and disdain and left her in the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, in order to make up for the losses as much as possible. After Yu Yuanzhen came back, he put Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong's wedding on the agenda as if it were real. Today is Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong's wedding day, however, compared to the festive atmosphere of the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. The reaction of most of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan members to this was very cold, some even felt disgusted and nauseated. The reason is simple. Because Yu Xiaogang, that stupid pig, was too smart for his own good and hooked up with Bibi Dong, the former holy maiden of the spirit hall. He also brought this disaster back, causing heavy losses to their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Not only did he lose his inherited soul bone, the 9 crowns of the true dragon, but he was also blackmailed for 100 million gold soul coins and several very profitable industries in the Tiandu imperial city. Among them, losing the inherited soul bone, the true dragon 9 crowns, is not so bad. After all, although the 9 crowns of the true dragon are very important, they still have little to do with most of the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. However, Qian Sunji demanded 100 million gold soul coins in compensation for several very profitable industries in Tiandu imperial city. 100 million gold soul coins, this is not a small amount. So much working capital was gone all of a sudden. In order to maintain the normal operation of the sect, Yu Yuanzhen held a meeting with a group of elders. It has been decided to cut the monthly salary and benefits of all Blue Lightning Tyrant sect disciples. This caused the quality of life of all the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect's disciples to drop by half at a speed visible to the naked eye. The most hateful thing is the loss of one's own interests. How could all the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan not hate Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong to their core? It's also thanks to Yu Xiaogang's cunningness. During this period, I have been staying at home with Bibi Dong and have never gone out. Otherwise, I would have been put in a sack long ago. Yu Yuanzhen's residence. The lobby was filled with red and festive lights. Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Xiaogang's mother sat on the main seat. Next to them, only Yu Luomian and Yu Xiaogang's elder brother Yu Dalong and his wife were watching the ceremony. But the total number is not large. Because of Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong's marriage, this matter is really difficult to publicize. After all, Bibi Dong's identity is too sensitive. And because of Yu Xiaogang, the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant clan was badly screwed. Therefore, no one in the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan wanted to attend the wedding. In the end, only Yu Yuanzhen's family participated. Worship heaven and earth. 2. Thanks to the High Hall. Couple greetings. Under the guidance of the Master of Ceremonies who presided over the wedding, Yu Xiaogang, wearing a groom's suit, was very excited and thrilled, smiling like a chrysanthemum. After worshipping heaven and earth and paying respects to parents with Bibi Dong, after the couple bowed to each other. It's the wedding night. The room was also decorated in a bright red and festive manner. Bibi Dong was feeling shy and nervous. She was wearing a wedding dress, with a red cloth covering her head, and sitting on the edge of the bed. And after drinking a glass of wine with Yu Yuanzhen, Yu Luomian and eldest brother Yu Dalong, Yu Xiaogang, slightly tipsy, pushed open the door with a flushed face and walked in. Donger, we're finally going to be together. Yu Xiaogang was drunk and giggled with her tongue sticking out. He walked up and sat down next to Bibi Dong, then reached out and lifted the red veil on Bibi Dong's head. Under the illumination of the festive fiery red soul guide lights, Bibi Dong was wearing a tight red wedding dress, which showed off her tall and attractive figure. She had an exquisite, pure, and beautiful face, blushing and lowering her head. Xiaogang, I am very happy too. It's getting late, let's go to bed early. Yu Xiaogang's heart was burning with excitement. She grabbed Bibi Dong's hand and prepared to start fighting. His father was still waiting for him and Bibi Dong to give birth to their first child as soon as possible. 6 years later, let's see what kind of martial spirit can be awakened. With a shy exclamation, Bibi Dong was brought to a battlefield. With the help of alcohol, Yu Xiaogang was excited and prepared to go to the battlefield. Spring is the season when all things come back to life, but after making preparations, just when Yu Xiaogang was extremely excited and ready to start fighting, she was shocked to find out Bibi Dong's body seemed to be under a protective spell. The flaw was actually covered by a strong barrier of holy light. His attacks were completely unable to break through this barrier with terrifying defensive power. No way, Yu Xiaogang was stunned. If this is the case, how can I complete my father's mission? If my attack cannot break through the enemy's defense, how to play this, let alone giving birth to several children with Donger? I'm afraid I won't be able to have any children. Xiaoan, what's wrong? Bibi Dong couldn't help feeling disappointed when she found that Yu Xiaogang, who had stepped onto the battlefield, fought hard but couldn't break the enemy's defense. But when I think of my beloved Xiaogang, she is so thin and weak, and she can't even tie a chicken. It seems normal that his cultivation level is only that of a great soul master. This made Bibi Dong endure it for a long time, until Yu Xiaogang was so anxious that she was sweating profusely, and there was no movement at all. Then she finally couldn't help but ask, Yu Xiaogang's face turned red, she was very ashamed and stammered. After Bibi Dong questioned him for a long time, he finally told her the reason. He found out that it was because the vulnerable part of his body was covered by a thick barrier shining with golden light. Bibi Dong was also stunned and couldn't believe it. My body, why is this happening? But soon, she reacted. Thinking of the seal that Kyungsunji had placed on him when he left. That damn guy, could it be that when he sealed my memory, he also sealed all the flaws in my body? Bibi Dong was trembling with anger. Damn it! Kyungsunji, how did I, Bibi Dong, offend you? You have already destroyed my cultivation, taken away my soul bones, and even sealed many of my memories of the spirit hall. What else do you want? I just want to pursue my own happiness, why do you always want to destroy it? Bibi Dong was filled with grief and resentment, her beautiful eyes were red and tearful, and her hands were clenched tightly. And one night, after trying many times, they all found that their attacks were completely unable to break through the enemy's defense. This made Xiaogang completely desperate and discouraged. I can only spend this night quietly and go talk to my father Yu and Zhen tomorrow. Think of a solution. The next day, morning, Xiaogang secretly found Yu and Zhen and told him about this matter with great grief and indignation. Father, what should I do? Unexpectedly, her attacks couldn't even break through Bibi Dong's defense. How could she have a baby with Bibi Dong? Xiaogang was about to cry. Hearing this, Yu Yuanzhen's face turned grim. He couldn't help but clench his fists, laughing angrily, and said hatefully, "This Kyungsunji, I wonder why he is so kind and leaves this Bibi Dong to us. It turns out that he actually left behind such a method. If you can't touch this Bibi Dong, then it's really useless." But end of this chapter. Chapter 36, Bibi Dong and number 039, S fate, the Spirit Hall and number 039, S worship group is established. Chapter 36, Bibi Dong's fate, the Spirit Hall's worship group is established. In the study, Yu and Zhen glanced at Xiaogang, but said nothing more. He just snorted in his heart. But there is another possibility, that is, you are just a waste. Although Jian Sunji is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, his cultivation level is that of a titled Douluo. But it has been more than a month since you two left Wuhan City. Without soul skills, it can last so long, even if there is. After such a long time, the energy must have been almost exhausted. Xiaogang. As a father, I definitely hope that you can get married and have children with Bibi Dong. And for the future of our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, the more children you have, the better. This is the best way. Yu and Zhen took a deep breath, looked at Xiaogang deeply, and said in a deep voice, "But your father is also the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Father will give you half a year. If you still have no way to break through the means that Kyungsunji left on Bibi Dong. If there is no way to use her to reduce the losses of our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Then I'll just have to get someone else to come." What? Unexpectedly, Yu and Zhen would say that. Xiaogang suddenly became anxious and said angrily, "Father, no. I absolutely don't accept this. I brought Dong back from Wuhan City. If we want to get married and have children, it can only be me and her. Xiaogang doesn't like Bibi Dong very much. After all, he had ulterior motives when he approached Bibi Dong from the very beginning. Moreover, there was nothing unforgettable between the two of them. How can such love last till death? But Bibi Dong's appearance and figure are still very outstanding. As a normal man, Xiaogang's possessiveness does not allow him to give up the woman who belongs to him. However, when he heard Xiaogang's answer, a hint of gloom and murderousness flashed in Yu Yuanzhen's eyes, and he sneered. He simply raised his hand and hit Xiaogang hard on the face with a big spanking. "You don't accept it. You know you don't want to accept it. Do you think, as a father, that's what I want?" Yu Yuanzhen threw a big punch, his eyes filled with anger, and started to yell. "That's right. This Bibi Dong is indeed the one you brought back from Wuhan City. She is your woman. But don't you see how much trouble you have caused to your family and the sect? If you were not my son, I would protect you. If it were any other member of the tribe, you would have been beheaded long ago as a warning to others. You brought this Bibi Dong back, but she was left here at the cost of her family and sect. In order to make up for the loss as much as possible, you must have more children with this Bibi Dong. This is the greatest benefit I can achieve for you by abusing my power for personal gain. After all, you know your own talents very well. But if you can't even do this simple thing, then the opportunity to make up for the family's losses will be given to others. Isn't this normal? Faced with his father Yu Yuanzhen's angry rebuke, the cowardly Yu Xiaogang immediately became timid. Wuhan City. Inside the splendid papal palace. After discussing and arranging with Lao Deng Qiandaoliu the relevant matters regarding his marriage with Ling Yuan, Kyungsunji finally had some free time. So, I took the time to use the magic grass and some other elixirs that were second only to the magic grass. By using the magical artifact wordless pill scripture to deduce the pill formula, he refined some pills with the effects of magical herbs. Kyungsunji planned to distribute these pills to Guangling Douluo, Jiangmo Douluo, and Qianjun Douluo who were still in the Elder Hall. In addition, there are 9 future elders who are known to have the potential to break through to the titled Douluo level, except Ling Yuan. Well, add another Tianxiang Huianzhen, whose martial soul and attributes are more suitable. However, when refining the elixir, he thought of this time and went to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Not only did he conquer Kobo and the Bailan family, he also used the elixir made from the yin-yang eye's immortal grass to evolve the martial arts spirits of Golden Crocodile Douluo, Blue Luan Douluo, and Lion Douluo, and their levels were raised by 1 level. There is no reward in the system for this. Kyungsunji couldn't help but scratch his head. Could it be because the magic grass also belongs to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire? So are these changes also included in the rewards given by the system when the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire were obtained, if it is like this? If you want to get system rewards, you have to think of other ways. And under the summons sent by Kyungsunji. First of all, there are currently the 3 elders of the Elder Hall, Guangling Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Jiangmo Douluo. After arriving at the Pope's palace, seeing Qiansunji sitting on a gorgeous golden throne with a faint smile on his handsome face with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, the 3 elders immediately bowed to him. Guangling/Qianjun/Zhang Mo, I greet His Holiness the Pope. I wonder why the Pope summoned us. Qianjun Douluo asked with a puzzled look, clasping his fists. Haha, don't worry, this is a great thing that you may not even think of. Kyungsunji smiled slightly and said. Have you heard about the Golden Crocodile Priest breaking through the limit Douluo? Golden Crocodile Priest breaks through the limit Douluo? Hearing this, Guangling Douluo, Qianjun Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo couldn't help but feel moved. Of course, they had also heard about the second honored Golden Crocodile Douluo breaking through to the limit Douluo level. It is said that the martial spirit of the second worshipper, Golden Crocodile Douluo, has also evolved. Also, the third honored Azure Luan Douluo and the fourth honored Lion Douluo had their martial spirits evolved and their cultivation levels broken through. But this sounds too incredible. As for Golden Crocodile Douluo and Lion Douluo, they basically stayed in the Douluo Palace, and they didn't dare to go over and ask. Listen to what His Holiness the Pope says. Is this all true? Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of Guangling Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Jiangmo Douluo, Kyungsunji smiled slightly and took out 2 small jade bottles from the Holy Spirit ring. After opening, there were 2 small jade bottles, each containing 3 crystal clear pills like black jade and 3 ice blue pills like ice jade. These are pills made with the immortal herb black jade bamboo and the 9th grade cold jade snow dragon ginseng, a top-grade spiritual medicine with ice properties second only to the star anise mysterious ice grass, as the main ingredients. Kyungsunji named them, Black Jade Divine Bamboo Pill and Cold Jade Snow Dragon Pill. The effects of these 2 kinds of pills are also very simple. One can evolve long-handled weapons such as guns, sticks, and spears, and the other can evolve ice-attributed martial spirits. After using his soul power to lift the 3 pills and sending them to Guangling Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Jiangmo Douluo, the 3 elders should also know that I left Wuhan City for more than a month. In fact, this is a revelation I received from a noble and great god. He told me that there is a treasure land on the continent. Kyungsunji once again used the tiger's skin as a banner and slowly told Guangling Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Jiangmo Douluo what he had said before to Qiandaoliu and the 3 great priests. And it was confirmed that the evolution and improvement of the martial spirits of the 3 great priests, including Golden Crocodile Douluo, were not false. He said that these 3 pills were a reward for the 3 elders, Guangling Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Jiangmo Douluo, for their hard work. Under Kyungsunji's expectations, the 3 elders, Guangling Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Jiangmo Douluo, took the pills in front of them with excitement. In the main hall, the 3 elders sat cross-legged on the ground, closed their eyes and began to meditate and refine. In the end, thanks to the elixir specially prepared by Kyungsunji, the martial spirits of Guangling Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Jiangmo Douluo have evolved one after another. His cultivation level finally broke through from level 95, which he had been unable to break through, to level 96. Since then, the Hall of Worship has once again welcomed the joining of 3 great worshippers. The future 7 major groups of worshippers of Spirit Hall have been determined ahead of schedule. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, The Cowardly Anus remains the same, Bibi Dong is betrayed. Chapter 37, The Cowardly Anus remains the same, Bibi Dong is betrayed. In the Papal Palace. After the martial soul evolves and the cultivation level breaks through, Guangling Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Jiangmo Douluo all opened their eyes, ended their meditation, stood up with excitement and surprise, and expressed their gratitude to Kyungsunji. Guangling/Jianjun/Jian-Mo, thank you, His Holiness the Pope. 3 elders, you're welcome. Kyungsunji sat on a gorgeous golden throne, wearing a white robe with gorgeous gold and blue patterns and accessories. With long golden hair draped behind his shoulders, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes, his handsome face was full of emotion and he chuckled. The 3 of you are the pillars of our spirit hall, the pillars of white jade that support the sky and the beams of purple gold that bridge the sea. You have made great contributions to our spirit hall. Since there is a treasure that can help your martial spirit evolve, this Pope will naturally not be stingy. 3 elders. Oh no! It should be 3 priests. Come and give your new martial spirits a name. As for the new martial soul after evolution, because of the evolution of the light feather divine bow, its ice attribute has become even stronger. Therefore, Guangling Douluo renamed the evolved Guangling divine bow to Extreme Ice Guangling Bow. As for Qianjun Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo, they renamed the evolved Panlong Stick martial spirit to Black Gold Panlong Stick. The reason is naturally because after the Panlong Stick evolved, its color turned into black and gold. After Guangling Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Jiangmo Douluo, Kyungsunji also summoned the unknown 9th elder who died in the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan during the elimination of Ling Yuan and the soul hunting operation. Including the 7 elders including the future Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuegwan, Ghost Douluo Gaimei and Snake Spear Douluo. He also rewarded Yu Guan, Gui Mei, and others, who were still cardinals, with corresponding elixirs. And as the Pope, he gave some encouragement. After expressing optimism, Yu Guan, Gui Mei, Snake Spear Douluo Shilong and others took the elixir that could evolve their martial spirits with gratitude and excitement. In the Pope's main palace, meditation and refining began. Soon, Yuegwan, Gaimei and Snake Spear Douluo Sigzu's martial spirits evolved one after another, and their cultivation levels also increased by 1 or 2 levels. Regarding the pills given to Yu Guan, Gui Mei, and others, among them, the elixir given to Yuegwan was made by Kyungsunji using the fairy grass Qirong Tongdianju, and named Suan Jindan. Because the martial soul is the strange chrysanthemum. Therefore, the most suitable medicine for Yu Guan is obviously the elixir made from the fairy grass Qirong Tongdianju. After taking the Suan Jin pill made from the fairy grass Qirong Tongdianju, Yu Guan's cultivation level, which was originally 87th level soul Douluo, broke through directly to 89th level. The martial soul also evolved from the Qirong Tongdianju to the Qirong Tongdianju martial soul of the fairy grass level. Yes. Although his martial soul is that of the Qirong Tongdianju, Yuegwan's martial soul obviously has not reached the level of fairy grass. Otherwise, a martial spirit of the fairy grass level Qirong Tongdianju Yu Guan will definitely not remain stuck at the level of titled Douluo at level 95 until his death. The Suan Jindan is made from the fairy herb, the strange velvet chrysanthemum. Kyungsunji not only gave one to Yuegwan, but also gave one to Demon Bear Douluo. The novel does not explain that the Qirong Tongdianju has the effect of evolving martial souls. However, Kyungsunji discovered through analysis of the divine artifact, the Wordless Alchemy Sutra, that the Qirong Tongdianju actually has the effect of evolving martial souls. But the effect in this regard is too weak. However, the elixir recipes deduced from the Wordless Alchemy Classic can enhance the effect in this regard. In the end, the Suan Jindan refined by Kyungsunji successfully gained the effect of evolving some specific martial spirits. Among them, the Blood Demon Mad Bear martial soul of Demon Bear Douluo is just within the specific range of martial souls. After taking the Suan Jin pill, he successfully evolved. After evolution, the Blood Demon Mad Bear martial spirit gained the gold attribute, greatly increasing the defense while weakening the sequelae of Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Regarding the evolved Blood Demon Mad Bear martial spirit, the Demon Bear Douluo named it King Kong Blood Demon Bear. As for Ghost Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, Snake Lance Douluo, Thorny Porpoise Douluo and Holy Dragon Douluo, Qian Sunji then gave 2 of the 3 Night Ghost pills, which he refined from a top-grade elixir called Dark Night Epiphyllum, to Ghost Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo respectively. The last Black Jade Divine Bamboo pill was given to Snake Spear Douluo. Holy Dragon Douluo, like Golden Crocodile Douluo, was given an Earth Dragon Golden pill. But facing the final Thorny Porpoise Douluo, Kyungsunji was also quite helpless. Because he used the divine artifact, the Wordless Alchemy Sutra, to analyze all the magical herbs and top-level elixirs growing around the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Among them, there are many immortal herbs and top-level elixirs that did not show the effect of martial soul evolution in the original work, but in fact they all have certain martial soul evolution effects. Through the artifact Wuziai Danjing, a special elixir formula is deduced to enhance its effect of evolving martial souls. The elixir that is finally refined can enable a specific martial soul to evolve. But these are the elixirs that he deduced that can evolve the martial soul. The range of its martial souls that can evolve does not even include the Thorny Porpoise Douluo's martial soul, the Blood Spiritual Pufferfish. In the end, Kyungsunji could only give the Thorny Porpoise Douluo a fairy pill made mainly from the fairy grass 8-petal fairy orchid. Although this magical pill cannot help Thorny Porpoise Douluo evolve his martial soul, but at least it can improve his cultivation by 1 or 2 levels, strengthen his foundation and enhance his future cultivation potential. After taking the Night Ghost pill, the new martial spirits of Ghost and Ghost Leopard Douluo that evolved both gained shadow attributes. For the new martial spirit after evolution, the ghosts named it, the King of Ghosts. Ghost Leopard Douluo named it, Shadow Ghost Leopard. As for Snake Spear Douluo and Holy Dragon Douluo, they named their new martial spirits after their evolution, Black Jade Sky Snake Spear and Golden Armor Holy Dragon, and then bestowed the elixir. Except for the Thorny Porpoise Douluo, the martial spirits of the 9 future elders have all evolved and their cultivation has also achieved a breakthrough. For the rest of the time, because I have already discussed with Lao Deng the relevant matters of getting married with Ling Yuan Douluo, the auspicious date has been determined to be March 5th of next year. Now all we need to do is prepare for the wedding. What remains is to send invitations to all the major forces on the mainland, inviting them to send people to attend the wedding when the time comes. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Because it was the day I got married with Bibi Dong. On their wedding night, he found that he could not break Bibi Dong's defense at all. But after finding his father Yu Yuanzhen and reporting the problem, Yu Yuanzhen gave Yu Xiaogang an order, requiring her to find a way to break through Bibi Dong's defense within half a year. Otherwise, let this opportunity to make up for the sect be given to others, in order to maintain his dignity as a man. Yu Xiaogang was like a madman, trying all kinds of methods, including but not limited to, using special weapons, taking 1,000-year-old whale glue to enhance combat effectiveness, and using the body parts of plant and animal soul beasts with dark attributes to create special ointments, etc. But unfortunately, it was completely useless. This made Yu Xiaogang despair. And after half a year, Yu Yuanzhen found Yu Xiaogang and gave the order with disappointment and indifference. From now on, Bibi Dong is no longer his woman, instead, it belongs to their blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family, and is a trophy used to make up for the family's losses. Father. No. I don't agree. Faced with the ultimatum issued by Yu Yuanzhen, Yu Xiaogang's face turned red, his hands were clenched, he was extremely angry, but still unwilling to accept it. You don't agree? You don't agree at all. But Yu Yuanzhen was so furious about this that he roared in rage and threw a big spanking at Yu Xiaogang's face. Yu Xiaogang was knocked to the ground, covering her face, which was covered with a red slap mark, her head buzzing. Do you think your father wants to see this result? But we've given you half a year. If you don't live up to your expectations, who can you blame? Since you can't make up for the losses of your family and section, then I, the father, can only change someone else. As a sinner of the family, you have no right to refuse. After saying that, Yu Yuanzhen threw a medicine bag to Yu Xiaogang and said in a cold voice, "Later, put this packet of medicine into the tea and let Bibi Dong drink it. The rest is none of your business. Don't even think about playing tricks. If you dare to disobey my orders, then I, as the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, will expel you from the clan and drive you out of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan." Hearing this, the cowardly Yu Xiaogang immediately became timid. "Donner, I'm sorry. I really have no other choice." Under Yu Yuanzhen's threat, Yu Xiaoyang's eyes could not help but turn red. His hand holding the medicine bag kept shaking, and he felt extremely sad. In the end, he chose to betray Bibi Dong again. Ghost King Concept Art. Shadow Ghost Panther Concept Art. Golden Armor Holy Dragon Conceptual Image. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, The First Chamber. Douluo Yu Dalong, Bibi Dong meets her end. Chapter 38, The First Chamber. Douluo Yu Dalong, Bibi Dong meets her end. Blue Lightning Overlord Sect. After meeting his father Yu Yuanzhen, Yu Xiaogang held tightly in her hand the medicine bag given by her father Yu Yuanzhen, her body trembling and her eyes red. Feeling extremely sad, he walked out of the study room numbly. Looking at the still blue sky, he felt as if it were grey. "Donger, I'm sorry." In the end, cowardice and retreat prevailed in Yu Xiaogang's heart. After taking a look at the medicine bag in his hand with red eyes, Yu Xiaogang made a decision in her heart, gritted her teeth and went straight to the kitchen. Soon a pot of hot tea was brought out from the kitchen. "Return to the room where I lived with Bibi Dong." "Xiaogang, is there any solution from father?" Seeing Yu Xiaogang coming back, sitting on the bed in a snow-white dress, with her long orange hair, her delicate and beautiful face, and a pair of amber eyes full of anticipation and nervousness, Bibi Dong hurriedly asked. "Alas! Father can do nothing about it." Yu Xiaoyang's eyes were somewhat withdrawn and evasive. After a bitter smile, she walked towards Bibi Dong. At the same time, he put the pot of hot tea he brought on the table. "I just talked to my father for a long time, and I am a little thirsty. So when I came back, I got a pot of hot tea from the kitchen and drank a few sips. Are you thirsty now? Would you like some hot tea?" Yu Xiaogang asked with concern. "I'm a little thirsty, thank you, Xiaoan." Bibi Dong was quite touched and couldn't help but kiss her little anus with joy. He stood up, picked up the teacup, poured a few cups of hot tea, and drank it all in one gulp. But when she touched her face, where Bibi Dong had kissed her, she felt her heart aching. Vaguely, it seemed as if there was a huge green hat in front of me. He pressed it up towards the top of his head. The medicine package given by Yu Yuanzhen was very effective. Just had a few drinks. Bibi Dong felt dizzy and then fainted and fell to the ground. Nice job, little anus. At this time, Yu Yuanzhen, who had been following secretly, suddenly appeared and encouraged Yu Xiaogang with satisfaction. Family is the foundation, women are just clothes that can be changed at any time. This Bibi Dong is actually not worthy of you now. Leave her to the family. I will find a better wife for you in the future. After saying that, Yu Yuanzhen picked up the unconscious Bibi Dong, turned around and strode out of the room. Only the little jade anus was left behind. After opening his mouth, he sat down dejectedly. A roar of grief and anger rang out from the room. And after taking Bibi Dong away, Yu Yuanzhen brought Bibi Dong to the study and opened a mechanism. In front of him, a bookshelf suddenly opened slowly, revealing a dark passage. This is the passage leading to a secret room hidden in this mansion. Yu Yuanzhen carried Bibi Dong and walked in. He brought Bibi Dong into the secret room. I saw that the area of the secret room was not very large and the environment inside was very simple. There was only a big stone bed. At the four corners of the stone bed, there was an iron chain with shackles on it. After throwing Bibi Dong up, Yu Yuanzhen adjusted the length of the chain and handcuffed Bibi Dong's limbs. After doing this, he turned and left the secret room. Instead, he went to another mansion and brought his eldest son, Yu Dalong, over. After bringing Yu Dalong into the secret room, seeing Bibi Dong chained on the stone bed, Yu Dalong opened his mouth in shock. Father, isn't this my sister-in-law? After a long while, Yu Dalong finally uttered these words. In response to this, Yu Yuanzhen put his hands behind his back, his majestic and domineering face full of complexity. After a moment's silence, he did not give a direct answer. There are some things you don't know yet. I wonder what kind of methods the Spirit Hall Pope Kyungsunji used on Bibi Dong. Your brother Xiaogang was unable to break through Bibi Dong's defenses on their wedding night. I gave him half a year, but he didn't succeed. It's impossible to expect him to use this Bibi Dong to make up for the loss of our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. So now, Dalong, you're the only one left. Yu Yuanzhen turned to look at Yu Dalong, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice. Yu Dalong was still very shocked at this time, and felt very hesitant and conflicted. But seeing Yu Dalong looking hesitant, Yu Yuanzhen frowned and shouted angrily. Dalong! What are you thinking about? Do you really think of Bibi Dong as your sister-in-law? Don't forget, the reason why our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan suffered such heavy losses. Xiaoan's stupidity is one of the reasons, but Bibi Dong is the saint of the Spirit Hall and is just as stupid as your brother Xiaoan, so that's also the reason. She is just as the family says, she is the calamity star of our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. I have given him half a year to make up for the losses of our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. He is the one who cannot do it. For the sake of the family and the sect, it is most appropriate for you, as his elder brother, to replace him. Don't have any psychological burden. Under Yu Yuanzhen's angry roar and rebuke, Yu Dalong gritted his teeth and accepted it. Father, I understand. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. Upon finding out that Yu Dalong accepted it, Yu Yuanzhen couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Remember, you are doing this for the family. Before leaving, Yu Yuanzhen emphasized one sentence again. And after Yu Yuanzhen left, Yu Dalong also took a deep breath, his expression calmed down, and looked at Bibi Dong with a complicated look in his eyes. I'm sorry. Bibi Dong, it's all your fault for being so stupid. I'm doing this for my family too. After saying that, Yu Dalong walked towards Bibi Dong, as if he had transformed into Yu Xiaogang, ready to take Bibi Dong into the battlefield. And this finally woke Bibi Dong up. You are the big brother? What are you going to do? When she opened her eyes in a daze, Bibi Dong found that her elder brother Yu Dalong actually wanted to take her to the battlefield. Her face suddenly changed and she screamed in panic and anger. I am Xiaoan's wife. You are doing this to Xiaoan. Xiaogang? How do you think you got here? In this regard, Yu Dalong couldn't help but sneer after changing his mindset, because he knew he didn't need to pretend anymore. This made Bibi Dong stunned, and her mind immediately recalled the time before she fell into coma. She remembered that she seemed to have drunk a pot of tea brought back by her beloved little anus. No. Impossible. No way. Bibi Dong's face suddenly turned pale and she kept muttering to herself, unable to believe it. Could it be that it was her beloved little anus that bewitched her? And then sent her here, but why? But unfortunately, Yu Dalong ignored it and brought Bibi Dong to the battlefield. He directly launched an attack on Bibi Dong. But even Yu Dalong was defeated when facing the seal that Jian Sunji left on Bibi Dong. The holy light barrier that shines with brilliant golden light. It seems like an insurmountable chasm. Even with Yu Dalong's cultivation level of Soul Emperor, he was unable to break through the defense of the holy light barrier. But even if the defense was not broken, but Bibi Dong still couldn't accept being brought to the battlefield by Yu Dalong and being attacked. She screamed with anger and resentment and wanted to attack Yu Dalong. Yu Dalong, get out of here. Stay away from me and don't touch me with your dirty hands. Unfortunately, Yu Dalong found that he could not break the holy light barrier defense on Bibi Dong despite his best efforts. After a frantic attack and almost being defeated, he became angry and humiliated. Directly gave Bibi Dong a big slap. Shut up, you stinky bitch. After beating Bibi Dong, Yu Dalong couldn't believe it anymore and shouted angrily. He summoned the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex to possess him and prepared to continue the attack. Unfortunately, the defense still cannot be broken. Ah! Jade Xiaogang, Jade Dalong, Blue Lightning Tyrant Clan. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. You, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Clan, will all die a miserable death. A miserable death. For the sake of his beloved Xiaogang, he gave up everything, but he never expected that he would be betrayed and abandoned. He was also thrown into a secret room and forced by Yu Dalong to continue taking him to the battlefield, where he suffered humiliation and torture. As deep as Bibi Dong's love for Yu Xiaogang was, so deep is the hatred she feels now. In the secret room, Bibi Dong was crazy and hysterical, screaming with great anger and resentment, cursing everything. The intense hatred and resentment seemed to become material, rising from the secret room into the sky. And Yu Dalong is far from the end of this chapter. Chapter 39, Bibi Dong and Number 039, S sequel, Only in the Darkness Can We Discover the Value of Light. Chapter 39, Bibi Dong's sequel, Only in the Darkness Can We Discover the Value of Light. For Yu Yuanzhen. As the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Clan, he is also the father of Yu Xiaogang and Yu Dalong. If possible, he would definitely hope to keep Bibi Dong, the best mother for giving birth to a child, in his own home. After all, the closeness of the relationship is there. People will definitely put their own interests first. And among them, the best way is to let the younger son Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong give birth to a child. After all, the younger son Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong fell in love and got together normally. It is most appropriate for two people to have a child together. Although, the younger son Yu Xiaogang's talent is a little lacking. But Bibi Dong has good talent. According to the rules of martial soul inheritance, the child born will definitely inherit the mother's martial soul in the end. That's not bad. Although this is not the optimal solution, the children born will be their grandchildren after all. As a grandfather, Yu Yuanzhen definitely still has hope. Future grandchildren will be able to thrive in a healthy, complete family with loving parents and a normal family. But unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. Yu Yuanzhen didn't expect this. Kyung Sunji, the sixth brother, was unwilling to give any compensation. Bibi Dong was kept and subjected to special methods. The younger son Yu Xiaoan has been unable to break through Bibi Dong's defense. In this case, it is definitely impossible to have a child. Not to mention, making up for the losses of their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. As a father, Yu Yuanzhen gave Yu Xiaogang half a year. Let him try various methods to break through Bibi Dong's defense. But Yu Xiaogang never succeeded. In this regard, Yu Yuanzhen could only bear the pain and choose to sacrifice the interests of his younger son Yu Xiaogang. Let Yu Xiaogang charm Bibi Dong and lock Bibi Dong in a secret room. Then, he called his eldest son Yu Dalong and transformed himself into the secret room Douluo. If the eldest son, Yu Dalong, can successfully break through the defense of the Holy Light Barrier and have a child with Bibi Dong. As compensation, the first child will be raised by the youngest son Yu Xiaokang. As for Bibi Dong's youngest son's wife, it will be announced to the public that she died of complications during childbirth. After all, the relationship has already been torn apart. Bibi Dong will be imprisoned in the secret room forever and will continue to make contributions to their family and the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Make up for the losses brought to their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. In this case, it would be best to publicize the death. After that, the eldest son Yu Dalong will continue to have children with Bibi Dong. Until Bibi Dong runs out of energy and her body can no longer bear it and dies. This way of handling things is obviously very cruel, but Yu Yuanzhen did not feel any regret or guilt in his heart, only endless coldness and ruthlessness. This world is not warm and peaceful. Battlefield, killing and death are the main themes of this world, and everything, in the final analysis, is for the benefit. He didn't want everything to end up like this. But nothing can be done by us. As the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, if necessary, for the sake of his family and sect, he would not hesitate to sacrifice himself. What's more, what about a foolish woman who harmed her son, her family, and her sect? It's all your fault. You are so naive and stupid. She has a noble status, extraordinary position, and a bright future as the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. She had to betray the Spirit Hall and elope with a smooth-talking, cowardly, and incompetent loser. Who can be blamed for this? You can only blame yourself. However, Yu Yuanzhen originally thought that it was his youngest son, Yu Xiaogang, who was too useless. If the eldest son Yu Dalong were allowed to take the lead, he would be able to break through the Holy Light Barrier defense on Bibi Dong's body and successfully give birth to a child with her. But alas, that's what it turned out to be. He still underestimated Kyungsunji. Because Kyungsunji used the god-level sealing technique that subverted the system reward on Bibi Dong, with Kyungsunji's titled Douluo level of cultivation. Unless the gods intervene. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break through the Holy Light defense barrier on Bibi Dong's body while ensuring her survival. For this reason, Yu Dalong transformed into a secret room Douluo, and he also refused to believe in evil. He tried his best, even summoning the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit to possess him and unleashed various amplifying spirit skills. But unfortunately, he almost failed and was unable to break through Bibi Dong's defense. This made Bibi Dong, who had already turned evil and collapsed, laugh maliciously and crazily. Yu Dalong was furious at this, and almost tortured Bibi Dong to death by using external objects and various other methods. But still unable to do anything about the Holy Light Barrier on Bibi Dong. No way, Yu Dalong found Yu Yuanzhen and explained the situation helplessly. In response to this, Yu Yuanzhen's face turned black and he was extremely angry. Damn Kyungsunji, what on earth did you do to Bibi Dong? Because the eldest son, Yu Dalong, was also unable to do anything about the Holy Light Barrier on Bibi Dong's body. Yu Yuanzhen could only find his younger brother Yu Luomian. Let the one with higher cultivation level, Yu Luomian, take the throne. When Yu Luomian saw the miserable Bibi Dong in the secret room, he was stunned on the spot. But for the sake of family and sect, Yu Luomian gritted his teeth and transformed into a secret room Douluo, launching an attack on Bibi Dong. But unfortunately, it still doesn't work. Afterwards, Yu Yuanzhen called many elders from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan to see if they could work together to break through the Holy Light Barrier on Bibi Dong's body. However, although Bibi Dong was nearly broken, the holy light barrier on her body was still intact. In the end, Yu Yuanzhen had to go on his own. However, the result was still a near failure. In the painful torture day after day, Bibi Dong has completely turned evil, become neurotic, and her mind has become insane and collapsed. Imprisoned in a secret room. There are narrow walls all around and endless darkness. After being attacked continuously by Yu Dalong, Yu Luomian and many elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, Bibi Dong had become numb from the darkness and madness. And in endless darkness. Only then did Bibi Dong realize how precious the brightness and beauty of the past were. How happy and precious it is to be in Wuhan City. At this time, she finally came to her senses. Know how wrong you are, he knew what he had said to his teacher Qian Sunji and those grandfathers who loved him and worshipped him. How wrong it is. Teacher. I was wrong. Grandpa Qian, Grandpa Golden Crocodile, Grandpa Blue Luan, Grandpa Lion, I shouldn't have betrayed Spirit Hall for this damn Yu Xiaogang. I really know I was wrong. Please, save me. When being imprisoned in solitary confinement in a secret room, Bibi Dong's eyes were red and dull. She stared at the ceiling numbly, her cracked lips constantly opening and closing as she muttered to herself neurotically. I felt extremely painful and regretful, hating myself for being so ignorant at the time. But it's too late. You have to bear the consequences of the choices you make. You reap what you sow. You have to taste all the ups and downs, but I have to say that Bibi Dong's personality is really mean. Maybe it was because she had been spoiled by Qian Sunji, Qian Daoliu and other worshippers since she was a child, as the holy maiden and little princess of the Spirit Hall. This led Bibi Dong to feel that everything should be done according to her temperament. Especially those teachers and grandfathers who have always loved her must always love her. She has to agree and consent to whatever she does. Once you don't obey, you will develop a strong rebellious mentality. In the novel, Bibi Dong wants to be with Yu Xiaogang. After Qian Sunji, Qian Daoliu, and others found out about this, they must have tried their best to persuade Bibi Dong to reveal Yu Xiaogang's true face. But the final result was that Bibi Dong obviously didn't listen at all. Instead, it hurt the feelings of Qian Sunji, Qian Daoliu, and others in various ways. In the end, Qian Sunji will go to extremes and transform into a secret room Douluo. And it was because of Qian Sunji that Bibi Dong was stopped. Bibi Dong was unable to see Yu Xiaogang's true face with her own eyes, and he transformed into a secret room Douluo. This made Bibi Dong beautify her relationship with Yu Xiaogang to the sky in her heart, but in fact, the relationship between the two has not undergone any tests or hardships at all. It is not difficult to break it apart as long as you use the right method. However, Bibi Dong's lovesickness and fairy-like personality have already formed, and there is basically no hope for her. Without Yu Xiaogang, there will be Wang Xiaoang, Li Xiaoang, and Chen Xiaoang in the future. A person who is irresponsible, spoiled, and self-centered in everything. It is destined that there is no way to let it shoulder any responsibilities and missions. The final result will only be disappointment. The time traveler Qian Sunji was very clear about this, so he did not change Bibi Dong's mind at all. Fine. Since you want to suffer, or even die, then I will help you. After all, let go of the complex of helping others and respect the fate of others. But Bibi Dong has such a mean character. In fact, when it comes down to it, I have never been severely tortured by reality. Now, here in Yu Xiaogang, after experiencing the reality and dangers of the human world. After suffering painful and dark torture in the secret room of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, Bibi Dong suddenly realized it again. When he was in Wuhan City, he had a beautiful and happy life, which was so precious. And the worshippers like Qian Sunji and Qian Daoliu were so good to him. This wave belongs to Anzi and Wuhan Hall, with their offense and defense in a different position. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, Sunji's Wedding, Why aren't Xiaogang and Bibi Dong seen? Chapter 40, Qian Sunji's Wedding, Why aren't Xiaogang and Bibi Dong seen? Time flies. More than half a year has passed since Qian Sunji returned to Wuhan City. July 26, 3 in the Douluo calendar. This day is the 2616th anniversary of the founding of Spirit Hall. According to the calendar of Douluo continent, it is a good time for marriage, praying for blessings, offering sacrifices, and making alliances, etc. It is one of the most auspicious days in Douluo continent. Early in the morning, from the walls of Wuhan City, to every street, and to every house in the city, all the buildings were hung with festive red silk and fire lanterns. The ground is covered with wide red carpets leading all the way to the Pope's palace. There is a festive atmosphere everywhere. The Spirit Hall Pope's Happy Day is naturally also a happy day for the Spirit Hall, and last year, Kyungsunji and Leadeng Kyandaoliu discussed all the details about the marriage. He asked the Spirit Hall to send his wedding invitations to all the major Spirit Master families and sects on the continent, inviting them to send people to attend the wedding today. Naturally, no one dared to refuse this. Everyone prepared a gift which was considered a generous gift to themselves and rushed to Wuhan City from all over. After all, Kyungsunji may not remember who gave what gift. But anyone who didn't send a gift will definitely remember it clearly, in the magnificent Pope's palace. On this day, the Pope's palace was hung with festive red silk and big red lanterns, and the floor was covered with red carpets. Even the armor on the holy emperor warriors guarding the Pope's palace was coated with a festive red dye. The maids who were carrying fruits, cakes and tea were all wearing red dresses and had smiles on their faces. They kept shuttling back and forth in the main hall of the Pope's palace, delivering fruits, cakes and tea. In the main hall, Kyungsunji was wearing a festive bright red groom suit and sitting on a gorgeous golden throne with red cushions. Sitting next to her was Ling Yuan, who was dressed extremely delicately in a red wedding gown, with a pretty face full of shyness. As for the seat of honor, the person sitting there was naturally old Deng Qiandao. Golden Crocodile Douluo and other worshippers sat in front of Kyungsunji, in the first row of seats on the left. Sitting in the back were Gaimei, Xiaogang, Sigzhu and other cardinals. As for the seats on the right, they were prepared for the representatives sent by various soul master families and sects who were invited to attend Kyungsunji's wedding. The door of the main hall. As guests came to attend the wedding one by one, standing at the door were two cardinals who were responsible for registering the guests' gift information and announcing the gifts. One hand held a pen and paper, and he kept recording. One was chanting loudly. Shi Zhantian, the patriarch of the Black Tortoise clan, is giving me a pair of dragon and phoenix jade discs. Yes Hylan, the patriarch of the nine-hearted begonia family, presents a 7-star begonia flower, a piece of colorful jade coral, and a colorful gemstone necklace. Bailan family patriarch Douluo and his son Douluo are giving away a 10,000-year-old ginseng, 51,000-year-old white jade ganoderma, and 10 cordyceps sinensis species snow silkworms. In the shocked voice of the cardinal who announced the gift, Douluo, dressed in a green robe, with his hands behind his back with a proud look on his face, strode into the hall with his son Douluo. As someone who has sworn allegiance to Pope Chihiroji, Your Holiness the Pope has been very kind to the Bailan family. This time, his master Kyungsunji is getting married, how can Douluo be willing to lag behind? This Douluo is quite sensible. Hearing Douluo's gift, Kyungsunji couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Douluo occupied the yin-yang eye of ice and fire for many years and used it as a medicine garden. Douluo didn't dare to pick and consume those magical herbs easily, perhaps because their medicinal properties were too strong. But Douluo should have planted and picked a lot of medicinal herbs like 10,000-year-old ginseng and 1,000-year-old ganoderma lucidum in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Being able to give so much is enough to express his intentions. Good. Good, it's worth my preparation to train you well. Haoshan sect, Tang Xiao, along with his second brother Tang Hao and third sister Tang Yuehua, present a 10,000-year-old ginseng, a piece of deep-sea silver, and 100 sets of master-level armor and swords. Finally, a heavyweight arrived. Tang Xiao from Haoshan sect brought Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua to the wedding scene and presented gifts. Tang Xiao, Tang Hao. Hearing the names of Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, Qian Sunji suddenly became interested and looked towards the entrance of the hall. I saw two tall and sturdy young men, wearing grey and black suits, with long black hair, and their faces were very heroic and resolute, and they looked somewhat similar. A woman walked in, wearing a gorgeous emerald green dress. She was tall and slender, with a well-proportioned figure, long light blue hair, and various exquisite accessories on her head. She had a delicate and noble appearance. Has Tang Hao already come out of the city of slaughter? Qian Sunji was very surprised to find that Tang Hao had also come. Because according to the timeline in the novel, Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang have just separated, and it seems that Tang Hao and Tang Xiao have not met A Yin yet. Qian Sunji still thought that Tang Hao was still in the city of slaughter. I didn't expect it to come out already. But now that it's out, that's the best. Qian Sunji touched his chin and smiled playfully in his heart. After attending his wedding, Haoshan sect's leader Tang Zhen should let Tang Xiao and Tang Hao go out for training. Just ask someone to keep an eye on the movements of Tang Xiao and Tang Hao at all times. It shouldn't be long before we find Yin Silver. This is the protagonist of the novel, Tang San's mother. If I had intercepted Yin, the degree of subversion of the plot is absolutely huge. This time, there's no way the system won't give you a reward, right? After Tang Xiao, Tang Hao and his two siblings arrived, Ning Fengzi, who came on behalf of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, also arrived with Bon Douluo Gurong and Prince Swexing of the Heaven Do Empire. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Sect Master Ning Fengzi and His Majesty the Bon Douluo have sent a box of top-grade medicinal materials, 3 boxes of rare treasures, and 3 boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry. Compared to the Haoshan sect, the Kaibao Liulai sect, which is known as the richest sect on the continent, sent a gift. Measured in terms of gold soul coins, it is even more expensive. This caused another round of exclamations to be heard in the hall. The gifts sent by the representatives of the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire were no less impressive than those of the Haoshan sect and the Kaibao Liulai sect. As for other soul master families and sects, except for Douluo, the gifts presented were obviously of a lower grade. Finally, the people from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan finally arrived. The Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, Sect Master Yu Yuanzhen and his son Yu Dalong, present 3 thunder spirit fruits. As the cardinal chanted, Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Dalong walked into the hall. But in fact, both of them felt helpless in their hearts. Regarding Qian Sunji's wedding, if possible, they would definitely not be willing to come and participate. After all, their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan had been blackmailed by Qian Sunji to the point where they were almost left with nothing. Now, they have to put on a brave face to maintain the status of the 3 upper sects of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Send a valuable gift. My heart is bleeding. There's no way. In order to make amends for their youngest son Yu Xiaogang, their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan has already offered up the inherited soul bone, 9 crowns of the true dragon, a piece of 10,000-year void soul bone, and 100 million gold soul coins as compensation. Such a huge sunk cost was paid. It was with great difficulty that the grudge with the Spirit Hall was finally resolved on the surface. If I don't attend Qian Sunji's wedding now, or the gift I send is too low in value, isn't this just offending people again and giving the Spirit Hall an excuse? So even though he was unwilling, Yu Yuanzhen had to bring Yu Dalong to attend the wedding. He gritted his teeth and took out 3 precious thunder spirit fruits from the bottom of the sex box as a gift. And found that Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Dalong walked in. Qian Sunji couldn't help but pick up a glass of wine, smiled, and walked towards Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Dalong. Master Yu, and Brother Dalong, why don't you see Xiaogang and Bibi Dong? Didn't you two come to attend the Pope's wedding and bring them with you? Guess why I didn't write about Yu Guan attending the wedding. End of this chapter. Chapter 41, Treatment of Bibi Dong, The Wedding Ends. Chapter 41, Treatment of Bibi Dong. The wedding ends when Yu Yuanzhen heard Qian Sunji's words. The corners of his mouth twitched. Bring Xiaogang and Bibi Dong here. Then give you an excuse to continue causing trouble for our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Am I, Yu Yuanzhen, so stupid? Because it was very clear that the youngest son, Yu Xiaogang, had abducted the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, who was cultivated with great effort by the Spirit Hall, a genius with innate full soul power and twin top-level martial souls. This kind of thing is so hateful. Anyone from the Spirit Hall who knew about this would probably want to cut out their son's anus. If I were to be at Pope Kyungsunji's wedding, I would bring my youngest son Xiaogang and Bibi Dong with me. This is a blatant slap in the face of Spirit Hall. They, the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, had just paid a huge price. It was with great difficulty that they finally reached a superficial reconciliation with the Spirit Hall. If this happens again, wouldn't that mean that everything we have done before would be in vain? After all, Yu Yuanzhen is the leader of one of the top 3 sects. He shouldn't be so stupid, right? Haha, it's a long way from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan to Wuhan City. It's not convenient for the two of them to come. Your Holiness, there are still many guests waiting to enter. My father and I will take our seats first. Yu Yuanzhen laughed dryly, his eyes somewhat evasive when facing Qian Sunji's gaze. Just found an excuse. After clasping his fists towards Kyungsunji, he took Yu Dalong and walked quickly to the seating area for the guests attending the wedding. Sat down in the first row. In response to this, Kyungsunji narrowed his eyes, gently played with and rubbed the wine glass in his right hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Speaking of Bibi Dong, you dare not look at me. It seems that things are most likely developing in the direction I expected. Then wait until the wedding is over and start planning the next step. When I first traveled through time, I found out that Bibi Dong was going to elope with Yu Xiaogang. Originally, Kyungsunji planned to execute Bibi Dong directly. Although it was the advent of a subversive system, it changed the thoughts in his mind. He chose to abolish Bibi Dong's cultivation, deprive her of her soul bones, and seal her memory. Help this ungrateful bastard and that useless master Yu Xiaogang. But the purpose of doing this, besides Kyungsunji feeling that helping Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang can cause a greater degree of subversion to the plot and obtain better rewards. Another point is that he suddenly thought of the future development of the Spirit Hall. As a time traveler who has watched the subsequent series of Douluo, Qian Sunji knew that in the subsequent Douluo series, without the Spirit Hall, the civilians in the Tang continent would live a miserable life. Evil Soul Master is rampant, there is a fee for awakening the martial soul. Soul Master subsidy abolition. Not to mention traveling through time and space to become the Spirit Hall's Pope Qian Sunji. Even if not, Qian Sunji would choose to stand on the side of the Spirit Hall and support the Spirit Hall in unifying the continent. Because as a time traveler, the education he received in his previous life prevented him from standing on the side of the nobles and joining them in unscrupulously exploiting the common people and greedily devouring their flesh and blood. But since he traveled through time and space and became Kyungsunji, as a father, Kyungsunji can't do the same as Bibi Dong. At a young age, he sent his daughter Qian Rongxiu to the Tiandu Empire to replace the Tiandu Empire's crown prince Xueqinghe. In order to seek the future, Qian Rongxiu replaced Xueqinghe and ascended the throne as the emperor of the Tiandu Empire. Able to unite with the Tiandu Empire and realize the plan of unifying the continent. So what Kyungsunji wants to do is to rely on the power of the Spirit Hall itself to realize the plan of unifying the continent. But the current situation in the mainland. If the Spirit Hall tried to expand its influence, it would definitely attract joint attacks from the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire. If they want to conquer the two empires, they can only allow the Spirit Hall to expand its power. Even have to hold your nose and support it. The knowledge from his previous life allowed Kyungsunji to come up with a solution instantly. That is, to keep the enemy at bay for your own benefit. Why raise bandits? That must be the evil soul master, speaking of the evil soul master, the Bibidong in front of him was a person who possessed the top twin martial spirits, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. Isn't this the natural king of evil soul masters? So, Kyungsunji, who had originally only planned to abolish Bibidong's cultivation, deprive her of her soul bones, and seal her memory, suddenly chose to go a step further. He directly used the god-level sealing technique to seal all the flaws on Bibidong's body, because, according to Kyungsunji's deduction, if you only abolish Bibidong's cultivation, deprive her of her soul bones, seal her memories, and perfect her and Yu Xiaogang, let Yu Xiaogang take him back. Although the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, Yu Yuanzhen, would definitely not dare to keep Bibidong, for fear of offending their spirit hall, he would send her back. Of course, Bibidong would see Yu Xiaogang's true hypocrisy and cowardice. But in this case, Bibidong would not be tortured enough. Finally, he was unwilling to accept it back. Maybe he could demand a hefty sum of compensation from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. But in that case, Bibidong could give birth to several talented children for Yu Xiaogang. The Blue Lightning Tyrant clan isn't at a loss, it would be better to seal all the flaws on Bibidong's body. In this case, it was discovered that Yu Xiaogang could not help Bibidong give birth to a child. In order to make up for the losses, the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan might do something even more extreme than its original incarnation. This will directly shatter Bibidong's filter for Yu Xiaogang, and she will become completely evil, hating the whole world and wanting to destroy the whole world. At this time, what he needed to do was to force the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan to release Bibidong. Bibidong after leaving the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. He then tried to find a way to send it to the city of slaughter. Although Bibidong had been destroyed by him. But with Bibidong's talent, plus her hatred for the heavens, the earth, and the air, she will definitely attract the attention of the Rakshasa god. Maybe, Rakshasa god will take action and help Bibidong recover. Afterwards, the evil Bibidong will inevitably become an evil soul master. And set up an evil soul master organization, trying to retaliate against the world and destroy the world in this way. Wouldn't their spirit hall have room to expand its strength openly, blackened Bibidong? Of course, Kyungsunji also knew. Not all of his deductions will come true. Not everything will go according to his script. But there is no loss anyway. If you just make such a casual move, it can make this ungrateful Bibidong suffer painful torture and regret. In the future, the spirit hall may gain considerable benefits. So why not do it? After testing Yu Yuanzhen, Kyungsunji, who was wearing a bright red groom's suit, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, had a handsome face and turned around slowly with a smile on his face and returned to his seat, waiting for all the guests to arrive. And in the first row of the guest area, looking at Kyungsunji, Tang Hao couldn't help but clench his fists, with a flash of dissatisfaction in his eyes. The Spirit Hall Pope Jiansunji looks like just a young master. Grandpa was able to defeat that angel Douluo Jiandaoliu back then. I can also defeat Kyungsunji like my grandfather. It is said that Kyungsunji broke through to the titled Douluo level when he was 46 years old. I must break through before this. Although after Grandpa left, our Haoshan sect can no longer compete with the Spirit Hall. But I, Tang Hao, will definitely make the Spirit Hall great again. After all the guests entered and took their seats, the cardinal who was in charge of presiding over the wedding immediately announced loudly, "The auspicious time has come, the wedding begins. Newcomers, please stand up." Jiansunji and Ling Yuan immediately stood up and came to the center of the hall, facing Jiandaoliu who was sitting in the seat of honor. Worship heaven and earth. 2 Thanks to the high hall. Couple greetings. After worshipping the heaven, earth, and angel statues, and then worshipping the 1000 Dao flows. As the couple's greeting is completed, Kyungsunji immediately smiled and took out an exquisite and beautiful wedding ring from the Holy Spirit ring. Together with Ling Yuan, who was dressed exquisitely and beautifully, with a blushing face, they put wedding rings on each other's fingers. However, when they were putting on each other's wedding rings, Kyungsunji felt something strange in his heart. Because he felt that the wedding on Douluo continent was a bit neither Western nor Western. And after putting on wedding rings on each other, the banquet finally began. End of this chapter. Chapter 42. Yu Yuan Zhen, Sect Master Ning, do you want a wife or not? Chapter 42. Yu Yuan Zhen, Sect Master Ning, do you want a wife or not? In the spacious hall, which is magnificent and full of joy, Qian Sunji was wearing a bright red groom's suit, with a tall and slender figure, a smile on his face, holding a wine glass, and constantly moving between the tables of guests, raising his glass to greet them. Soon, after the toast, as the banquet ended, it was already night time. Kyungsunji, feeling a little drunk, slowly came to the wedding night room and pushed open the door. Yuaner, I'm coming in. At this time, Ling Yuan was wearing a gorgeous red wedding dress embroidered with a golden phoenix. She was sitting on the edge of the bed with a red veil on her head and her head slightly lowered. Her delicate and beautiful face was blushing, her jade hands were crossed in front of her abdomen, and her jade fingers, as delicate as peeling onions, kept stroking it. She felt excited, shy, and nervous in her heart. When Ling Yuan heard Qian Sunji coming in, she was very happy and stood up quickly. But because he was too nervous, his voice was a little stuttering. Husband, you're here. Well, sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time, little Ling Yuan. Kyungsunji held Ling Yuan's hand tightly, chuckled, and pulled Ling Yuan to sit down beside the bed. Let me see what my wife looks like tonight. As he spoke, Kyungsunji reached out and lifted the red veil on Ling Yuan's head, revealing a pretty face with fair skin, delicate and beautiful features, elegant and noble air, and a blushing face. So beautiful! Kyungsun exclaimed in admiration. My lady, come and drink from the cup of wine. It's getting late, we should have our wedding night. Qian Sunji took out 2 cups of wine in exquisite gilded wine glasses from the Holy Spirit ring, and with a slightly mischievous smile on his lips, he handed one of the cups to Ling Yuan. Father is still waiting for us to give him a grandson or granddaughter as soon as possible. Husband, I will try my best. Ling Yuan's pretty face flushed. She took the wine glass and handed it to Qian Sunji's mouth with trembling hands. After drinking the wedding wine, Kyungsunji smiled, stretched out his hand and waved, and 2 gilded wine glasses flew up and landed steadily on the table in the room. Then, he picked up Ling Yuan Douluo. The night is still long. The next day, early in the morning, Wuhan City, Angel Wings Welcoming Hotel. Because when the banquet ended last night, it was already night. Most of the guests who came to Wuhan City to attend Kyungsunji's wedding did not choose to go home overnight. Instead, under the arrangement of the Spirit Hall, he stayed in the Angel Wings Welcome Hotel, the most upscale luxury hotel in Spirit City. After waking up the next day, Yu Yuan Zhen was originally planning to have breakfast with his son Yu Dalong at the hotel, then leave Wuhan City and rush back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. But did not expect Master Yu, His Holiness the Pope invites you. The ghost in the uniform of a cardinal found Yu Yuan Zhen and Yu Dalong. With a hint of respect for Kyungsunji on his stern face, he extended his hand to invite them. Kyungsunji wants to see me? Yu Yuanzhen's face looked a little ugly, and he felt that the person who came might have bad intentions. Under the leadership of ghosts, we arrived at the hotel, in a conference room. At this time, Qian Sunji had changed into a white suit with exquisite gold-plated patterns and accessories. He had long golden hair draped over his shoulders, and was sitting on a chair with a faint smile on his handsome face with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Master Yu is here. After bringing Yu Yuan Zhen here, Gai Mei just closed the door of the conference room. At this time, in the conference room, there are only Kyungsunji and Yu Yuan Zhen. I wonder why Your Holiness summoned me. Yu Yuan Zhen forced a smile and asked with a fist clasped. Haha, Master Yu, relax. Kyungsunji chuckled, stretched out his hand and pressed it down, then spoke slowly. Actually, I don't have any other intentions in looking for Master Yu. I just want to say that Bibi Dong was, after all, the holy maiden of our spirit hall. There are some things that I hope Master Yu will not go too far. Okay. That's all I have to say. I hope Sect Master Yu won't make things difficult for me. Kyungsunji is like a riddle man. Half the story. He immediately stood up, walked towards Yu Yuanzhen, whose face changed slightly and whose body was very stiff, and patted him on the shoulder. Then he opened the door and walked away. Only Yu Yuanzhen was left in the conference room with an ugly face and heavy heart. Damn it! What does Kyungsunji mean? Could it be that he knows everything we did to Bibi Dong? But how did he know? Could it be that there is a traitor in our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan? This thought suddenly popped up in Yu Yuanzhen's mind, and he was burning with anger. When I am ready to go back, I will clean up the sect thoroughly. However, after being warned by Kyungsunji, Yu Yuanzhen suddenly became a little scared. Thinking about the methods Kyungsunji used on Bibi Dong, even he himself was unable to break through that layer of holy light barrier. This Bibi Dong is basically worthless. Originally he was planning to try for a few more years. There was no other choice but to kill Bibi Dong. But he was warned by Kyungsunji. He definitely wouldn't dare to kill Bibi Dong. After all, no matter what, Bibi Dong was once the holy maiden of the spirit hall. It seems like I have no choice but to let him go. Yu Yuanzhen felt very unwilling and couldn't help gritting his teeth. This Kyungsunji is so cunning and hateful, he extorted so many things from our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. They don't even want to give us the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan any benefit, but letting Bibi Dong go like this would be such a loss. This made Yu Yuanzhen rack his brains to think of how to recycle waste. Suddenly, he thought of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect who also came to attend Kyungsunji's wedding, and his eyes lit up. Got it. After leaving the meeting room, Yu Yuanzhen brought Yu Dalong and soon found Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo who were shopping in Wuhan City. He laughed and greeted them. Sect Master Ning, Bon Douluo, what a coincidence. At this time, Ning Fengzi, who was only about 32 years old, was very confused and didn't know why Yu Yuanzhen came to find him. However, he still had a gentle and elegant smile on his face and bowed. So it's Sect Master Yu. What a coincidence. Is Sect Master Yu also visiting Wuhan City? Well, not really. Yu Yuanzhen shook his head, gently stroked the long golden beard under his majestic and domineering face, and said, Actually, I have a deal I want to make with you, Sect Master Ning. Trade. Ning Fengzi was curious. Soon, in a private room of a tea house, Ning Fengzi and Yu Yuanzhen sat opposite each other. Sitting next to the two of them were Bon Douluo and Yu Dalong respectively. Ahem, Sect Master Ning, you should still be in your 30s today and not have a wife yet, right? I have a female soul master here who has full innate soul power, possesses top-level twin martial souls, is in her early 20s, and is still a virgin. Although her cultivation was completely destroyed due to the accident, her talent is still real. I want to sell her to you, Sect Master Ning. It only takes 100 million gold soul coins in a few profitable industries. Yu Yuanzhen spoke to Ning Fengzi very seriously and sincerely. It seemed as if as long as Ning Fengzi agreed, he would immediately give this wife to Ning Fengzi. He didn't think that Ning Fengzi would know the news about Bibi Dong. Because his son Yu Xiaogang brought Bibi Dong back to the Blue Lightning Overlord clan. In order to return Bibi Dong to the Spirit Hall, he kept the news blocked. No news about Bibi Dong was leaked. Afterwards, although Kyungsunji brought people to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect on the pretext of Bibi Dong and extorted many of their treasures including the inherited soul bone and the true dragon 9 crowns. But the loss of the 9 crowns of the true dragon must not be spread out casually. So he reached a consensus with the Presbyterian Church on this matter. Disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect can be cursed at will in the sect. It's just putting a sack on Yu Xiao's anus. As long as he can put it on, he doesn't care as long as he doesn't beat her to death. But it is absolutely forbidden to spread the news about Bibi Dong and their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan losing the 9 crowns of the True Dragon. So in Yu Yuanzhen's opinion, it is impossible for Ning Fengzi to know Bibi Dong's identity. Yu Yuanzhen had a good idea. Ning Fengzi really didn't know about these things. But for Yu Yuanzhen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, he actually wanted to sell to himself a female soul master who had innate full soul power, top-level twin martial souls, was in her early 20s and was still a virgin. The key point is that the cultivation of this female soul master has been wasted. Ning Fengzi felt it instinctively. There may be a big problem here. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Bibi Dong Salesman Yu Yuanzhen. Chapter 43 Bibi Dong Salesman Yu Yuanzhen. To be honest, he is a genius with innate full soul power and top-level twin martial souls. Even if due to an accident, all cultivation efforts were wasted. But this talent alone is worth 100 million gold soul coins and several profitable industries. At least that's what Ning Fengzi thought. After all, with such a genius, their 7 treasures glazed tile sect might be able to gain 2 sect-protecting soul master families that inherit top-level martial spirits. As an auxiliary soul master sect, what their 7 treasures glazed tile sect lacks most is powerful combat soul masters. But here's the thing. The Blue Lightning Tyrant sect is also one of the top 3 sects. Even if they are not as rich as the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, they should not be short of money. Even if we talk about this genius who is born with full soul power and top-level twin martial souls. The attributes of its 2 major martial souls are in conflict with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. But what if he was the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan? He would rather choose an outer disciple who is not from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, has good talent, and is loyal to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Let this genius with innate full soul power and top-level twin martial souls give birth to a child. This will strengthen the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Even if they are worried that this will cause the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family to lose absolute control over the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Even if it means hiding it in the snow. Ning Fengzi would never take it out and sell it to other sects. This is a pure enemy. Moreover, he is a genius with innate full soul power and top-level twin martial souls. If he was born a commoner, he would definitely be accepted into the spirit hall. If not, it would definitely be hidden by its family or sect. How come this genius's cultivation was unexpectedly abolished and he ended up in the hands of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan? Something is wrong, something is really wrong. Ning Fengzi frowned slightly, his mind full of thoughts for a moment, and he felt that there was a big problem. But because I still hold out a glimmer of hope. Ning Fengzi still pretended to be somewhat moved, but asked with a hint of doubt. Master Yu, why didn't your Blue Lightning Tyrant sect keep such a genius with full innate soul power and top-level twin martial souls? Also, why was her cultivation abolished? Yu Yuanzhen had already thought of this and came up with a way to deal with it. He looked helpless and lied without blushing or beating his heart. Hey! Sect Master Ning, this is a long story. This genius with innate full soul power and top-level twin martial souls is actually an evil soul master named Ghost Spider. Her 2 martial spirits are both evil spirits, which are in great conflict with the attributes of our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. The reason why she fell into our hands and her cultivation was completely destroyed is because when our Blue Lightning Tyrant sect found her, she was slaughtering a village in order to improve her cultivation. In this regard, we from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan naturally had no choice but to take action. During the battle, we accidentally broke her danshan, causing her cultivation to be completely destroyed. I know, Sect Master Ning, you may be wondering why we chose to sell her to you. Even if her martial soul attributes conflict with our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, it will be difficult for her to give birth to a child, or if she does, the child's martial soul will easily degenerate and mutate. But we can also give her to an outer sect disciple who is not from our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. But I'm worried that if 2 more Soul Master families with top-level martial spirits and blood ties rise up in the sect, it will be too big to be eliminated. So after thinking it over, I decided to sell her to you, Sect Master Ning, just to be on the safe side. Yu Yuanzhen looked extremely sincere, and the explanation he gave was very convincing. But for some reason, Ning Fengzi still felt something was wrong. Yu Yuanzhen's explanation is indeed convincing. But the problem is, since this genius is an evil soul master, there is no need to talk about morality with him. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit and the evil spirit do have some conflicting attributes. But this conflict is not big. As long as you don't care about the life or death of this female evil soul master, you can have as many children as you want. Among these children, there will always be children with benign mutations of their martial souls, or children who normally inherit the martial souls of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and the female evil soul master. As for giving it to outer disciples who are not from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, 2 top martial spirit families will be born in the future. It may lead to a tale that is too big to get rid of. Ning Fengzi could only say, wouldn't it be better if you made more marriage alliances? In this world, there is no such thing as something with only advantages and no disadvantages. Anyway, after thinking about it, Ning Fengzi still felt that there was a pitfall. It's better not to take the risk. Although their 7 treasures glazed tile sect is rich, 100 million gold soul coins is not a small amount. No one's money comes from the wind. Master Yu, thank you for your kindness. Ning Fengzi seemed to hesitate for a moment, but finally, with a wry smile on his gentle and elegant face, he sighed and shook his head. But I, Ning Fengzi, still cannot do something like trafficking in human beings, even if she is an evil soul master that everyone can kill. After all, as a human being, everyone has the right to freedom. Ning Fengzi showed a compassionate look and said that every time he learned that there was a slave auction at the Tiandu auction house, he would go and buy the slaves and then let them go. In response to this, Yu Yuanzhen's face was a little stiff, but he could only say yes. After declining politely, Ning Fengzi also stood up with Douluo, said goodbye to Yu Yuanzhen, and left the tea house. Father, why are you selling Bibi Dong to the 7 treasures glazed sect? After making sure that Ning Fengzi and Douluo had left the tea house, Yu Dalong couldn't help but ask. We have a traitor in the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Kyung Sunji already knows what we did to Bibi Dong. Yu Yuanzhen's face looked somewhat gloomy and ugly, and he clenched his fists. He summoned me before to warn me and asked me to release Bibi Dong. After all, Bibi Dong was once the saintess of their spirit hall. But if we let it go like this, our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan will be at a huge loss. So, I thought about selling her to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. But I didn't expect that even though I made up such a good excuse, Ning Fengzi still didn't fall for it. Yu Yuanzhen was very angry. In his opinion, he, the old ginger, is definitely hotter than Ning Fengzi, the new ginger. But obviously, he was overthinking it, although Ning Fengzi is younger than Yu Yuanzhen. But in terms of intelligence and skills, he is much higher than Yu Yuanzhen. Don't say anything else. Before Ning Fengzi, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect was not one of the top 3 sects. It was all thanks to Ning Fengzi that he was able to recapture Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. With the 2 of them breaking through to the titled Douluo level, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect suddenly became one of the top 3 sects. In the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, Ning Fengzi can be said to have the final say. But what about Yu Yuanzhen? As the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, he was able to make his own son suffer from exclusion and discrimination in the family and the sect. Isn't this a slap in the face of you as a father? But there is no solution at all. And under Yu Yuanzhen's governance, the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan may not have become as prominent as before, but it is basically on the decline. In the original novel, the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan is the one with the lowest appearance rate among the 3 clans. The biggest plot is that it contributes to the biggest KPI in the soul hunting operation set by Bibi Dong. In terms of ruthlessness, Yu Yuanzhen might indeed be online. But in terms of wisdom and skill, it's just a bit lagging, but he failed to sell Bibi Dong to Ning Fengzi. Yu Yuanzhen was still somewhat unwilling and suddenly thought of the Haoshan sect again. Compared to Ning Fengzi, this cunning old guy. The 3 from Haoshan sect are all real brats. They have never gone out of the sect to gain experience, so they must be easy to fool. Go and see if you can sell this Bibi Dong to the Haoshan sect. Thinking of this, Yu Yuanzhen immediately stood up and took Yu Dalong with him to find Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Tang Yuehua. And what a coincidence! Among the 3 siblings of the Tang family, Tang Xiao took Tang Yuehua out shopping. It just so happened that Tang Hao was the only one still staying in the hotel room. After asking the front desk for the room numbers of the 3 people from the Haoshan sect, Yu Yuanzhen quickly found the room where Tang Hao was and knocked on the door. So he prepared to promote Bibi Dong to Tang Hao. A female soul master with innate full soul power and top-level twin martial souls, in her early 20s, guaranteed to be a true virgin. Just ask if you are moved. I found that some readers responded that there are no evil soul masters in Douluo 1. But the author feels that the setting of the evil soul master is, those who devour soul power, soul rings, mental power, flesh and blood, soul, martial soul, etc. for cultivation are all defined as evil soul masters. Then this definitely could not have existed only during the Douluo 2 period, but had existed after the birth of martial spirits and spirit masters. After all, there is definitely no shortage of soul masters in this world who want to take shortcuts and become extremely powerful. These can be called evil soul masters. It's just that the definition of Douluo is a bit extreme. As long as the martial soul has this potential, it is an evil soul master. But the author feels that this depends on behavior. After all, in Douluo, Bon Douluo, Bibi Dong and Ma Hongjun all have the potential to become evil soul masters, but none of them became evil soul masters. Then there is the difference between evil soul masters and fallen soul masters. This is a fan fiction written by the author June, and there are some changes in the settings. For example, there is a difference between a fallen soul master and an evil soul master. A fallen soul master is anyone who has committed a crime, such as killing someone, and then is unwilling to plead guilty. This is considered a misdemeanor. But the evil soul master kills people to practice, and the situation is even more serious. Then the author clarified the history of the Spirit Hall and the 2 empires, and explained the origin of the ruins of the Storage Soul Guide. There was a chapter before that wrote out these settings, but there were too many of them and it seemed a bit watery, so I deleted it. But I will slowly expand and introduce it later. If there are any mistakes, readers are welcome to correct them. However, some of them are set by the author. I found that everyone has questions, so I will explain them here. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, are they going to become fellow travelers with Yu Xiaog? Chapter 44, Brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, are they going to become fellow travelers with Yu Xiaogang? Master Yu. I thought it was my eldest brother Tang Xiao who came back with my third sister Tang Yuehua. But he didn't expect that when he opened the door, the person standing outside was Yu Yuanzhen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Tang Hao was stunned for a moment. The relationship between their Haoshan sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect is just average. What does Yu Yuanzhen want to do with him? However, the Yu Yuanzhen in front of him was at least the leader of the top 3 sects of the same generation as his father Tang Zhen. Although he was confused, Tang Hao still invited Yu Yuanzhen into the room. The 2 sat opposite each other at a black round table in a spacious room. Tang Hao asked after pouring a cup of hot tea for Yu Yuanzhen. I wonder what's the matter with Sect Master Yu's visit. It's nothing, actually. I just want to make a deal with your clan. Yu Yuanzhen had a smile on his majestic and domineering face. He gently stroked the long golden beard under his chin and said with a chuckle, "Trade." Tang Hao was very confused. In response to this, Yu Yuanzhen repeated to Tang Hao what he had said to Ning Fengzi before. It only requires 100 million gold soul coins, plus a few industries in Tiandu Imperial City that have an annual net income of more than 10 million gold soul coins. This evil soul master ghost spider who has innate full soul power and top-level twin martial souls, our Blue Lightning Tyrant sect can send her to your Haoshan sect. I wonder if your clan has any thoughts on this deal. Yu Yuanzhen looked like he was having a big sale at a low price, and spoke very sincerely, and seemed to have a hint of heartache. Hearing this, Tang Hao couldn't help but be moved. A female soul master with innate full soul power, twin top-level martial souls, only in her early 20s, and still a virgin. Although his cultivation was wasted, he still had such talent. It only requires 100 million gold soul coins, plus a few industries in the Tiandu Imperial City with an annual net income of more than 10 million gold soul coins to buy it. This is a huge profit. As the successor chosen by his grandfather Tang Chen, he will be the next Haoshan Douluo in the future. Tang Hao has always regarded it as his responsibility to make the Haoshan sect great again and restore the status and prestige it had when his grandfather Tang Chen was still alive. Although the martial spirit of this ghost spider has evil attributes. However, this attribute is somewhat in conflict with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit, but it has no conflict with their Haoshan sect's Haoshan Hammer spirit, if he were to take the horse himself. Or let the eldest brother take charge and let this evil soul master give birth to the child. If they could give birth to a child with full innate soul power, twin martial souls, and both the clear sky hammer of their clear sky sect and the beast martial soul of this female evil soul master. Just raise this child well and don't let him die young. This child's potential in the future may be even higher than him and his grandfather Tang Chen. After all, a soul master with twin martial souls, in theory, has greater potential than a soul master with a single martial soul. And the most powerful weapon spirit is the clear sky hammer, coupled with the Death Spider Emperor or Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor spirits that are not inferior to their clear sky hammer. The probability of having twin martial spirits is not low, however, although I was very excited, I wanted to agree immediately. But Tang Hao still suppressed himself. Because of this matter, he must discuss it with his elder brother Tang Xiao. Master Yu, I need to discuss this matter with my eldest brother. I will give you an answer before tonight. After sending Yu Yuanzhen away, Tang Xiao finally returned with Tang Yuehua. After Tang Hao told Yu Yuanzhen the deal he wanted to make, Tang Xiao was also somewhat tempted. However, Tang Yuehua felt that something was wrong. Compared to the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, who have been practicing wholeheartedly since childhood and have neglected other worldly affairs, resulting in their brains being dull and a bit stubborn. Because of the mutation of Tang Yuehua's martial soul, her soul power level is only level 9 until now. In the Haoshan sect, he has always suffered invisible exclusion and discrimination. Therefore, Tang Yuehua left Haoshan sect very early, and fought hard in Tiandu Imperial City relying on the innate field of the mutant martial soul Ruyi Ring, the Noble Ring. Eventually he established Yuexuan and made a fortune. And he was able to build Yuexuan in Tiandu Imperial City, attracting countless noble children to sign up to learn etiquette. Although there is the help of the background of Haoshan sect. But Tang Yuehua's own wisdom and abilities are also outstanding. At least they are much stronger than the two brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Brother, I think something is wrong here. After Tang Yuehua's persuasion and analysis, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao finally gave up the idea of immediately agreeing to Yu Yuanzhen and paying the deposit to prevent the evil soul master Gui Zhu from being sold to other forces. Instead, he planned to ask his father Tang Zhen after he returned. On the other side, in the Pope's palace. In a magnificent palace, King Sunji sat on a golden throne. There was also a throne next to it, on which sat Ling Yuan. After becoming the Pope's wife, Ling Yuan no longer dressed the same way as before. Instead, she changed into a slim-fitting, gorgeous colorful dress that highlighted her tall and hot figure. Her long jet black hair was tied up on her head, and it was adorned with exquisite hairpins and various jewelry. She looked delicate, beautiful, graceful, and noble, but her temperament was also very elegant. Reporting to His Holiness the Pope, after you left, Yu Yuanzhen went to find sect master Ning of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and Tang Hao of the Haoshan sect. From their conversation, it seemed like they were going to make some kind of deal. But it didn't work out. In the main hall, a spirit master from the spirit hall reported respectfully. Did the old fellow Yu Yuanzhen go to Ning Fengzi and Tang Hao to make a deal? This is to quickly sell the things in your hands. Kyung Sunji, wearing a gorgeous golden crown, sat casually on the throne. He narrowed his eyes, chuckled, and touched his chin. And after letting the soul master who came to report go down, Kyung Sun turned to Ling Yuan and said with some emotion, Yuan, I think what I told you before was right. Then Yu Yuanzhen should have imprisoned Bibi Dong and used her as a trophy to make up for the loss of their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. So after being warned by me, he wanted to quickly get rid of the things and sell them to Ning Fengzi and Haoshan sect to make up for the losses. This. Ling Yuan's pretty face was full of shock and disbelief, and she couldn't help but say, how could they do this? Why not? Kyung Sun shook his head, his tone slightly cold and with a hint of self-mockery. In this world, forces like our spirit hall that have a conscience and a bottom line are still a minority after all. In the eyes of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, Bibi Dong is a disaster star who caused them to suffer heavy losses. If she hadn't been abolished, it might have been okay. But because I abolished her cultivation, her greatest value is her talent of having innate full soul power and top-level twin martial souls. This is the best mother body for soul masters to give birth to offspring. The Blue Lightning Tyrant clan will naturally make full use of it. Kyung Sunji's tone was a little cold. But this Yu Yuanzhen, he thinks he is the only smart one, and he wants to sell Bibi Dong to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and the Haoshan sect. Although he is ruthless, he is still far behind Ning Fengzi in terms of wisdom, strategy, and tactics. He will definitely not be able to deceive Ning Fengzi. But I didn't expect that Tang Hao didn't fall for it. There was a strange flash in Kyung Sunji's eyes, feeling a little unexpected. Husband, do you mean to say that sect master Ning has noticed the problem? Isn't this necessarily the case? On the side, Ling Yuan had different ideas and said, before, when I was in Tiandu Imperial City, I heard that sect master Ning was a very kind and merciful person, and he particularly hated the slave trade. Every time the Tiandu auction house auctioned slaves, he would go to the auction, buy the slaves and let them go. Yu Yuanzhen wants to sell Bibi Dong to him. This human trafficking is just like the slave trade. It's normal for sect leader Ning not to accept it, right? Haha. You said Ning Fengzi is kind and compassionate. Hearing this, Kyung Sunji couldn't help but laugh out loud and shook his head. Yuan, you only look at the surface of things. Before, you were just the cardinal of the spirit hall. You only needed to work hard to practice and improve your strength. Everything else was secondary. But now, you are my Kyung Sunji's wife, the Pope's wife of the spirit hall. You need to learn to see the essence of the problem, to analyze a matter or a person. Kyung Sunji pulled Ling Yuan into his arms and began to slowly analyze Ning Fengzi. Ning Fengzi, on the surface he seems very kind and benevolent, but this is just a show. A man who can elevate a sect of auxiliary spirit masters to the top 3, and at the same time, as an auxiliary spirit master, he can subdue 2 geniuses who are older than himself, extremely talented, and have the potential to break through to the level of a titled Douluo. Such a person's vision, ability to read people's minds, and skills are absolutely first-rate. He is definitely not a nice guy with kindness and mercy as his basic character. He will only be a hypocritical tyrant with a kind face and a cruel heart. I didn't mean these words in a derogatory way. It means don't trust Ning Fengzi's appearance too much. He is not a simple person. Kyungsunji was very serious. You may not understand what I am saying, but if I give you an example, you will understand. Although the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect was also very wealthy in the past, it has never been known as the richest sect on the continent. This was completely achieved by Ning Fengzi in less than 10 years after he led the Seven Treasures glazed sect to become one of the top 3 sects. Although the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda's martial spirits treasure appraising ability also helped here. But in Douluo continent, the total wealth pie is limited. Ning Fengzi was able to take a big bite of the wealth cake without affecting the interests of our Wuhan Hall and the other 2 major sects, and turned the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect into the richest sect on the continent. Who do you think the piece of wealth cake he ate originally belonged to? Kyungsunji sneered. The rise of his Seven Treasures glazed tile sect was probably built on the corpses of countless small soul master families and sects, as well as countless civilians. Although it may not be a direct killing or robbing, there are probably a lot of dirty tricks and dealings in between, and the final result is similar. He is so happy to show off his kindness now, it's nothing more than wanting to save face and prevent others from seeing the numerous corpses under his Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. It is definitely impossible for the protagonist to tell Ling Yuan everything. It seemed like he deliberately wanted to use Bibi Dong to turn Bibi Dong into an evil soul master, leading the evil soul masters to stir up trouble on the mainland and provide space for the future expansion of the Spirit Hall. This can only be done, not said. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, The cowardly Yu Xiaogang ran away again, and Bibi Dong was released. Chapter 45, The cowardly Yu Xiaogang ran away again, and Bibi Dong was released. In Wuhan City. After failing to sell Bibi Dong to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect and the Haoshan sect, Yu Yuanzhen could only feel depressed and take Yu Dalong with him on the journey back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. And just returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Bad news hit me in the face. Yuanzhen. Xiaogang has run away from home again. As soon as Yu Yuanzhen came back, Yu Xiaogang's mother's eyes became red. She grabbed Yu Yuanzhen's hand in the hall, sobbing and telling her story. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanzhen's face suddenly turned dark and he couldn't help but curse. This brat is so ignorant that he ran away again. The last time you ran away, you caused so much harm to the sect and the family, and you still don't repent. I've already told you that I'll find you a better woman in the future. On the side, Yu Dalong felt a little embarrassed. Because he knew very well why his younger brother Yu Xiaogang ran away from home. It was simply because their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan took their younger brother's sister-in-law Bibi Dong as a trophy in order to make up for their losses. Including him, his father, and many elders. They were all in the secret room, launching a crazy attack on Bibi Dong. Although the result was that the defense was not broken. But this kind of thing is undoubtedly a humiliation and torture for my younger brother Yu Xiaogang. My younger brother Yu Xiaogang must have wanted to run away a long time ago. But I couldn't run away because my father was watching me closely. This time, he and his father Yu Yuanzhen went to Wuhan City to attend the wedding of the Wuhan Hall Pope Jian Sunji. I was afraid that I would seize the opportunity and run away quickly. Forget it, leave him alone. He can't die outside anyway. After cursing for a while, Yu Yuanzhen suppressed his inner anger, snorted coldly, and said. But to prevent him from bringing disaster to the family again. Since he dared to disobey and leave the family without permission. Then remove him from the family tree of our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. No matter what trouble he causes in the future, it will have nothing to do with our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The youngest son Yu Xiaogang ran away from home again. After venting his anger, Yu Yuanzhen no longer focused on this matter. Because it's the same old saying. He knew very well that his son Yu Xiaogang would not die outside if he left the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Now, let's see if we can sell Bibi Dong. Try your best to make up for the losses for the family and the sect. These things. Yu Yuanzhen plans to see if he can complete it within 3 days. If not, then we will have to let Bibi Dong go in vain. No way, after a crushing defeat to Kyungsunji. Kyungsunji and his men came to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan and extorted them severely. Yu Yuanzhen was really scared and cowardly. He didn't dare to give Jian Sunji any excuse to let the Spirit Hall come and cause trouble. Their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan no longer has another true dragon 9 crowns. But it's a pity. As the most likely patron, Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Tang Yuehua, 3 siblings, returned to Haoshan sect. He told his father Tang Zhen that Yu Yuanzhen wanted to make a deal with them and asked whether they wanted to agree. But after Tang Chen left Haoshan sect in order to pursue Poseidon and pursue the path to becoming a 100-level god. It's been more than 10 years. Without the invincible Land Master, Tang Chen, the former Haoshan Douluo and the strongest man on the continent, he is in charge. The current Haoshan sect can no longer support its previous status. As the new leader of Haoshan sect, Tang Zhen has been deliberately reducing the strength of Haoshan sect and keeping a low profile. Unwilling to do anything to attract attention. It can be said that it has always been as steady as an old dog. As for the transaction that Yu Yuanzhen mentioned, I felt something was wrong. Tang Zhen directly refused and made the deal with Yu Yuanzhen. Because the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect refused. There is no news from the Haoshan sect either. Yu Yuanzhen had no choice but to go to Tiandu Imperial City and look for Soul Master families like the Black Tortoise family, the 9-Hearted Begonia family, the Tian Shui family, etc., in order to promote Bibi Dong. But the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, one of the 3 major sects, came to sell the product in person. I want to sell a female evil soul master with innate full soul power and twin top-level martial souls. This kind of thing is so weird no matter how you look at it. No one is a fool. The patriarchs of all the soul master families said they needed to think about it. But this thought lasted for 2 or 3 days. At this time, Kyungsunji had already sent someone to deliver a blank letter to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Yu Yuanzhen was so frightened that he quickly prepared to let Bibi Dong go. The dark secret room was simple and cramped. Bibi Dong had disheveled hair, looked miserable, her clothes were ragged, and she smelled foul. He was lying on a stone bed, his limbs chained to it, unable to move. After being betrayed by Yu Xiaogang, he was successively tortured and abused by Yu Dalong, the elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, Yu Yuanzhen, and others. Still imprisoned in this dark and damp secret room. It lasted for nearly a year. Bibi Dong has now completely turned evil, her spirit has completely collapsed, and she has become neurotic, crazy, and resentful. Now, the reason why she is still alive. It was all supported by the overwhelming hatred and resentment towards Yu Xiaogang and Landian Tyrant clan. No. I can't die. I want to live. I want revenge on that damn Yu Xiaogang, I want revenge on the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, in a narrow secret room. Bibi Dong lay on the stone bed with her hands clenched tightly together, her eyes looking at the ceiling of the secret room filled with overwhelming hatred and resentment. It almost condensed into substance, diffusing in the secret room. Unfortunately, Rakshasa God did not see Bibi Dong. Otherwise, with Bibi Dong's talent, the twin martial souls that are a perfect match for the position of Rakshasa, and her resentful personality of blaming the heavens, the earth, and the air. This is totally the innate sacred body of Rakshasa. Suddenly, with a rumbling sound, the door of the secret room was opened. Finally, there was a ray of light in the dark secret room. Soon, Yu Yuanzhen walked in with his hands behind his back. Seeing Bibi Dong lying on the stone bed with a pair of eyes full of hatred and resentment, Yu Yuanzhen couldn't help but frown. But he still snorted coldly and waved his hand to break the chains on Bibi Dong. Then, he took Bibi Dong out. Clean her body for me and put her in new clothes. Yu Yuanzhen found 2 maids and gave them instructions in a deep voice. Since they were under pressure from the spirit hall, they had no choice but to let Bibi Dong go. Of course, we cannot leave any handle for the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Before throwing Bibi Dong out, she must be cleaned thoroughly and put into new clothes. At the same time, treat the injuries on his body. Otherwise, just let it go. What if he died around their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan? That's yellow mud falling down your crotch, it's shit if not shit. Bibi Dong, for Xiaogang's sake, I decided to let you go. But I hope you won't spread rumors about what happened in the secret room. Otherwise. Hey! Before letting the maid take Bibi Dong away, Yu Yuanzhen put his hands behind his back and threatened in a cold voice. And after finally experiencing the cruel torture of reality. After turning evil, Bibi Dong finally has some brains. Although the hatred and resentment in his eyes could not be hidden. But he didn't yell or scream, saying he must take revenge or expose the matter. However, this incident was the greatest darkness and shadow in Bibi Dong's life. In the novel, Kyungsunji transformed himself into the Douluo of the secret room. Bibi Dong didn't tell anyone until she died. This time, he encountered a pile of secret room Douluo in the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, but he was not as good as Qian Sunji alone. Bibi Dong would never tell anyone about such darkness and shadow. But the hatred and resentment in his heart were even more overwhelming. As for Bibi Dong's silence, Yu Yuanzhen sneered and didn't take it too seriously. Anyway, based on his understanding of Bibi Dong over the past period of time, he felt that Bibi Dong would never tell anyone about this. As for worrying about Bibi Dong's revenge, haha, a stupid woman with a dull mind who could be fooled by her cowardly and useless youngest son Yu Xiaogang. He is still a waste whose cultivation has been abolished. Revenge on their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, what a joke. Yu Yuanzhen never thought about this matter anyway. Then she asked the maid to wash Bibi Dong and change her into new clothes. He also found a healing and auxiliary soul master from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan to heal Bibi Dong's injuries. Yu Yuanzhen ordered Bibi Dong to be taken away and thrown far away from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Go away. Get as far away from our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan as possible. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, Regretful Bibi Dong, wants to build Wuhan City? Chapter 46, Regretful Bibi Dong wants to return to Wuhan City, in a dense forest far away from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. After Yu Yuanzhen had Bibi Dong thrown here, he led his men back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Stay away from your Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. I feel sick just looking at a dirty and disgusting sect like yours, so of course I will stay away from you. But the next time I come back, it will be the end of your Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Bibi Dong, with a broken leg, struggled to stand up from the ground and leaned against a big tree. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at the direction where Yu Yuanzhen and others left, her eyes filled with overwhelming hatred and resentment. She clenched her hands so tightly that her nails dug into her palms and she didn't even notice the blood flowing out. He just gritted his teeth, roared and laughed wildly like a neurotic madman. However, when preparing to stay away from the dirty Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, I found it difficult to even walk. Bibi Dong picked up a long branch in the woods and used it as a walking stick. She was filled with hatred and resentment and fell into confusion again. Although after suffering unparalleled darkness and pain, she really wanted to take revenge on Yu Xiaogang and the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Even revenge on the whole world, but with her current strength, Bibi Dong discovered painfully. She can't take revenge on anyone. In the end, Bibi Dong made the decision with red eyes and gritted teeth. She wants to go back to Wuhan City. I want to beg for forgiveness from teacher Kyungsunji and all the grandfathers who worship me, after going through so much. Bibi Dong finally discovered that what her teacher Kyungsunji and the grandfathers who worshipped her were saying were right. That Yu Xiaogang is indeed a hypocritical, shameless, selfish, and cowardly villain. She was blind and mistakenly trusted such a villain. She actually wanted to betray Spirit Hall for such a villain and break off all ties with the teacher and all the priests who had loved her since she was a child. Thinking about what I said at the beginning, Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with tears, and she felt immense pain, shame, and regret. Teacher, this time I really know I was wrong, please, forgive me, and now his cultivation has been wasted and he has become disabled. It is almost impossible to take revenge on that damn Xiaogang and the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. She must obtain forgiveness from her teacher Kyungsunji and all the worshippers. Return to the identity of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Only then will there be a possibility of revenge. And he was thrown out because he was penniless. Bibi Dong could only drag her lame body, grit her teeth, and lean on a crutch, rushing step by step towards the direction of Wuhan City in her memory. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Wuhan City, the Pope's Palace. The majestic and towering papal palace, with its magnificent glazed dome. Under the sunlight, the gorgeous colorful divine light is scattered. Facing the rising sun, Kyungsunji was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Practicing the skill rewarded by the system, Holy Sunday. And after practicing for a period of time, Kyungsunji slowly opened his eyes, exhaled lightly, ended his practice, and felt a little helpless. Hey! It's time to start working again. Being the Pope of Spirit Hall has many advantages. Just like the Emperor, every day he needs to review the memorials submitted by the various martial spirit halls and process them. This is quite troublesome. At first, it felt pretty good. But as time goes by, most of the content we have to deal with every day is meaningless. This is a bit annoying. On several occasions, Qian Sunji found Qian Douluo, wanting to ask this emperor to come out and help. Kyungsunji has very good reasons for this. Although you are old, Dad, you have already retired. But you are only 100 years old now, and you are still a long way from breaking through to the ultimate Douluo of titled Douluo before the age of 50 and reaching the maximum lifespan of over 1,000 years. Not even 1/5. In other words, you are still young. 100 years old is the right age for you to make breakthroughs. Moreover, you are already a limit Douluo now. As the high priest of a god, it is basically impossible for you to become a god. Basically, every day I meditate and pray in front of the statue of the god ancestor. But actually, the god ancestor may not really need you to do this. On the contrary, my son has not yet cultivated to the level of extreme Douluo. I am busy dealing with the affairs of the spirit hall every day, which delays my cultivation. You might as well come out and help your son deal with the various affairs of the spirit hall so that he can cultivate to the ultimate Douluo as soon as possible. It is not good? However, old Deng Qian Douluo, who had been retired for many years and had started enjoying his retirement life, was obviously not very happy about it and was so angry that he was blowing his beard and glaring. Shouting, "Reverse Xiaogang! Drive Kyungsunji out!" This made Kyungsunji very helpless. We are all members of the Qian family, and we are doing this for the future of our family and spirit hall. What's wrong with you sacrificing a little bit of your retirement time? It's so lacking in structure, and walking on the road leading to the study. Kyungsunji couldn't help but wonder whether he should set up a cabinet or a secretariat. But it's not easy to find qualified talents, all the way to the study. After sitting down at the table, facing the breeze outside the window, Kyungsunji began to read the memorials submitted by the martial spirit branches from all over the country. Handled the daily affairs of the spirit hall. A few hours later. Finally done. Kyungsunji stood up, stretched, and prepared to leave the study to have lunch with his wife Ling Yuan. In the afternoon, continue to improve your future development plan for the spirit hall. But we made our way back to a luxurious villa behind the hill where the Pope's palace is located. Haven't entered yet. A middle-aged woman wearing a white dress, with a gentle and virtuous temperament and beautiful appearance just came out. After seeing Kyungsunji, he immediately congratulated with a smile on his face. Congratulations to His Holiness the Pope. Congratulations to His Holiness the Pope. Madam Ling Yuan is pregnant. What? Ling Yuan is pregnant. Hearing this, Kyungsunji's handsome face was filled with excitement and surprise. Soon, Qiandaoliu and a group of priests also rushed over after hearing the news. In the magnificent room, Kyungsunji was holding a soup spoon in his hand, gently feeding Ling Yuan mouthful by mouthful of the nourishing snow swallow ginseng and colorful pheasant soup. Ling Yuan, who had changed into a slightly loose red gorgeous long dress, was gently stroking her belly with one of her delicate hands. Her pretty face was filled with joy and an unconcealable maternal glow. Yes. Yes. That's great. Our Qian family finally has a successor. Upon learning that Ling Yuan was finally pregnant, Lao Deng burst into laughter. This made Lao Deng unhappy. You know, in Douluo continent, generally speaking, the more powerful a soul master's martial soul is, the more difficult it is for him to give birth to offspring. Moreover, although the rule of inheritance of martial spirits is that offspring generally inherit the martial spirit of the parent with the stronger martial spirit, but it depends on the martial soul compatibility and talents of the parents. The martial soul strength and talent of the child born will also be affected. After all, different soul masters with the same martial soul have different levels of innate soul power. Martial soul strength refers to the strength of the martial soul. Even for the same type of martial soul, the strength of the martial soul is different. This is just like the same kind of soul beast, which also has individuals of varying strengths. Even the same martial soul has different innate soul powers. The level of innate soul power reflects the strength of the martial soul. Therefore, for the sake of the martial spirit strength and talent of future generations, when a soul master chooses a spouse, he or she will often choose a spouse with a higher martial soul compatibility and higher talent. But this will make it more difficult to give birth to offspring. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, Xiaogang looks for Ji and names him Ren Shuet. Chapter 47, Reverse Xiaogang Kyungsunji, named Kyunrengxiu. And he himself, because his martial soul is the god-level martial soul, the six-winged angel. This makes six-winged angel soul masters the ones who have the most difficulty in giving birth to offspring among all soul masters. What's more, Kyungsunji's martial soul is a 12-winged angel martial soul that evolved from a six-winged angel. In addition, there is a golden dragon martial spirit that is not inferior to the 12-winged angel. Although Ling Yuan's martial soul, whether it is the fiery kite before evolution or the scarlet flame phoenix eagle martial soul after evolution, are both martial souls that have a very high compatibility with the 12-winged angel martial soul. And its compatibility with the golden dragon martial spirit is not bad either. However, the scarlet flame phoenix eagle martial soul is also an extremely powerful top-level martial soul, not inferior to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. Therefore, it is actually very difficult for her and Kyungsunji to have offspring. It is normal that even if Kyungsunji works hard for several years but cannot give birth to offspring. Otherwise, the ancient world of Douluo continent. How did so many soul masters become fathers in their 50s or 60s? We were originally prepared to have grandchildren in a few years. I didn't expect Kyungsunji would do this after marrying Ling Yuan. In just 1 month, Ling Yuan was successfully made pregnant. This naturally made Lao Deng Qiandaoliu very excited. This is truly a blessing from God. However, while gently feeding Ling Yuan the snow swallow ginseng and colorful chicken soup, Kyungsun was estimating the time. I found that it has been exactly 2.5 months since we got married. This made his eyes suddenly become a little strange. No, is that such a coincidence, just 1 month? Could it be the hot guy in the legend? Even if I come to another world, I can't escape its mysterious influence. It's horribly spicy. Your Holiness, is this child a boy or a girl? As Lao Deng laughed loudly, the straightforward and impulsive Lion Douluo asked with excitement on his face. It was as if he, like Lao Deng, was about to have a grandson or granddaughter. But this is not the Lion Douluo's fault. Because apart from Lao Deng, from golden crocodile Douluo to demon subduing Douluo, the 6 great priests, don't be fooled by their old age. But in fact, none of them has a family. The environment and atmosphere of Douluo continent are actually like this. Because as long as a soul master has cultivated to a certain level, living to be 100 years old is not a problem at all. Therefore, most soul masters get married in their 30s or 40s, and have children in their 40s or 50s. The higher the talent and the higher the level of cultivation of a soul master, the later he will get married and have children. Because starting a family and raising children consumes too much energy and time. They all want to cultivate to the highest level they can reach as quickly as possible while they are still young. Then they get married and have children. And worshippers like Golden Crocodile Douluo, Blue Luan Douluo and Lion Douluo. Although it is generally said that when people break through to become titled Douluo, they are all over 50 years old. Because the body has passed its peak and is starting to go downhill. Therefore, it is impossible for him to be like Jiandaoliu and Poseidon, geniuses who broke through to the titled Douluo level before the age of 40. After reaching the titled Douluo level, one's age will increase by 100 years for every level gained. The maximum lifespan is over 1,000 years. But even so, it would be no problem for Golden Crocodile Douluo, Blue Luan Douluo, Lion Douluo and other worshippers to live for 300 or 400 years. Therefore, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Blue Luan Douluo, Lion Douluo and other worshippers are the same as most of the soul masters with high talent and powerful cultivation. At present, there is absolutely no intention of starting a family or having children. Everyone wants to wait until their cultivation reaches its limit before considering this matter. Therefore, it is now discovered that Kyungsunji has descendants. These uncles who were loyal to the spirit hall and had watched Jian Sunji grow up were naturally very excited. They all treated the baby in Ling Yuan's belly as their own grandson or granddaughter. Old 3, what are you talking about? Golden Crocodile Douluo was somewhat speechless. Your Holiness's child has just been conceived. How can we tell whether it is a boy or a girl? Sorry. Haha, I was too excited and didn't think too much about it for a while. Lion Douluo scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Seeing that all the worshippers were so excited, Kyungsunji couldn't help but smile slightly, and he also understood clearly. Why are these uncles who are offering sacrifices so excited? Because the youngest ones are already uncles in their 60s or 70s. None of them got married and had children. So they treat their children as their own grandchildren. He already had an idea about this. My uncles, you see I'm going to have a baby soon. When are you going to get married and have kids? Looking at the group of uncles who were offering sacrifices, Kyungsunji turned Xiaogang over, opened his mouth with a smile, and began to induce labor. You don't want your future children to call my child uncle or aunt, do you? After hearing Kyungsunji's words, all the priests began to stammer and make excuses. What? We have just evolved our martial spirits and greatly increased our talents with the grace of Your Holiness the Pope. Now we need to seize the time and quickly improve our cultivation. Although we are in our 60s or 70s now, we can all live 200 or 300 years. Now, I am still young. When you reach a bottleneck in your cultivation in the future, it is completely possible to start a family and have children. However, Kyungsunji obviously will not give up easily. Lao Deng established a worship hall. Although he may not need to set up a high-end combat power group that is completely under his control now. But the future children, or rather Share, need it. With his help, all the dedicated martial spirits evolved successfully. Why don't we hurry up and let the priests give birth to children so that these children can grow up with Shuer in the future? Only experiences like these can enable these children to become Share's right-hand men in the future. Uncles, from what you said, you are all a little worried about finding a suitable spouse, getting married, and raising and educating children after they are born. But don't worry, I'll take care of all of this for you. Kyungsun patted his chest and assured righteously. And I will also help you with the upbringing and education of your child after you give birth to him. Anyway, when my child is born, I will also raise and educate him. By then, your child will be raised and educated by me together with my child. Isn't that great? On the side, Qian Daoliu also felt the benefits of this upon hearing this. As a grandfather, Qian Daoliu immediately sat on his future grandson and granddaughter, and spoke in a serious tone. Qingluan, Xiangxi, Guangling, Qianjun, Jiangmo, Jie is right. Let Jie help you solve the problems of your marriage and the upbringing and education of your children. You are all getting old, and you need to hurry up and resolve your life's major issues. Anyway, this won't take up much time. Once it's resolved, you can work hard on your training. Isn't that the same thing? That's right. That's right. Golden Crocodile Douluo also agreed and expressed his approval. Because now, his cultivation has successfully broken through the limit Douluo. After that, it is a matter of hard work to cultivate to the peak of extreme Douluo and reach the semi-god realm where the eldest brother Qian Daoliu is. Then he embarked on the path to becoming a god. Now, he is ready to get married and have children. And there is Pope Kyungsunji who is urging them to get married. In addition, the approval and recognition of the eldest brother Qian Daoliu and the second brother Golden Crocodile Douluo put pressure on them together. In response to this, Qingluan Douluo, Xiangxi Douluo, Guangling Douluo, Qianjun Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo all agreed reluctantly, just like eggplants hit by frost. By the way, shall we give the Pope's child a name? Suddenly, Guangling Douluo seemed to have thought of something and suggested excitedly. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu and a group of worshippers immediately began to think hard and come up with a name for Qian Sunji's future child. How about, the boy should be named Qian Niangzi and the girl should be named Qian Niangzi? After thinking for a long time, Qian Daoliu coughed lightly and suddenly made a suggestion. For a moment, the room became extremely quiet. Kyungsunji and Golden Crocodile Douluo couldn't help but look at Qian Daoliu with very strange eyes. As for the worshippers including Qingluan Douluo, Xiangxi Douluo, and Guangling Douluo, they were somewhat confused. Brother, what does your name mean? Lao Deng naturally couldn't explain this, and his face turned red before he spoke. I just think it sounds nice. If you have any names that come to your mind, you can tell me. At this time, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Blue Luan Douluo, Lion Douluo and other worshippers also set out their favorite names. Golden Crocodile Douluo asked expectantly, how about we name the boy Qian Panchi and the girl Qian Qingzi? What do you think? Qingluan Douluo said coldly, well, I think it would be better if the boy is named Qian Fengjun and the girl is named Qian Huanjiao. The Lion Douluo said in a rough and heroic tone, I think it would be better if the boy is named Qian Lian and the girl is named Qian Yumiao. The worshippers kept talking at the same time. The corners of Kyungsunji's mouth twitched slightly. These old guys all want to smuggle their own stuff. Listening to the names proposed by Qian Daoliu and a group of worshippers, Ling Yuan's brows were furrowed, and her delicate and pretty face looked helpless. She felt that these names were not very good. In the end, it was Kyungsunji who made the final decision. I've thought about it. If it's a boy, I'll name him Qian Renyan, and if it's a girl, I'll name her Qian Rongxiu. A boy should have the willpower to stand on a mountaintop, unmoved even when the cold winds blow from all directions. Girls should be like the ice and snow on the Kunran snow peak, holy, cold, and smart as ice and snow. According to the author's setting, the six-winged angel corresponds to the upper martial soul of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex martial soul, the golden holy dragon. This is the name of Do Yi. Because the setting is confusing, the name of Do Er is not used. The 12-winged angel, the martial soul evolved from the six-winged angel, corresponds to the golden dragon, the superior martial soul of the golden holy dragon. Here, because the setting of the Douluo series is too confusing, the author set the golden holy dragon as a lower-level dragon with golden dragon blood, rather than the holy dragon of light. Therefore, the golden dragon corresponds to the 12-winged angel martial spirit. In addition, the ages of the titled Douluo in the Douluo series are confusing. Added a setting, the age of titled Douluo does not increase by 100 years after breaking through a level as Poseidon said. Instead, it depends on the age when one breaks through to the titled Douluo. If your physical functions are still at their peak before the age of 50, then breaking through the title before the age of 50 is equivalent to solidifying your physical condition. After reaching level 91, every time you reach level, your lifespan will increase by about 100 years. Anyway, the younger you are when you break through, the more your lifespan will increase. After the age of 50, the body has passed its peak and begins to decline. If one breaks through to titled Douluo at this age, his age will not increase by 91 years for each level he breaks through after reaching level. Instead, his age will be reduced a lot. The specific situation depends on the soul master's physical condition at the time of breakthrough. This can barely solve the bug regarding the age of titled Douluo to a certain extent. Well, regarding the age of the previous golden crocodile Douluo, 200 years was indeed a bit low, so I'll add a little more. Like this. End of this chapter. Chapter 48. Bibi Dong finally arrived at Wuhan City and begged for forgiveness. Chapter 48. Bibi Dong finally arrived at Wuhan City and begged for forgiveness. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. In Wuhan City, Ling Yuan's belly is already bulging, and she will be giving birth in a few months. Every day, Kyung Sunji would gently support Ling Yuan and take a walk in the plum garden on the back hill of the Pope's palace. Ling Yuan was deeply moved by Qian Sunji's gentle attitude and his careful companionship every day. Ling Yuan not only married for love. And I married the right person. At the same time, outside Wuhan City, we had to travel through mountains and rivers and suffered a lot of hardships. After going through hardships, Bibi Dong is finally about to arrive at Wuhan City. At this time, Bibi Dong was wearing a linen cloak, and her clothes were tattered and covered with patches. Her long orange hair and pretty face were grey, dirty, and she looked extremely miserable. Like a beggar. When I saw the majestic and magnificent city not far away in the distance, Bibi Dong's face was dusty but still couldn't hide her exquisite, beautiful, pure, and pretty face, which was full of excitement, and she was almost in tears. Wuhan City, Bibi Dong, am finally back. Finally saw Wuhan City. Bibi Dong immediately leaned on a crutch, gritted her teeth, and sped up, limping and jumping one step at a time, rushing towards the direction of Wuhan City. Soon, Bibi Dong arrived at the gate of Wuhan City. Stop, this is Wuhan City. Unless you are a soul master, or you have a pass. Otherwise, no outsiders are allowed to enter. Seeing Bibi Dong, who looked like a beggar, the city gate guards wearing armor and holding spears immediately crossed their spears, frowned, and shouted, blocking Bibi Dong's way. Bibi Dong felt so sad at that moment that she wanted to cry. Thinking back to the past, when I was the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, I have never encountered any problems entering or leaving Wuhan City. Often they haven't even reached the city gate. The guards in charge of the city gate would greet her respectfully and make way for her to enter. It wouldn't be like it is now, where we would be stopped. Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong. What on earth were you thinking? Why were you so blinded and so greedy? She was so determined that she had to elope with the hypocritical, shameless, cowardly, and selfish Xiaogang. She betrayed the Spirit Hall, abandoned her identity as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, and even broke off all ties with her teacher and all the priests. How can you be so stupid and foolish? Bibi Dong was filled with pain and regret, and she wanted to slap herself hard a few times. If time could go backwards, she will never make that choice again. Hey! Who are you? This is Wuhan City. If you are not a soul master and do not have a pass, please leave immediately. The two guards frowned even deeper when they found that Bibi Dong did not answer, but clenched her hands. Her eyes were red, her eyes were full of sorrow, and her expression was changing. He raised his voice and shouted loudly, telling Bibi Dong to go wherever she wanted. I have to say, as a guard of the Spirit Hall, the quality of the two city gate guards is still very high. Even though Bibi Dong was dressed and looked like a beggar, she did not beat or chase anyone away, but just shouted a warning. If it was the gatekeeper of Notting College, he would have chased the person away directly. I am not a soul master, and I don't have a pass. Facing the warning from the city gate guard, Bibi Dong's pretty face was filled with grief and bitterness, and she spoke in a hoarse voice. But my name is Bibi Dong, please let me in. I want to see my teacher, I want to see the grandfather who worships me. This time, I really know I was wrong. I really know it. After Bibi Dong confessed her identity, she immediately burst into tears. He immediately knelt down in the direction of the Pope's palace and Douluo palace, crying loudly. Teacher! Grandpa Qian, Grandpa Jin Yu, Grandpa Qing Luan. Donger knows he was wrong. Donger really knows he was wrong. Please, please forgive me. Woohoo! Bibi Dong. Hearing Bibi Dong's name, the two guards were suddenly shocked. And then he looked carefully at Bibi Dong's face. It must be the ungrateful, selfish, and extremely stupid former Spirit Hall Saint Bibi Dong. The two city gate guards immediately showed disgust and nausea on their faces, and their attitudes became more violent, sneering. Bibi Dong, it's you. Didn't you run away with that loser? How dare you come back? Do you still have any shame? At the beginning, I remember you were very angry and felt that our Spirit Hall was unfair to you. How can you not feel any shame at all? We've already said it, we in the Spirit Hall don't welcome you. Get out. Get out now. Stay away from our Wuhan city. We in the Spirit Hall do not welcome ungrateful people like you. The two city gate guards roared, veins bulging in their hands holding the spears, and they waved their spears to drive Bibi Dong away. And because of Bibi Dong's self-exposure and the loud crying and admitting her mistake, many spirit masters from Wuhan City were quickly attracted and gathered at the city gate. Learned Bibi Dong's identity. Everyone was disgusted and angry, and started to blame and denounce Bibi Dong. Some people even threw rotten cabbage and rotten eggs at Bibi Dong. Get lost. We in Wuhan City do not welcome ungrateful people like you. Aren't you going to pursue love and elope with that loser of yours? How dare you come back? Go away. If you don't want to be the saint of our Spirit Hall, then go away. For a while, Bibi Dong was constantly driven out of the city. At the same time, along with cursing and shouting, all kinds of rotten cabbage and rotten eggs were thrown at Bibi Dong crazily. Soon, Bibi Dong's body became a mess and smelled terrible. But for that, after experiencing the torture of the dark reality of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, Bibi Dong's heart was filled with pain and regret. She sat on the ground, limping backwards as she was driven away, tears streaming down her face, and she cried miserably. Sorry. It was me, Bibi Dong, who was wrong. I am sorry to my teacher, to all the worshippers, and even more sorry to our Spirit Hall. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Va. You know you're wrong? I don't think you know you're wrong, but that idiot abandoned you, so you have to come back. Forgive? Do you deserve forgiveness? Our Pope has been so good to you, and everyone has seen it. Even if you treat a dog well, the dog will wag its tail and be loyal to its master for life. But you cursed the Pope's palace and the Douluo palace for a piece of trash, and would rather betray our Wuhan palace and elope with them. You are an ungrateful person like you, and you don't deserve to be forgiven. Facing Bibi Dong's painful remorse and begging for forgiveness, the only response from Bibi Dong was disgust and angry spitting. There were also more rotten cabbage leaves and rotten eggs thrown at them by the people around. Ahem, a great reader wants to get the heavenly key out. The author knows Scar Brother, but who is Tianyeo? I would also like to ask the handsome readers who know the answer to this question to give the author some scientific knowledge. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, Sunji and Bibi Dong and number 039, S. Farewell, crying and regretting are useless. Chapter 49, Kyungsunji and Bibidong's farewell, crying and regretting our useless papal palace, back mountain. In the plum garden. Just as Kyungsunji was taking the pregnant Ling Yuan for a walk in the plum garden, which looked like a fairyland, with the fragrance of plum blossoms wafting everywhere over the mountains and plains. Suddenly, a Saint Emperor warrior came over, half knelt on the ground and reported to Kyungsunji. Reporting to His Holiness the Pope, Bibidong has actually come back. She is at the city gate, apologizing to you and the other priests, hoping to be forgiven and return to our spirit hall. I wonder, Your Holiness, how should we deal with Bibidong? Bibidong, is she back? Upon hearing that Bibidong had returned, Kyungsunji couldn't help but be a little surprised. But in my heart, I was not surprised at all. After all, he knew very well that Bibidong was now able to escape from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, that possible secret room. It was all because of his warning that Yu Yuanzhen became angry. Otherwise, with Yu Yuanzhen's personality, it is unknown how many more years Bibidong will have to stay in the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, being tortured as a birth mother. Hey! She still remembers to come back. On the side, Ling Yuan's delicate and beautiful face was full of indignation and injustice. Her beautiful eyes were filled with resentment and contempt for Bibidong. In the past, she was a maid beside Kyungsunji. She witnessed with her own eyes how good Kyungsunji was to Bibidong. He treated her like his own daughter and loved her so much that he wouldn't dare to say anything harsh to her. Even if it's just the stars and the moon. As long as it is achievable. Whether it is her ex-husband Jiansunji or the uncles who are here to serve her, they will do their best to help her achieve her wish. But such love. The result was that this ungrateful person chose to betray Spirit Hall for a piece of trash. She would rather commit suicide than force her husband Jiansunji to agree to be with Yu Xiaogang. He even said that if she didn't agree, she would elope with that loser. Later, father-in-law Jiandaoliu and the other uncles who were offering sacrifices had already tried to persuade him earnestly for a long time. The useless little anus will be exposed without a doubt. This ungrateful person would rather believe that piece of trash. I also don't want to believe my husband Jiansunji, my father-in-law Jiandaoliu and the uncles who serve me. She also said that they, the Spirit Hall, treated her so well because they valued her talent. And not agreeing with her being with that loser Yu Xiaogang means that she doesn't care about her happiness. Anyway, for this ungrateful, selfish, self-centered ungrateful person, Ling Yuan felt disgusted and nauseated. It can be said that it makes me want to vomit. I see. However, Kyungsunji thought about it for a while and said calmly. Go and bring her here. I'll be waiting for her in the Pope's palace. Yes. The Saint Emperor warrior who came to report was a little confused as to why Jiansunji actually wanted to meet Bibidong, but he still responded respectfully. Then, he stood up and prepared to go to the city gate. Bring Bibidong to the Pope's palace. Husband, why did you see her? Unexpectedly, Kyungsunji actually wanted to see Bibidong. Ling Yuan's beautiful eyes were full of incomprehension and she couldn't help but ask. My husband, are you still planning to forgive her? How can it be? Kyungsunji burst out laughing and denied it directly and flatly. I just want to make a final conclusion with her. Taking a deep breath, Kyungsunji's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. On the other side, in front of the gate of Wuhan City. Get out! Get out of Wuhan City! You are such an ungrateful bastard! We don't welcome you in Wuhan City. That's right. Don't force us to do it. After Bibidong revealed her identity. Around, many spirit masters from Wuhan City gathered after hearing the news. At the gate of Wuhan City, Bibidong was cursed and scolded madly. He also threw all the garbage he picked up from the surrounding trash cans, including rotten cabbage leaves and rotten eggs, at Bibidong. Let Bibidong get out of Wuhan City as soon as possible. Stay away from Wuhan City. Soon, Bibidong was covered with all kinds of rotten vegetable leaves, rotten egg liquid and garbage, which was extremely smelly. Moreover, Bibi Dong was forced further and further away from the gate of Wuhan City. Faced with such humiliation, although I know it is indeed my fault, I feel very regretful in my heart. However, Bibi Dong, who had suffered terrible darkness and torture in the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, could not help but feel strong resentment and hatred in her heart, and she said with resentment and anger, "Why? Why have I already admitted my mistakes? You still won't forgive me? Do you know what a miserable thing I've been through?" But after suffering the torture of the dark reality in the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, Bibi Dong has indeed become much smarter. No matter what you think in your heart. On the surface, Bibi Dong was still lying on the ground, her beautiful eyes were red, and her face was full of grief and regret. He moved back in an embarrassed manner, tears streaming down his face, crying loudly, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. Before, I made a mistake and trusted the wrong person. But this time, I really know I was wrong. Please, please just give me one more chance. Will you?" But at this moment, a team of Holy Emperor warriors quickly arrived. After seeing the Holy Emperor warriors coming, the crowd immediately dispersed, confused. The Holy Emperor warrior who led the team pushed through the crowd and walked to the city gate. Seeing Bibi Dong lying on the ground in front of him, her body in a mess, unkempt, covered with all kinds of garbage, and emitting a foul smell, he couldn't help but frowned and said in a cold voice, "Bibi Dong, His Holiness the Pope wants to see you, come with me. The teacher wants to see me." Bibi Dong was so excited that she quickly stood up from the ground. He limped along with a group of Holy Emperor warriors and hurried towards the Pope's palace. In the papal palace, Kyungsunji sat calmly on a gorgeous golden throne, and next to him sat the pregnant Ling Yuan. Reporting to His Holiness the Pope, "Bibi Dong is here." Outside the hall, the respectful voice of the Holy Emperor warrior was heard. Kyungsunji said immediately, "Let her in." For a moment, after the door was opened, Bibi Dong, who was arranged to take a bath and change into new clothes, suddenly had tears in her eyes and was very excited. She limped into the hall. After walking in front of Kyungsunji, she knelt down suddenly, tears streaming down her face, and choked with tears. "Teacher. I'm sorry. I was wrong before. I misunderstood you, teacher, and the grandfathers who worshipped me. That Xiaogang is indeed a vain, shameless, cowardly, and incompetent waste. This time, I know I was wrong. Please, please give me another chance and forgive me." However, after listening to Bibi Dong's words, Kyungsunji's handsome face showed a calm expression. He just held Ling Yuan's jade hand beside him and stroked it gently. "Now, do you know you were wrong?" After a while, Kyungsunji couldn't help but sneer sarcastically. "I told you at the beginning, and my father and the uncles who served me also told you. But don't you really believe that the loser you chose would rather commit suicide than be with him? Didn't you say that you wouldn't regret it and that you would definitely be happy with him? Now, what do you mean by coming back?" "Teacher. I was deceived before. I didn't expect him to be that kind of person. Ming, you and Grandpa Chien were so kind to me, but I didn't know how to appreciate it. But I really know I was wrong, please give me another chance." Bibi Dong knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, crying with great regret. "Haha! Can I give you another chance?" Kyungsunji laughed out loud towards the sky, laughing so hard that tears were almost coming out. Then, he spoke with sarcasm and indifference. "Do you know how many chances we have given you before? But you didn't cherish it once. In this world, some things, once lost, can never be returned. No. Teacher. Please. Please. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." After hearing Kyungsunji's words, Bibi Dong seemed to understand Kyungsunji's attitude. She burst into tears and was completely unwilling to accept it. After entering the hall, It was discovered that Ling Yuan, who was sitting next to Jian Sunji, had a bulging belly and was obviously pregnant. When Bibi Dong saw the gentle look Jian Sunji gave Ling Yuan, she felt extremely regretful and her heart was bleeding. Because it was clear that Ling Yuan was just an ordinary maid beside her teacher before. I am the one who is treated tenderly, cared for and protected by the teacher. She was obviously the one who came first, but it was because she mistakenly trusted that hypocritical and cowardly Yu Xiaogang. He actually chose to betray Spirit Hall and his teacher for that piece of trash. I lost the person who loved me the most. Instead, I suffered such a dark and painful experience. She really regrets it. She really regrets it. End of this chapter. Chapter 50. The previous Sunji is already dead. Putting everything aside, Aaron and number 039, Tu et al. Row. Chapter 50. The previous Kyung Sunji is already dead. Putting everything aside, don't you have done anything wrong? Teacher. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I know I hurt your feelings before, but I still have you in my heart. In the Papal Palace. Thinking of the happy life I had with my teacher Kyung Sunji, Bibi Dong felt extremely remorseful and sad. She couldn't help but burst into tears. In order to save Kyung Sunji's decision. While crying, Bibi Dong recounted every detail of her time with Kyung Sunji. I still remember the feeling when you took me flying for the first time when I was a kid. I still remember that when I was a kid, you celebrated my birthday and held me up high. I still remember that when I was sick and had hot medicine to drink, you would blow it on me to cool it down. But after listening to Bibi Dong's words, Kyung Sunji felt even more disgusted and nauseated. Because the original body was so good to Bibi Dong before. This little fairy actually did so many ungrateful things for that loser Yu Xiaogang. Now, you regret it. But that's because I destroyed your cultivation, deprived you of your soul bone, and made you and that Yu Xiaogang happy. Let you know his true face. But what if I don't do this? I'm afraid you will never feel that you are wrong until you die. On the contrary, you will only think that I only want to use you and don't care about your happiness. Bibi Dong, don't call me teacher. Kyung Sunji's face was cold and he interrupted Bibi Dong's words directly and indifferently. I don't have a disciple like you. This is your own choice, isn't it? The Kyung Sunji in the past had a big fight with me over that piece of trash long before you did. You were already dead when you were willing to commit suicide to force me to make you and that loser a couple. Already dead. After hearing Kyung Sunji's words, Bibi Dong felt even more painful and regretful. She seemed to feel it from these words. The teacher at that time had a big fight with her and even threatened to commit suicide because of her repeated actions for that hypocritical and cowardly Yu Xiaogang. Extreme grief, disappointment, and despair in my heart. Teacher, I'm sorry. In the novel, Bibi Dong pursued love with Yu Xiaogang but failed. He was transformed into a secret room Douluo by Kyung Sunji, and after suffering from darkness and pain, he turned evil. I began to hate Jian Sunji, Jian Rongxiu, and Wuhan City. Even the whole world. Only Yu Xiaogang is the only pure land in his heart. This basically distorted Bibi Dong's love for Yu Xiaogang. The Pope was actually hungry for the tea that Yu Xiaogang had drunk. And now, under Kyung Sunji's changes, Bibi Dong was not transformed into a secret room Douluo by Kyung Sunji, and suffered torture and harm from the darkness. Instead, he returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan with Yu Xiaogang, whom he thought would be happy. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, he suffered even darker and more painful torture and destruction under the control of multiple secret chamber Douluo. So, now in Bibi Dong's heart, the teacher Jian Sunji has become the only pure land and white moonlight in his heart. And I thought of the happiness and wonderful life I had with Kyung Sunji in Wuhan City. This made Bibi Dong extremely resentful and hateful towards Yu Xiaogang. The same goes for the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. However, after hearing Kyung Sunji's words, Bibi Dong felt extremely painful and regretful. But when he thought about the inhumane imprisonment he had endured in the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, as well as the dark, painful, long-lasting torture and destruction. This made Bibi Dong feel somewhat resentful towards Kyungsunji again. Teacher, I know I am sorry, but do you know how much pain and darkness I suffered in the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan? I'm already back, I'm sorry. Can't you just forgive me? Then accept me as your disciple, help me recover my skills, and let me become the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall again. Then, let me use the power of the Spirit Hall to seek revenge? At the beginning, I was wrong, but you also abolished my cultivation and deprived me of my soul bones. Putting aside everything that happened before, aren't you at all wrong? Now, I regret it. At the beginning, you just need to persuade me again and find a way to let me know the true face of this hypocritical and cowardly Yu Xiaogang. Maybe I won't want to elope with him. Unfortunately, Kyungsunji no longer wanted to care about Bibi Dong's thoughts. Summoned Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong no longer had any thoughts of wanting to come back. Make the final conclusion. And make corresponding arrangements for the next plan. Kyungsunji immediately shouted coldly and called in another team of Holy Emperor warriors. Someone, come. Take this Bibi Dong out of here. Drive her out of Wuhan City. From now on, she is not allowed to approach our Wuhan City again. Yes. A group of Holy Emperor warriors responded excitedly. Then, he turned his cold gaze towards Bibi Dong. Teacher. No. Please, give me another chance. Hearing that Kyungsunji was not going to give her any chance and was going to chase her away, Bibi Dong felt as if struck by lightning and was filled with despair. But I still want to struggle. A group of Holy Emperor warriors came over, sneering with sarcasm and hostility, and extended their hands to invite them. Please. Bibi Dong also understood that things could no longer be reversed, and she felt resentment, regret, and despair in her heart. In the end, she clenched her jade hands and chose to leave obediently. Soon, Bibi Dong was asked to leave Wuhan City. Standing outside Wuhan City, looking at the horizon, the dim sunset has already set. At this time, Bibi Dong's heart was filled with despair and confusion. Where should she go next? There is no hope of returning to Wuhan City. Now her cultivation has been abolished and her body has become disabled. How can she take revenge on Yu Xiaogang and Landian Tyrant clan who deceived her and caused her to lose everything, be abandoned by her friends and relatives, and suffer such darkness and painful torture, and at the same time? Wuhan City, prison area. The Spirit Hall is the leader of the many Soul Master forces in the Soul Master world. They have always been responsible for maintaining order in the Soul Master world and cracking down on corrupt Soul Masters who commit crimes and evil Soul Masters who practice murder. And all along, Wuhan City has been capturing fallen Soul Masters and evil Soul Masters. Among them, the fallen Soul Masters are either forced into the city of killing. They will either be caught and executed for serious crimes, or be imprisoned in the Wuhan City prison for both serious and minor crimes. As for the evil Soul Masters, all of them were killed and executed. This day, a big event happened in the prison area. Due to poor supervision, a group of fallen Soul Masters actually escaped from the prison. Escaped from Wuhan City. After Kyungsunji's hope of returning to the Spirit Hall was completely cut off. Thinking about the future, Bibi Dong felt desperate and confused, and had no idea where to go. After leaving Wuhan City, he walked along the road in a daze. Before we knew it, night fell. Just as Bibi Dong was walking on the avenue dully and numbly. Behind me, there was a sudden burst of ghostly laughter and shouting, which was getting closer and closer. Haha! We escaped! We actually escaped! So what if I'm from the Spirit Hall? I can still escape! Woohoo! Next, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. What do you think will be the best ending for Bibi Dong? Oh, end of this chapter.